ground here in this early game.
Yeah, it is. He's at the orchard trying to hold on, and this will determine a lot. Just like you said for Creo too, two big names right away taken out by two smaller names, but clearly here today, they're here to fight, and they will move on. Orchard, a pretty decent spot, especially if you could start to push off, but we know that Zexra will not be leaving. He is too confident for that. Smacked, still in the same fight against Gyro, and he will possibly be able to reset. Yes, he's gonna rotate this ramp, but Gyro's right on top of him, still giving it an opportunity. No materials, which means this will go to a 50-50. If he gets a little too low, possible reset all the way from the bottom.
This fight's going to be completely just dry now. I don't think Jaro has much as well when it comes to resources, playing so close around his build. Smack trying to take everything down. He does have less shields overall, so he must land the first shot. I believe it might be attack versus attack.
Knocks him down. He's in the bush now. Oh no, Smack doesn't know. Thankfully, Gyro rotates the ramp in the wrong direction. Here's the 50-50 we're talking about, but Bush will be making it so easy for Smack because you can't see into that. Well, Smack can get the ADS. Nice shots down onto Gyro, so he's down and out. Now on the other side of the map, we're getting a lot of different perspectives. It's D-Gen against Rich Homie Buon. Another 50-50 right in the box because, again, low materials. And it makes sense because Dirty Doc's still mostly underwater, not much to farm, especially in the buildings. D-Gen will win. Start his rise up to the top in terms of points, as everybody else is too. One thing to note, we just came from EU, now we're into NA East, and as we know about NA East, it is way more passive after the first early game fights, and also possibly a lot less early game contest, even though we've seen a lot so far. We're at 88 players. First zone has started to move now. That means people are going to be less focused about fighting and gaining space in their early drop, and more focused about getting towards those storm surge bases.
When it comes to EU, there's a lot of landing at a POI and then stretching on afterwards. But you're looking at NA East, we're seeing a lot of people fighting at loot pads that don't really have a connection to many different buildings. And then these main fights at big POIs authority lasting for so long ceases. They're still taking people out. Bevy, he was confident in the interview, but here in game one, he's taken out.
Still saw some confidence there to fight against Cease, but jumped the gun a little too early. Cease knew he was in that room, and also trying to get the right shoulder peek. As soon as he crossed, he thought that he had the advantage, but no, Cease was waiting for it. And unfortunately, he didn't get the nicest first shot off. Rogue Shark looks to have either been fallen to his elimination or maybe something else, but he's out of the game for now, and nobody gets the credit for that elim, so definitely curious on what happened there.
Ciao Gidro, bella Super King.
King
prima salva il mondo, se no ti invitavo. C'era già Mono e...
are not going to be the most ample place to be in. Redux getting elimination there on the bottom left, so a bunch of people around the map putting their points up. But it will be a lot more tactical for at least 1/10 of the lobby. I believe we have about 6 to 8 double qualified players from Europe. And these guys were all placing within that top 20, top 50 range. Tayson shooting down Spike, his original target, Snazy, but the scope sways over, and one of our own takes the shot. Versa, who I think qualified at the 100th place slot, is going to go against Elige and Trey, who were near that 50th to top 30. Thanks, this early, this fast. On the backside of Elige, multiple shots taken down. He's beamed low. And now
cazzo, io devo fare salva al mondo.
And EU players playing aggressively, possibly given the fact that they might be a little bit more exhausted given what they just went through if they played in that.
Sì, il tubo non te la carica bene.
An elim, unfortunately, Versa doesn't have the tools he needs to get inside that box, especially with ping. And you're right, he did place 100th. I also want to point out that two double quad players that we were just watching with Snazy and Tayson, both of them placed within the top 10. Tayson at 7th, and Snazy placed 3rd.
Ma
so those are two players who, if they start keying each other, they're going after their own blood, but also have the potential to place highly.
Domani la live anche ora, non lo so. Penso alle 20.
Some of the words we mentioned in the pre-show were confidence, drama, fights and tension, and that will happen when you see people like Creo losing out fights early.
Tu lo senti,
when you see European players already playing 5 hours of competition, then turning on their streams and choosing a more chiller vibe. Meanwhile, Commandment, Bucky, players of high caliber are putting their all into full serious mode. Right now, Stacky's taking shots. Active in the late game, but we're back with Versa. He takes out Trey. 5 points. And his story starts off strong. Elise, though, still at the bottom, hasn't healed up fully. But just take a look at that mini-map. Take a look at the ambiance of NA East overall. Just 5 people have gone down in maybe the last 2 minutes. Everyone is waiting and watching already, while the first or second zone is starting to close in.
No, non dire ste cose in
You have to
live.
be so careful right now. With the abundance of snipers in this game, I mean, we saw Stacky hit a 200 from a hunting rifle shots. With the abundance of snipers, rotating right now is probably one of the most nerve-wracking things on NA East. Because the goals is trying to find yourself a nice, good power position to get some Storm Surge tags, as we have more than 80 players, or more than 70 players still alive. But if you can't get that, you still have to be looking for tags. So you have to kind of expose yourself while rotating or while looking for tags.
Ciao,
at the same
domani.
time, there's so many snipers that could just put you straight down with no warning whatsoever.
And that's the difference between semifinals and grand finals. A lot of the time, people don't have complete
volevo
game
mettere
plans
salva
for
al
the game.
mondo, volevo dire
They have their
salvare la
job
missione,
figured
no.
out. They have an
Se no mi
end
metto a
game
farlo.
practice routine. But the mid game in grand finals, when you don't have people falling down, when you have passive play, it's that much harder. There's a bunch of, I'm not going to say no names, but undefined people who haven't gotten the practice. Chaotic, though, is not one of them. He knows what the pounce on fights, getting straight close by, box to box on the next beat. He gets completely removed, and now he's set in a better position. He gets all the pressure that Nexty created, and he can
Ma
look
c'è
for
OL.
That was well done from Chaotic. Starting off with a
Devi
ramp
guardarla.
up, flipping it because he realized he boxed up, and then ARing into the box. The replay unfortunately lagged a little bit, but it was the setup that was perfect. Went through that sidewall, knew he was escaping. Benji with a nice shot on the Kaz, also clinical.
Cazzo.
The cone block to finish
Per
off
fare la
what
missione.
happened. He did not just run away. In this case, Benji on EU as well. Obviously, if you don't know who Benji is.
I mean, he's hot.
Easy
The man
questa,
is
però.
always a ball of fire when it comes to box
Questo è
fights,
easy,
and it is a
bro.
story of hot versus cold right now for these European versus NA players. They've been playing for 5 hours, Bala, and this is the first game for a lot of people on NA East. Maybe they dabbled in the Daily Cheerio Cup, but now by yourself, no comms available, you versus the world. You're gonna be seeing multiple different mentalities clash. Oh God, no way, Cody already starting things off, holding nothing back. The nade strat coming in, not sure what the individual was doing over there all the way out in the water, but he was caught way too far offshore.
Finisce alle 4 di notte questa, raga.
You have to swim away from these nades, and that's even more uncomfortable. Everybody knows the feeling of having bombs drop directly on top of you with no warning whatsoever. Frantically building, frantically trying to go in separate directions, but unfortunately, Cody will find himself at Elim. Get right back over to land, though zone, he's still out on the side, and Rehan might be able to take some shots on him. Yes, he spots him. This could get really dicey for Cody, given the amount of players on this side of zone.
Rehan has to be careful. It's not all free for him. We saw Polarized, one other player as well, who's next to him in this base. In EU, we saw a lot more
Non
free
vedo
movement at this
Buga,
point.
non vedo
Ball
sticoli
mentioned
forti, raga. Ho
passivity
visto solo
or
Chase e
just being a little bit more
Benji.
passive.
Mongrel
In
è
NA East,
morto.
this is what ends up happening. Early bases, you don't see it in many other regions, and that's what I mean when you tunnel vision for the picks. You're never safe. Brick metal doesn't matter. He's already getting pressured by crash pads with a quick clap back on the Polarized.
Oh,
the angle's
shit.
still uncomfortable, but Rehan actually holds out slightly longer. The patience pays off, and he gets a free Elam.
What is that idea for
Anymore.
Polarized? I started to like it at first, because he crash padded him out of his box and almost got a nice shot. That was interesting to say the least from Polarized, but then making the crucial mistake to heal on that side. I'm wondering what's going on there. It will make him go back to the lobby, unfortunately. Now we're looking at third zone. Storm Surge is active currently, right now. It will be ticking on 4 people, 4 players. Animal slightly above.
Farà
But
laghi
this is a perfect
troppo.
opportunity for people to get some free eliminations as players make desperate plays to get out from underneath that Storm Surge threshold.
I'm scared for Animal right now. We saw what happened to someone who was just by himself in a 1v1 on the water. DGen's close by. If he has
Ma se parliamo della chat del gioco, però dopo che finisca la missione.
Great tags. That player now under pressure from so many different angles, and all he needs to do is get the final shot, and he does. Well done from Animal, already off to a much better start than he did at the last Dreamhack Grand Finals he participated in.
Liquid Stretch, eccolo là. Troppo forte.
Animal, somebody who hopefully will be able to perform
troppo forte, fra.
At least at the semifinals level. An OG in the scene, and still so good on Team Sentinels.
So good be enough. Just look at the minimap. How do you move in this zone? Complete water all around you. A few shores dominated by players who do not want you boarding their land space. Dub's having trouble in his own 1v1 this early in the game. This man placed in the top 3. Now he's getting focused by more than 3 sides of his box.
Come costruttore? Questo che cazzo è? Ah, questo è soldato.
Playing a big impact in the game since season 3 launch, but you can see the trouble that Dubs is having. He's down and out. Stretch will pull a couple of heals, yes. And he gets the harpoon on Capitolo. He might want to W key this. You've seen Stretch play aggressively, but no. He's still got the game sets under lock, and there it is.
Ah, c'è buga, eccolo.
Has the shockwave launcher, no eliminations, but plenty of loot. And I have to expect that he also opened up the vault at Caddy Corner. So what does that mean going forward?
It means that this man might be uncontested in many games. This means that unconfident people might be dropping at the spot and just facing him off in a one-on-one, no rules, match off, face off. But his match are looking low right now. No matter what his early game looked like, his mid and end game might be troublesome.
Player directly above him. He's not in the zone yet. Neither are the two. I'm not surprised, or I'm not sure why the player above is not moving just yet. I don't think that little wood plank there is actually in the game. I think it's farmed out. That's why it's kind of jarring a little bit, but also not farming. Oh, player gets in his box. He has to go back in his zone, but he makes it work. Blitz goes down, but so does Frist, as everybody is taking huge advantage of anybody not moving at the same time, trashing it a tunnel forward towards it with the metal, hoping that there's extra builds there, and I think there will be. Divine moving forward straight towards Benji, but we continue to collapse this zone, and it continues to shrink on top of water. Fourth is revealed. That gives us an idea of where the power positions will be as we approach the end game in fifth. But none of the hills as of right now seem to be in. Possibly that one that we saw directly on the left is Divine as he moved in, where Gage is on the left side.
Still just barely in though. Every position you're gonna have to fight for it at some point when the next zone also locks in. 62 players just spells a huge amount of spurs, and Divine turns the spell on, putting disaster with that hunting rifle onto the battlefield and starts moving on forward with the crash pad, freestyling midair.
I like this. On to Cease. He knows Cease. And where he lands, he knows there's potential for.
Ma se c'eri già, fra, dai, che palle.
Gets a launch pad off of it, and now if he gets pressured, he has the opportunity to use the crash pad to get back in, and not have to worry about it at all. And I think that's exactly what he had to do. There he is, and he has that old base to get right back on top of, but getting beamed from both sides, the front and back. He gets in that base though, and this is a decently built metal structure.
So overall, his goals were completed. If you have sniper rifles, usually towards the end of the game, they're very difficult to play with. He gets to trade that out for an extra shield and upgrades his AR to a legendary variety.
See.
In addition to getting an elim on one of the most impactful players in the lobby in 100 Thieves is Cease. Paper on a bad sniper. He also puts himself up 5. And potentially a nice refresh as we head into fifth zone. The timing on this is very important.
Non sento Barillo.
Paper starting to play very aggressive and potentially getting himself into a great position for endgame aggro. Somebody trying to shock or crash pad into his box. It's Diggy, and he will punish him hard. Diggy potentially needed an impact for himself, but Aggro will turn that situation and make him the free refresh.
Up to this point, anyone that got taken out with no eliminations, I feel like Diggy, Polarized, a few names like Creo, have gotten 0 points. Placement has not been given out. We just hit top 50. Narwhal's one individual who gets to actually survive. He gets eliminations all throughout the mid game. Benji's also moving out here.
Dai, aggiungilo te, non riesco a aggiungerlo, sarà.
Take some shots earlier.
Oh, se no chiudo sto Discord di merda, mi rompe il cazzo.
On the southeast portion, Benji has gotten in. KJ Rop is the player.
Faccio la missione e parliamo dal gioco,
facciamo prima. Although still nobody launching into zone. A very cautious approach. Actually, I misspoke about KJ Rop. He's on the other side. He still has to go in. Animal, no mobility. This is looking rough for him, but there's a crash pad that he might be able to touch. Yes. Nobody breaks it out, but it knocks his head up, and all of a sudden there's a player on the backside, and he won't survive. Mooney will take him out, but they're all moving now. With Zone on their backside, and everything will be now fired back upon them. Here's the landing spot that everybody's deciding. KJ Rop does hold a little bit of height. Benji also in a little bit of a box fight with only 72 mats.
Benji
he might decide to hop in, but no, Benji a little bit more control. No, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for height. Benji is taking it. And he might be able to hold on from here, but no launch pad, no mobility. So I don't know how long that will last. Rihan also picking up an Elim just in time, and that's plenty of materials on his low ground base.
And while all these guys had action coming into the circle, people like Booga, Aggro, basically had a widescreen theatrical view of these rotations. They know where all the weak spots are, unconfident, beamed players. It's information basically versus speed at the moment. Everyone's kind of over towards the left side of the zone. The zone pulls down towards the south. Over, I think possibly a slight hill or mountain, but then back down into a lake, into water. So this will be a very hard rotation for a bunch of players. What will Benji do with minimal mats and no rotation?
He's trying to force out some mobility from somebody as 6 zone will push it.
Benji in high ground, attenzione.
But this is probably the first time and last time I'll mention this because I see a lot of EU players in this. Remember, 3 out of 6 the last time that EU played in a solo tournament with NA on their ping, and he does force out the launch pad.
Forcing out the launch next to so many volatile players, someone who did it to Animal. These guys are all towards the bottom side of the top 100. They have playstyles you cannot predict, but everyone is in the sky. If you're on the ground, you might just be a one person in no man's land. Finally, though, people build up. They start to just reuse, reduce, recycle their mobility and make boxes rubified on the box beside Benji. The charge pump hissing, but does not strike. He just stays calm. 1 Elim overall. It's a stalemate mostly. Gets a little bit of attack, but he has to move around and up. His mats are running out. Meanwhile, Savage on the downside is just big chilling. Bully tries to go for a height play, just barely misses. Crash pads all around her. Already in storm with Benji. He's looking desperate.
Another launch pad found though. No mats, as this is the key for him. Now drops down low ground, trying to outlast as much as he can. Shots in the box on the backside. He has to cover all angles. There's one. He misses the shot. Jaxi takes him out. Stretch is alive too. He gets tabs G. Chaotic in a mid-ground layer with a lot of builds.
Che missione sarà? Io c'ho l'incarico giornaliero.
Down there who are down and out.
And it's time to run it back for the whole server, low and high. We're going right back on the same angle over land. Walkman, Chaotic have advantage, and we're tuning in with Chaotic and Trashy, both POVs of low and high. Booga, though, is one player fighting for height. Narwhal, who got a nice pick earlier on, is up there. We see Trashy with his 4th pick or 2nd pick of the game. Booga's just staying low-key as Trashy flies above. He will be the man of the hour with Kit's whole kit available to him to just play around with. Narwhal, though, is on height.
But only 2 rockets for Trashy to actually shockwave up, and he's also
chiudo Discord che minchia mi sto che internet
might start to pressure him down.
No, manco ci siete,
might get a shot. Yes, that's Stacky down. Looking more, reloading, making sure everything will be key. Yes, another one. 2 kills in a row. As Chaotic is the next target. Also have another one up.
Cosa c'è scritto nella tua missione?
Yes, I think he's out of shockwaves. He also needs to get a refresh. One player, if he gets the elimination, might have the rockets he needs to sky all the way up on top of Narwhal. Chaotic still in the box as well. Slack, Stretch, Booga all alive.
Oh minchia, sono già in 13, cazzo.
Stopping Stretch, Booga side by side near the low ground. Narwhal still controlling height, but it's completely chaotic. There's no way that anyone has time to even breathe or think. Finally, though, the shots start to simmer down. Trashy, low on mat, no more rockets left. Only has to play beside himself. box to box. There is a little bit of loot above him, but can he see it? He's gonna go for a big shot here. Everything for this next bullet. Aggro is looking for a patient play on height. Narwhal somehow still controlling it. Down below, Bucky looms and Skittles goes down to Trashy. He still has Chunk Splashes to play over with the Storm. But is this his game to actually manipulate and play, or is he just surviving? Diving into water, still no mats. Somehow he's alive.
Yeah, somehow he's alive. Bucky's right above him now, and he will jump
Minchia,
right
un'altra.
outside the water.
Minchia, sto Trashy. Che cazzo sta facendo?
150 mats. Narwhal now dropping down on
Luca
Chaotic.
sarà
Chaotic
morto.
can continue that rain, and he will. He brings Narwhal down to about 20 HP, and he drops behind him. Perfect play. The maneuver is well. 5 players left. Aggro down below. Trashy on top of him. Still
Ma chi è
has
quello
that shotgun.
sopra?
I'm not sure if he got some rockets off of that one refresh. Aggro will be the fight right now. Chaotic goes all the way up. Oh, Trashy! Another one on the Aggro. Rocks will finally take him out. It's Chaotic versus Rocks in the final 1v1.
Chaotic
They
contro
both have
sto
their own
rock.
boxes. Chaotic is running out of mats completely. Just a few more left. Box to box. Rocks is taking all the shots, but surviving slightly. Chaotic has control of the builds in front of him. Chooses not to go for the shot. It's going to be a little bit of a patient game from both players, but you cannot drop down to ultimate low. There's too much water. Chaotic up top, charge hits down hard, but he's so low too. And it's going to be Rocks who gets the first win. 80 points. That's game one.
That is a ridiculous game. So many things led to so many threads.
Nice.
Obviously, you had Chaotic popping off in that one, and also you have to throw it to Trashy, who got that one elim on first. We will be throwing to a quick break, and we'll be back with game 2.
Basta. Ma ma da dove cazzo? Mi schiacciato cazzo. Ah, mi senti? No, fra, l'ho chiuso, mi sono rotto il cazzo. Vabbè, faccio così, esci dal gruppo, facciamo un'altra ondata. Raga, parliamo della chat di gioco, facciamo prima, che minchia poi laggate, non si sente un cazzo. Quanto dura questo? Fino alle 4 di mattino questo. Appena finito il primo game. Perché Chaotic è primo che ha vinto? Ah, ha fatto più kill per quello. Mi senti? Fra, ho chiuso Discord. Fra, quello che stai facendo te devo fare. Cioè, uccidi... Fra, dimmi cosa c'è scritto, che non non puoi essere sicuro. Oppure fai una foto e mandarla su Telegram. Che rango sei su salva? 41, non mi ricordo. Non sto più andando avanti, non c'è più voi, faccio solo missioni giornaliere. Pinguto, ho appena detto che ho chiuso Discord. Se volete venite su coso. Su Fortnite e parliamo della chat di Fortnite. Minchia, Roma 2-2 con la Roma, porca troia. Se mi devi ammazzare gli abietti. Poi devi farlo in un determinato modo, con il determinato personaggio, dipende da cosa c'è scritto sempre. Il costruttore è questo simbolo qua, il costruttore. E c'è scritto anche qua costruttore. Poi c'è il ninja, c'è il soldato, ci sono i tipi di personaggi che devi usare. Sì, ma non sprecare pubbac per cazzata come fai sempre. Minchia i balletti inutili e pure regali cose. Poi non ti compri un cazzo. Na 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 na. Che cosa sono gli abbienti? Sono gli zombie, fra. Tutti, so che posso dire zombie dicono abietti, te l'avevo già spiegato pure. Mettiamo l'audio, sennò è deprimente. Che colone c'ha sta qui, Paolo? Madò, che brutto. Ah, non me li dà. Cosa non te li dà? Devi fare le missioni. Fai le missioni e ammazzi gli abietti, poi non ci va tanto. Hai le armi 130, tutte regalate qua. Oh, ma che palle, non riesco a fare sto side jump. Sparisci. E di nuovo. Ma basta, ho finito. Ma con una mitraglietta devo uccidere, però non ce l'ho. Guarda il negozio, anch'io c'ho mitragliette, però. Da quando ce l'hai salva? Io adesso te lo dico, eh. Ma Penjifish? Boh. La mitraglietta è quella con i colpi piccoli, vero? Sì, ma deve esserci proprio scritto mitraglietta. No, non te lo conto. Allora, mono. Io gioco da. C'ho salva da. No, ho sbagliato. Perché anche tipo il bulldozer è un assalto, però. Però c'è i colpi piccoli. Allora, io gioco da. Ce la facciamo? Cos'era? Eccolo. 50 giorni, c'ho salva da 50 giorni. Boh, raga, io faccio il gruppo su Fortnite. Se volete entrare a fare due chiacchiere, facciamo. Che almeno non lagga a tutti. Chi c'è online? Vabbè, se volete fate la richiesta. Cioè, scrivetemelo in chat se volete entrare.
Guys, must.
Andiamo Benji Fishy. Cosa sta dicendo? Ma?
Wanna sit in the base.
Perché lui sta già giocando? E qua non c'è un cazzo. Magari sta facendo un'altra partita.
Guess I fucking have
Ah,
to
è
go.
vero che in
I don't know
NAS
where to go
c'è. NAS c'è ancora il coso dell'hype.
That's it, just fine.
Mm, 22. Ah no, è già iniziata.
Oh my god. That kid's so lucky.
Mi sa che c'è il copyright. Minchia, 200 giorni. Allora minchia ti danno più V-Buck, no? Cioè di me ti danno più V-Buck. La finale qua è già partita, mi dà. Qua non la fanno vedere. Boh, non capisco. Questo è il fratello di Festa.
Dicendo, ricordate che comunque gioco sempre
Cazzi capelli ha fatto?
da 6 mesi.
Lui gioca da 6 mesi. E però c'è un gran maestro, eh. E Festa è forte. Hanno 500, 300. A me danno 150, a volte 300, a volte solo 100.
Mario, non dire cose, per favore. Ma che...
Non dica cose. Oh, ma volete farla partire, cazzo? E che cazzo? Mi faccio una partita io, vado in creativa. Chi che vuole venire? Vabbè, invito tutti quelli di... No, ho sbagliato. Ah. Facciamo un po' di creative nel mentre che aspettiamo.
Va bene, va bene.
Che
Ma quindi la
serve?
guardi una cosa ai fini dell'America?
Ciao Alessandro, condoglianze. Sì, sì, la guardo, però mentre che aspetto. No, no, che cazzo ho fatto? Nel mentre che
È morto?
aspetto faccio...
Ah, è morto ieri alle 4:56. Che
Sì,
cazzo?
c'ha il fidanzato ed è morto, da quanto ho capito.
Ah, e vieni a vedere una live. Beh,
Eh,
è un grande.
anch'io mi sto chiedendo come mai. Come si trova il minerale di rame? Lo si trova. Vai tipo nelle grotte e vedi che ci sono
Esatto,
tipo delle pietre con pezzi di cose strane, ecco.
tipo pietre arancioni.
Sì, sono pietre arancioni, esatto. Ma perché?
Cosa
Cioè,
devi fare?
il coso è già partito e qua minchia non la fanno vedere.
Boh, ci sarà un po' di delay.
È l'unico sfogo che ho. Ah, mi spiace. Condoglianze, non so cosa dire. Ciao Antonio.
Cosa vuoi fare, Box Fight?
Dai, facciamo un po' di box.
Va bene.
Forse sta per partire. Vai. Come? Come cosa? Sembra creativa. Più o meno. Dov'è il pazzo assassino? Eccolo.
Oh my god. Fatto assassino.
Madonna.
Come non tiltato, non proprio scarso.
Oh, lo fai cascare. Ma...
C'è della tensione.
Oh merda.
37 gli ho fatto.
Oh!
Oh, ma che sei immortale?
Dove cazzo sei io? No!
Beh,
Ho pagato i medici per non farci l'autopsia. Porca troia, ne hai pagati di soldi.
aspetta, ma... No, vabbè, non faccio domande.
Sì, sì, meglio così. Anch'io non farlo. Qua minchia mi bloccano a vita.
Ti sarebbe prendi.
Come stai? Tutto a posto tu? Io sempre in vacanza, te vedo le storie sempre in vacanza. Vedo te.
Ma si può andare in vacanza col Covid?
No, vabbè, in Italia dico.
No, dico, pensavo che solo nella propria regione si poteva stare.
No, mi ha bloccato.
70, va bene?
Pure io me le
170,
cerco.
ok.
Domani sera... mi spiace, Fra, non so cosa dire più di mi spiace, condoglianze. Non ci pensare più.
Beh, non ci vedo
A posto, non sto
guardi.
giocando da oggi. Ah, ok. Ma...
No, dai, mi fate la scala.
Tutto a posto. Ok. Ho già letto. Madonna.
Io vado 180,
Comunque
mancava
ho iniziato, facciamo un round e poi andiamo magari al centro così ci prepariamo per l'altra creativa.
Vabbè. Sì, figa, però fino alle 4 di mattina, ma che cazzo è, ma dai.
Io lo faccio per streamare, capisci?
No, dai. Sì,
Non
che
è da
cazzo
tanto che
ti
non
voglio.
gioco. Adesso la faccio solo arena ultimamente. Minchia.
Stai per sparare, lo sentivo.
Eh sì. Ho detto devo essere più veloce di lui, se no mi shotto. Invece. Dai, vado al centro così parto da sta cosa.
These boxes at the edge of the world, the edge of the map. This is the fight that Diggy must win, get some points on the board.
Ma già mezzanotte.
Now looking a little bit of a
Come
bad
già
spot,
mezzanotte?
struggling with the
Porca troia,
build,
vero.
struggling with landing a few shots. He has a lot left, but how high does he want this fight to go? Not actually landing these simple side jumps. That's gonna cost him a little bit.
It might. So he gets beamed just a little bit. A small dink, 30 HP. This is still going up, but Zuki maintains the height.
Perché hai cambiato? Cosa?
There's a
Oh,
crash pad
oh,
up. Oh, a big shot unexpectedly from Diggy. It makes that
quello è
work
bianco.
so well against Zuki. He has no shield to get back up into this, but Diggy running out of materials right now. Last switch to metal, and Zuki loses the high ground for the first time. Gonna try to
Yeah.
pop the med kit, but that takes 10 seconds. And I'm sure Diggy is not gonna let this happen. There he is on the wall. It's starting to be fully metal, and he will pressure enough. Tries to make the edit, but without moving, that's an easy track for Diggy.
Dai, fade, sono
Now
i fade.
Zuki's basically stuck forever in time in this game.
Ma
at
vengono, ma
22nd
come
place.
vengono
People
pagati?
will
Tipo se c'è un
continue
team ti dice
to start
voglio che entri nel mio
surpass them
team.
once we get
Cazzo
to
è?
that top 50 situation. Kramer's been able to survive on his
ogni
drop spot.
tot vieni
Did not get his
pagato.
first elimination, but just got one there in the field.
Ah,
Able to
c'hanno
play his
tipo
game. His
sponsor,
tournament is
cose per
starting up.
essere
Sì,
pagati.
So many other people
hanno
to mention.
sponsor
Jaden
e
Shots,
poi
who's
si
kind of been active
streamano
earlier on in the game.
quelli tutti.
He got a few eliminations over at the
vengono
early
pagati.
portions. He was
Che
top
figa
8
sta
right now,
cosa,
maybe
però.
at 7.
Allora,
Before we
ci
even
sono
reach
due
endgame, Edgy trying to get into
E
the
tipo
spot.
ti chiamano loro, non è che scegli tu.
Is gonna be in such
No,
a
sì,
tough
esatto.
spot. As long as Edgy can
O se no
finally
penso
or
che
finish
puoi essere
to land
anche
these
puoi
shots,
chiedere.
everything should be good. A delay against a charge pump.
Comunque, ci sono due cose.
In terms of the
Puoi
fight,
entrare
might
come
prove disastrous. He doesn't have enough ammo to actually.
Aspetta, cosa? Sono due cose?
Ci sono due possibilità per entrare.
Mm.
O entri come pro player
Mhm.
o entri come intrattenitore, cioè che tu streami per i face.
Mm.
And it's still early enough where you
Ci
can
sta.
easily recover from that.
Sì, almeno
Però
ci
se
sono-
intrattieni è ovvio che
Should've
deve
been
avere
perfect after
tanti
what
spettatori.
Vabbè,
started
sì.
off, and especially the way that Skittles
Per
was playing
esempio
on the
hanno
backside of that
messo
open, not really
anche a
covering
Ninja per
all the different angles. I was worried for a
Più
second
era
that Bucky
il
might
face,
turn
però
around and
dopo
steal that
ha
Elam
detto
from
che
him.
il Bluetooth
Thankfully,
lo
that does
truffava.
not happen. Creo
Come lo
has made his way
truffavano?
all the way up
Sì,
already.
gli hanno detto che ha detto che gli hanno truffato
Unsuspectingly, he has his back turned.
$100,000.
Porca troia.
Poi non so se è vero o è falso.
A lot of the time,
Perché hai cambiato che fai solo arena? Perché
Perché
mi alleno in arena,
When it
cazzo.
comes to solo strategies, when it comes to players like Divine and Creo,
Cioè questo è bianco e sta pushando, cioè. È
impazzito.
impazzito. Infatti mo muore, me lo sento.
Their game knowledge, their hidden practice, both elite strength,
Come si insegna a
high tier
giocare
competition will be aliens though, on top of the
Non lo so.
And already Aliens gets all the walls, almost gets them back to back. And they do trade missed shots. Divine no more heals as he tried to take shots and unfortunately got pinched from
Si
all
impara da
sides.
solo secondo
As
me,
he
cioè
did
guardi
get
dagli
shot
altri e
down,
impari.
everybody
Cioè io
heard
secondo me
the
funziona così.
situation that he was in.
Magari
Aliens
fai
on the
vedere una
wall, and he
mossa
will
che lui non
pre-fire
conosce,
that
tipo
edit.
io non conosco i
Divine
90, ti faccio vedere come si
They
fanno
tied
e tu li
themselves
fai, ti eserciti e
together.
boh.
At least Aliens has
Però
an
non puoi farmi
opportunity
diventare
to
più
go forward.
forte.
We're looking now
Se
at
non mi
Owl
alleno non
Fenn, who's
diventerai mai
also
più
attempting his
forte.
own box fight.
This is up against Iamzo, who is currently in fourth
Adesso
place.
vediamo l'Immortal 10 ore
He
di
gets a chance
creativa al
at a
giorno,
second
poi
shot
altre 10
towards the end.
Mica praticamente le faccio.
Past everyone trying to win this tournament today. It's only game
Ma
2.
poi la cosa più
Aldo has a lot of
fondamentale è
control
giocare
and
sempre
shields.
con gente più
That means
forte.
confidence
Sì,
in this
sì,
fight.
sì.
Iamzo on a back wall, not even really switching.
Se vedi, se hai
boxes,
notato
just
prima
was
neanche
absolutely
tittavo,
scared.
adesso
The third
qualcosa
parties
ti
will be
faccio.
focusing his
Sì,
wood.
sì, sì.
Al can't really get the wall. Iamzo's there with the surprise shot, but it's not enough. he gets taken out.
Unfortunately, that was such a low box fight. They were pretty much in the ground.
Attenzione, 100 cece.
Yamza was not able to place a stair quick enough, and that
Minchia, guarda che roba ha costruito per prendersi l'airdrop. Ma lo stai guardando?
On that fight. Now we're
Sì,
looking
però
at
c'è un po' di
the
delay.
authority.
Ah,
A
okay.
couple different people. Animal cease. This is a fight at the top. Cease will break right back down and disengage from Animal. Animal obviously wants to get some
Attenzione,
loot out
Clix,
of
sta
the
rischiando.
authority,
Clix.
potentially getting the glider gun off of Cease. And I
Contro
don't think that Cease had too much to
Zekrox.
heal
Ma
back up
c'è
on
un
that.
team, è un team.
Sì,
Other
sì,
than
è un
that, though, on
team.
Orchard, there's an entire huge profile box fight land, basically. Clicks, Zextro,
Anche
Nico,
TSM.
Buga.
Poi ho
all
sentito
side
che
by
fanno
side.
tipo
Only one person
delle
can really
sfide
safely.
a
Clicks in the most
soldi
trouble,
tra
doesn't have
team.
shields, basically has to all in against the
Sì.
closest player. That will be Zextro.
figo, è
Nico
figo.
does not want to leave. Buga, though, was just nearby to rotate, saw this going down. These guys have knowledge about where people land and how they rotate. I think he knows exactly who's here. He wants no business
TSM
in the chaos that's about to ensue.
Ma Mid adesso non gioca Valorant.
Get
Ah.
Zexro. This could still go
Era
forward,
uno
but Clix will try to
dei-
back
quelli
up
che costava
away
più
from
veloce.
this.
Quelli
Buy
tipo?
some apples in the orchard.
Costruiva più veloce all'inizio.
Ah.
And then go the
quello
same
che
direction that
ha
Buga
imparato a
went,
buildare
right off to
prima
the
di tutto.
side, and
Era un
rotate
mostro.
past, because with
Poi
zone
vabbè,
coming,
questo
neither
sì.
one of them wants to take
Poi è
that
entrata la
fight.
cosa
He's
dell'Edi.
gonna sneak up on Cease. Surprised to see these guys still chasing Cease right now. He doesn't have the card, but I guess they don't have that information necessarily. He's gonna go in on this.
Oh mio Dio,
Gotta be
Cece.
careful of crash pad through. The glider gun has been yoinked. A thief in the night. He's gone. That's what he wanted. He's out of there, but Cease is chasing after. He gets a couple nice tags, and it's gonna be a launch. He does not want to let him go with what he just stole. So valuable, but no insurance for Cease, or is there? Yes, there's a drum gun, and he will get him
Bianchissimo,
down. Not
un
quite
HP.
yet. The stairs are blocking him,
Morto.
but no chance to escape.
Ha
Almost.
provato, poi si è
Pulls off the heist of a
Sì, ma
century,
c'è
but
uno
Cease
dei
will
pro
not
dei
let
pro
this turn into a
in
movie.
America, cazzo.
Throw it DW back into the again, and I think he
Anche
knows
Big
what
Ronny,
the
eh.
spoils are in this fight.
Surveillance cams were on there for Cease, but right now the big bodyguard Ronnie will be here to collect once again on both the drum gun and possibly that glider gun too. A launch pad was enough before, but even if he had another one, getting away will not be easy for Cease here. A shark nearby will not actually touch him, but will give away his position if looked at closely enough. Cease, though, gets to escape. Ronnie cannot follow.
Good thing about landing the authority landing contested is you get storm surge easy without really having to worry about it, just because people are fighting you constantly.
It's like a different dimension, this POI.
Clix è riuscito a scappare.
Stay there the whole time. Everyone else has to rotate, go towards the middle of the map, fight on the outskirts. We saw Diggy doing that. But over here, for the first basically 5 minutes, you don't leave. You're still fighting for a mythic weapon. You're up against the same 5 people who aren't going down, and you can still get maxed mats. It's a completely different game.
So luckily for Clix, he disengages and avoids the battle of titans between him and Zexro and Booga on the one side. Zexro nowhere to be found, except maybe he's that arrow behind. Clix is below. Unfortunately, even though he was involved in the fight, he takes the exact same path that Booga does and might go over top this mountain. That might be a perfect spot for him to stop and take some shots. Going forward in the second zone, this will be a surge that he needs to worry about and needs to contend with. Has been an issue for Clix in the past.
riuscito a
playing solo
scappare.
modes. But thus far, it's a couple hits. Also low on shields and also low on materials. So many things could go wrong for him.
Madonna Ronny.
Yeah, he has to balance his priorities, and usually Booga rotates at the perfect time to get so many tags. Not only is Clix already late, as you mentioned, he's so far behind on the rest of the checklist of early and mid game. Ronnie, in trying to find exactly where Cease went and just investing so much time into the wrong priorities, into the wrong side of the game, is now lost in the storm. Yes, he has a launch
Svanisce,
pad,
la
but
macchia
it won't matter if
svanisce,
he
è
has to use
morto.
it right now to catch up to everyone else who's already in zone. I think the one advantage from this position, even though he might be late coming in, has a lower amount of a pool of health. He'll be able to get into a position to get a nice hunting rifle shot onto anyone unsuspected.
Cosa?
From the backside, he's a little bit low on that surge, just slightly above. It's going to be dwindling down fast. I mentioned it already dropped by
Aspetta. Cos'è?
sai perché ci delay tra dove trasmettono il torneo e quelli che fanno la streaming?
Mm.
Perché così gli altri non possono vedere dove è posizionata la gente.
In che senso?
Se qualcuno, per esempio, ha 2 schermi, no?
Sì,
Ha il gioco qui, visto che sono da casa, giusto?
sì,
Giocano.
sì.
E dopo se è alla pari dove che è allo stesso tempo quando giocano la streaming dove trasmette il torneo, la gente può vedere dov'è tutta la gente.
Ma cosa c'entra col delay?
Se c'è delay non posso vedere.
Ma cos'è il delay?
È il ritardo della live.
Ah, ok, ok. Ho capito
È
cosa
per
vuoi dire.
forse è per questo.
Sì, sì, ma se 2 persone streamano uno può guardare la stream dell'altro.
Anche.
Quindi.
Però speriamo che non
Marauders here
passi.
as a third party. I don't think many people
Poi
want
uno
to
al mondiale è
back,
stato
but
squalificato per
Ridley
sta
could be
cosa.
baiting out Dubs when it comes to peeking for
Al
the shot to
mondiale?
end that Marauder.
Sì.
Ma ai mondiali non sono tutti
Wrigley's coming in here with a lot of
dentro
passion. This man has been playing for so long. trying
Ma
to
lo
find
so
one of the
perché
top
uno
placements.
guardava
Canada's
lo schermo
game isn't
dell'altro.
shut down by the king, I guess.
O guarda lo schermo, c'è gente che dice una cosa e gente dice o guardava lo schermo dell'altro. Lui ha usato la scusa che tipo ha dato un pugno al tavolo e si è spaventato e gli è venuto distinto girarsi. E un'altra versione era quella del maxi schermo, ogni tanto guardava il maxi schermo per vedere gli avversari.
The aim is still really good from Ronnie's side.
I'm surprised to not see Ronnie actually
Ognuno dice la
continue to
sua,
try to
boh.
pressure Animal because Animal just launched in front of him.
Sì, ma
And if he was on
ci sono
top of that
tutti di
mountain, that would have been
fianco,
perfect
come
for
fai
him.
a non guardare?
Potentially to get some loot back in this game. Instead,
Sì,
he opts
vabbè.
to farm on the path
Un
instead.
po' l'occhio lo tiri.
Bad Sniper has 2 eliminations. One of them coming from a snipe that we saw
Poi ai
in the
mondiali
replay.
ho
In the
letto
bottom left
anche
of the
tipo
screen, he's on top of Spade
ma un
and
torneo
Donnie.
molto
Marvel
che
not too far
un
away
paio molti
in
soldi.
Lazy Lake, and there's a god nade thrown from Roy DW.
Oh,
Yes, it
cazzo.
connects. A little bit of delay there on the mode, but
Oh madonna, sono saltati insieme.
and all of a sudden Spade is flying with him, and there's another
Dopo
one
te la
from
devi
Marvel. All
guardare
the
sta
players that I
kill.
mentioned adding their save
Appena
that
t'arriva.
fight, it's Ronnie who ends up
Ah.
cleaning up Bad Sniper.
Ma
Still
poverino.
fight, or the fight is developing. Spade is not going to get all
Non
the
c'è
way
poverino in sto gioco.
points, though. Ronnie's the one who started all
No,
this.
ecco,
A man who we thought his game basically was ended. Still has a little bit of
Non
time
c'è
here in
pietà.
game 2.
That was insane. Fallout referred to it as a bounce house earlier. That was definitely
Buga non lo vedo più.
anch'io.
a little bit of fun up in the air. Spade and Bad Sniper. But Ronnie will come through. Well, there's 2 Ronnies now in this fight. One of them is Roat DW. We keep calling him the big Ronnie. That's Roat DW. If you're unaware, I'm not sure why his name is that. But hey, just to
Madonna,
confuse
quanti
us, it's
cazzo
fine.
dura?
Another replay. It's Shade. Can't quite
Comunque il
see who
replay,
took
cioè
out
in
there,
ritardo potevano
unfortunately.
farlo di poco, cazzo, almeno andavamo a dormire prima.
And there's one main difference about this
Cioè
game.
mica l'hanno
Sì.
fatto
Everyone
tipo
is
di
on the move.
mezz'ora.
That's how we're getting things like Bad Sniper
Già,
in an aerial
quindi
fight. Tac to
forse è
tac
meglio
with
guardare
Spade.
la
That's how
live
we're getting
lungo.
Ronnie or Roat. There's
Sì,
so many
infatti.
free hunting rifle shots on
Però
people
così più
like
figo,
Animal,
capito?
although he's
Sembra
missed
mondiale.
these
Sai dove?
opportunities. Every game we saw in semis or most of them, and the first game we saw in NA East, people already had their bases up and never really had to move that far compared
ma
to
nessuno
most
ha
normal
chiamato
games
Buga.
that they played.
No, quello di
Now,
Buga
it
si
just
chiama
feels like It's
Sentinels.
been complete momentum driving
Ah,
all the way
già,
towards the
sì.
south side. You know, Diggy's very comfortable down there right now. Spade
Se
finally
ti ricordi al mondiale si
finds
chiamava
Ronnie just for an
Sen
extra
Buga.
strap of loot. And although
Ah,
his
sì, è
movement will
vero.
be delayed,
Ma
the
adesso non si chiama
launchpad
più Sen
will make
Buga,
up the
però.
time.
Non
He
so
has
se
one
ancora
more
nel
use
team
for the rest
oppure
of the game,
no.
and I don't think anyone's even looking
Però
at him
il
coming
team c'è
in. What a
ancora.
perfect line to actually cross.
And while we look
Strano
at
che non
Buga,
abbia
he
chiamato.
does
Eccolo
go
Buga,
to
non è
the
morto.
rotation. He's going
Cosa?
directly above Commandment.
Strano
We
che non
saw,
abbiano chiamato
unfortunately, 2
Fates.
big names. Clicks go down.
Aspetta.
And so did
Strano che?
Non abbiano chiamato i Fates.
A sto torneo dici?
No, quando ha vinto i mondiali.
Ah, ma magari non si sono qualificati, non lo so.
And it looks like just before Animal went down to Trashy, he ended up
Oh,
getting an Elon
Bianco,
there as a
Buga,
fight now
attenzione.
Buga will take as he realizes that Degen is white HP, but Hooffish is still looking down with a little bit of a peep.
Quello c'ha un HP.
While this is all going on, the zone is still playing out. Degen has to not only try to win this fight. Same thing with Booga, but then move on afterwards. There's already sentinels waiting in the fray for this fight to end, and then putting off it afterwards. Finally, Degen goes down. Nice pick up by Booga. His health is all the way up, but this is the perspective of everyone else. They're already working the zone. They have information. I was gonna say if it pulls south, it's absolute chaos for everyone else north. Look at the mini map. It's a crescent.
Stanno focussando Mongrel.
We were hoping for a northern rotation.
But one mountain, one elevating point. Stretch, Booga, Commandment, and Nico are all directly on top of it. This is potential for them to grab a couple of elims as everybody rotates. We do have Storm Surge ticking right now, and I think Commandment
questo sta perdendo vita dal coso che toglie i danni.
I think he might suspect something. Mongrel down below, Wrigley is pressuring Crims as well.
Perché non ha hittato nessuno. Infatti ancora 0 punti. Il coso lì che ti ho detto, lo Storm, se è qualcosa. E se tipo non hitti nessuno, una certa ti danno la... cioè ti appare un fulmine che ti colpisce. Sì, fra, c'è da sempre. Ora non so come si chiama,
Ma sono in torneo.
penso anche, sì, torneo. È per i camperoni, infatti. Adesso non ha solo hittato, ha proprio killato un tipo.
The bells are ringing and classes started for Wrigley as Grant comes off the side, and unfortunately he will fall to that, but Rig still has to make his way up this hill. Does not want to stay at this elevation given the fact that this zone could continue to pull over.
It's really weird. Usually we see launch pads, and I thought I saw a lot of people moving out, but it's been natural rotations for most of the server. Now this means there's going to be less match to play with during a mountain range of a moving zone. That's going to spell a lot of danger for so many players. Crims, I know.
Lo schermo era schiacciato. Oh cazzo, ha fatto un'altra kill. Cosa vuol dire strecciato?
Cioè che modifichi la risoluzione da Fortnite e dopo diventa tipo tutto più, diventa largo e così si vede, puoi prendere la testa meglio. Però
couple people who might be dangerous. Benji Fish is still up. Edgy's still up. Dubs as well, who we know has the glider gun.
Come?
Il double pump non l'hai mai provato?
No. Penso che non sapevo neanche, non avrei... cioè l'ho fatto su Call of Duty, però non ero tanto bravo. Squad mi sa che c'è ancora. No, forse l'hanno tolto su Squad.
Non so perché te lo mandavo il pump. Forse perché è abbastanza OP.
Se alla fine se lo tenevano vinceva chi stava per primo. Davis fa una kill.
Benji's on height too. This is potential. He tried it last time, but it was
Benji Naig.
He's going to try to hold on to it, but Benji will fight even on 100 ping. It doesn't matter. Almost gets the cone, but does not end up winning the fight. Stretch will continue to win that.
In streaming puoi portare anche server privato.
Certo, però non ce li ho, essendo che non è non codice creatore non ho nemmeno il server.
Ah no?
No, si fanno insieme.
No.
Guarda che sfiga.
He had one more chance for insurance. That was that crash pad, and now it's gone.
He's suoi che li ho sto io.
And now multiple people are diving all the way down.
Tu ce li hai?
Sì.
Ma hai preso un account con i server?
No, ce l'ho io.
Ah, che culo.
Ho 1000 follower.
Ah, ma tu l'hai fatto prima. Io a marzo. A marzo quando l'hanno tolto. Sì.
Io sono uno dei pochi, tra virgolette, perché sono veramente tanti supporter creator.
Quindi c'è anche il supporto creatore.
Sì. Però non ho messo una carta e quindi non mi se qualcuno c'è proprio.
Dai, fatti un PayPal qualcosa. Io se shop te lo metto io.
In realtà ci avrei una carta, però vabbè. Ormai non so come si mette.
Porca troia che chi l'ha fatto Dubs.
it up, but he's got rockets to play with. Bully still in this. He takes down Aspect. And now it's time.
Minchia, si è
to
messo
see if
pure a
Benji can
ballare.
actually play on this. We have Paper as well in
Si è messo in Nike a ballare.
Just feel it. You know he starts to emo
L'hai
up
visto?
all night that he's gonna close
sì.
this game out strong.
He switches roles from a survivor
Ancora.
to a leader and hype man calling his crew.
Cioè,
Gli altri si ammazzano, lui balla.
For everyone to just group up and then rain
se muore,
down
godo.
big rockets.
Benji finisce un'altra kill. Buga mi sa che è morto.
HP.
Non lo vedo più.
His Dreamhack performance is the next
Il
shot.
nuovo ballo.
Benji,
Ma no, vabbè.
is so good at
Minchia.
another shot taken, another
Sì, è
elimination.
morto quel Buga.
But the man of the hour is this one on
Madonna, ma è un mostro.
Will Dubs finally start to
Ma che
influence
cazzo è Benji, scusa?
everyone's on the same
Te l'ho detto che si impegnava qua, lì non si stava impegnando.
is suppressing everyone. Paper still low. Benji tries
Perché
to
qua
find
sei,
no
sei
builds
più
left, just
visto,
dead.
capito?
He's going box to box with Wrigley. He jumps
È
over
morto
the
di
side.
safe. No, sei di vita, cazzo. È morto adesso.
Beh sì, ma immagino che muoia. Mi stanno sparando
It's
tutti.
Stubbs' fifth elimination. This is a game that will bring him way back
ma-
up. We saw him fall earlier in the last one, and finally now it comes down to a 1v1. Still a couple shot
Dubs
wave
bloccato
launchers.
dall'albero.
Dubs to play
Ma
with
mi
it.
sa
He's got
che
heals as
vince
well to make
Fate
this really
Dubs,
difficult
perché
for
è
builds,
già-
although only 8.
Lancia tutti fuori safe.
And he will fire down that shockwave
Se
to
vuole
Bills,
può
but Bills
farlo.
knows what's going on. He still has 19 of
Ha
that to
6
work with.
build.
And Dubs might go for an
Ma
off-field.
perché l'ho visto fuori
Definitely an interesting
safe?
decision.
Perché era uscito fuori safe e girato intorno all'albero, tipo.
A me Kit shield di beh, sì. Oh, però l'altro colpo c'è già.
L'altro è whiteissimo, è morto. Ecco. Balla di nuovo.
Sempre il nuovo ballo. Sì.
Aggiorniamo la classifica.
Penso che sia primo lui.
No, c'è uno che ha 102 punti. Uno dell'Arabia Saudita addirittura.
Vuoi vedere?
L'ho messa in live. Liquid Dubs è quinto. Liquid Stretch 89. No, sesto. Benji Fish 11esimo.
Buga?
18esimo.
Ah, prima era 20esimo. Scala, sta scalando. Piano piano.
No,
sta
ma
scalando.
secondo me una win la fa, secondo me.
Secondo me sì.
Savage 38esimo. Lix 43esimo.
Vabbè, Savage adesso sta facendo abbastanza di gara. Però vabbè, non si sa mai. Come potrebbe fare come
Vabbè, tanto
Electro
Savage
là.
prima è arrivato secondo, quindi cazzo ne frega. Giochicchia, sono sempre soldi, cazzo. Fino al 75esimo posto sono soldi.
No, fino al 100esimo posto.
Sì? Aspetta che guarda.
Sì.
No, a me da 75.
Ah, no, c'è proprio scritto 100esimo.
Come centesimo?
Vedi?
A me da...
Centesimo.
Ah, è vero, centesimo. Minchia, $200.
Porca troia, buttali via, io so.
Sì, ma sono 3 giorni di minchia. Di guerra.
Porca troia, $100. Quindi
Ah,
se potevi...
sei
Quindi
incredibile.
tranquillamente... Sì, sì. Quindi tranquillamente tu potevi qualificarti, poi non giocare.
Minchia,
Fare
veramente.
quella partita.
Resisti il più
fare quella-
possibile, boh. Fai come 4-5 punti a partita.
Esatto. Il primo vince 16.000.
Se avevi culo, se avevi culo cecchinavi qualcuno scoperto da lontano.
Esatto. Ma pensa a quello che arriva prima.
Minchia, 16.000.
Sono 16 stipendi, tieni conto. 16 stipendi. Quindi puoi lavorare 16, non puoi lavorare per un anno. È un anno di stipendio.
Qui c'è gente che ha messo i colpi. 16.000 sono...
Un
Sì.
anno di stipendio.
Porca troia.
Sì. E non tassati. Almeno credo.
No, credo siano non tassati, sai.
Quindi
Sì.
un anno di stipendio non tassati.
Sì. Perché no? Ma...
40.
Ma vaffanculo.
Oh ma... ma quanti pesci hai?
Uno, minchia.
Ma te lo sei detto anche prima. Ma... dove sei andato? No, devo caricare.
No! Eri lì che caricavi, mi hai fregato.
Pump or tack? No, no. No, no,
Stai lì. Stai là.
no. 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 No.
Ma dove... Penso di averti chiuso. Fanculo.
Sto missando un sacco di colpi.
Minchia. Quel gioco ci devi giocare tutti i giorni, cazzo. No! Ho fatto 40 e 50, dai.
Ma fai... No, no. No, 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 no. Prego. No, ma come mi hai dato?
Stai saltando.
Ma nella mia visuale stai sparando al muro.
Stavo sparando un po' tutto. Poi ti ho visto saltare. Ehi. Ma... My god. Ma dai, pinghi di meno, bastardo.
Quanto pinghi te?
No way.
Quanto pinghi te?
Aspetta, guarda. 31.
Anch'io. A 31.
Però faccio 60 fps ora.
Anch'io faccio 60 fps. No!
Minchia, l'ho vista brutta stavolta.
Quanta vita avevi?
Una trentina. Perché mi hai fatto qualche HS, vero? Perché...
Ne ho fatti 2.
appunto. Basta.
Devo ricaricare.
Dai, però.
Oh! si vince ancora un round.
Ecco, ora comincia, ecco. Aspettiamo.
Ma come ci siete? Scusami, non ho capito come sei venuto qua sopra.
Aia, ma ma
Oh,
dai,
10
90!
di vita! 10 di vita!
Che palle.
Ultimo round di 10. My god, siamo alle finali della Champions League e si stanno scontrando Immortal e Mono.
Champions League. Ma dai, era mio il muro!
Oh, anche questa è la tua. Stavo scherzando, stavo scherzando. No!
Ah, se mi sparavi prima.
Ho provuto.
Dai, facciamo un po' bid, dai, sennò qua
Vabbè.
non mi allenerò mai qua. Tanto vediamo se c'è il terzo round qua. No, manca poco.
Io sono già dentro.
Io mi son perso. Dove cazzo? Ah, eccolo.
Tuffo?
Non c'è, minchia, devono mettere pompa ricarica però.
C'è.
Come c'è?
C'è in questa mappa. Problema è che dobbiamo uscire. Io devo
Fare
mettere i
crea.
privati e devo fare andare su riempi.
Io prendo Spaspi 90.
Ma possiamo farlo, o gli serve privato?
No,
so
non
che ti
importa,
serve.
non importa.
Vabbè, spazio
Dobbiamo andare in lobby?
Proprio, sì,
Dai, lo
dobbiamo andare
facciamo
in
dopo
lobby.
perché tanto è il tempo che andiamo
Ok.
e torniamo.
Comunque spazio più 90 per la cancraggine in persona. Vai, va bene, ti sto.
È come avere pompa ricarica e P90.
Sì, guarda, no. Ma che cazzo è sta cosa?
Oh, mortacci.
GG. Bello più 90.
Bellissimo. Vai tu.
Allora, vai. No,
No!
Madonna. Ero one hit.
No, fanculo, sono caduto.
Risali o...
Sì, sì, vengo io.
GG's.
Formaggio. Sì, vabbè, qua ci circondiamo, però. No. Devo imparare a fare i cazzo di side jump.
Ah, quelli che metti la cupola con i salti di lato.
Se te la mettono sì, fai tipo un piano di lato.
Ah, ok, capito. Ma sono difficilissime.
Sì. Più che altro appena salti non ti devi far hittare.
È quello. Cazzo. Ho sbagliato i 90.
Pure io. Ma ti è entrato il colpo di pump?
No, non mi è entrato. Perché mi hai evitato?
Pensavo di sì. Ma va, fango.
Dai, mi sono incastrato da solo.
Ma cazzo ci fai qua? Oh, è partita, è partita. Andiamo al
Ok.
centro, andiamo in lobby così dopo
lobby?
facciamo qualcosa.
Dubs has been one of them. 90 points currently. He sits at 5th place. I'm tuning in also and seeing where Trashy will be over here, but it'll be a long landing for a lot of these players.
Yep. And Dubs will start his points gain. Obviously fell earlier on in the first game,
Give him a leader.
but now in the second catapults himself up towards the top, and hopefully he'll continue that. We need to see that from the players all through, some consistency, because the top basically 5 all pretty much only gained 5 or 10 points, and the rest of them
Animal.
now start to overtake
Sta
Animal a
andando
little bit
male.
slower. Same with Cease. I think Cease has now pushed off a couple players because usually he's finding some early game elims.
E fa la
Animal
prima
will find
kill.
one on Spike, who last game was on the outskirts of the map.
At this time, people looking like henchmen in a spot where there shouldn't be many inside Authority, but it's all good. Animal starts to wrap up his
ma è
games, but
difficile
at Amir, I believe
posizionarsi.
now
Sì.
19 points. He's a little bit further
Perché
back. Twitch
i
2 at
70
38.
rimangono vivi alla
There's a
fine.
game where you kind of turn the tides. It has to be game number 3, 4 or 5 at maximum in an 8-game format. He's at Pleasant Park, his hometown. It has been for so many seasons. Finally back to normal. A bunch of chests there that weren't in the previous weeks of the season. But he's up against titans of their own class, Neff, Agers, and one more, 4 people in total at this POI.
The other one is Mongrel. I don't know how Clicks continues to attract this crazy attention from high-tier players, but it's a snipe on the back of Neff.
Chinato.
Neff, unaware that Clicks can come down from the basement house
Chi è che ha ammazzato? Non l'ho
and
visto.
fire up as he tries to rotate from Dog to the
Neff.
center house.
Oh, ci sono
Still possibly needs to go through 2, but Clicks might even just back off and leave Pleasant Park now.
Pensavo Mongrel perché c'è anche
Has to do a little
Mongrel.
bit more scouting, but playing so carefully, blocking every
Eccolo.
build. Mongrel on the other side, he might actually have to fight against Agers. And the funny thing too is that both of these guys were landing at the Authority just 1 game ago.
Ma che piccone strano che c'è.
Sometimes the backup plan is someone else's backup plan too. I'd be scared though if I was Agers. Mongrel, when he has lower HP, starts to get so much
sì,
more
quello
refined
della
in his
season
fights.
2.
Takes risks that, yes, are large,
battaglia
but
della
the
season
reward
2.
is so high. and you
Io non
never
riuscirei a
really
giocare
miss
con un
this.
piccone così.
So I never
Ti
really think
distrae
there is a
troppo.
risk in the first place, but
Poi fa
he's going to
troppo
be
casino,
disengaging
so.
completely,
Sì.
looking to heal up somewhere else first instead of taking the fight, and that is smart because games are starting to run out.
C'ha clicks vicino.
46th place finish earlier on in the day in EU was not what Mongrel wanted. Continues to struggle, at least in grand finals. He will go more towards Clicks, and this fight might actually break out. Agers also potentially could join, but he's actually disengaged in the other direction. Mongrel might push more, but gets beamed slightly.
Stavo fightando.
So he might have to back up.
Clicks.
These are 2 0-point players.
Clicks
if I'm
never.
correct. That's what we're seeing in game.
No, ma se
These guys have not had any identity on the board.
Clicks has
No,
something
no,
like
prende like.
30
Dai.
as he made it towards the end game in
Prende
that
like,
last
non
one. You
se
remember
va.
he got a couple elims as he was rotating around from Zexor, but Agers is the one who's 0 points, and he's leaving on the other side. Mongrel now has control of Pleasant Park, but there's not much loot left here. They instantly and quickly scavenge the entire thing. Something about clicks landing here in Pleasant Park is last season it was a lot stronger than it is now. You could get the heavy snipers from the henchman chests that were down below in the basement. The secret lair, essentially. This time it's all just the normal chests that were here since the beginning of time, essentially. So maybe a little bit of change for Clicks in his playstyle as he moves out of Pleasant Park.
Migliaia di euro al mese.
The dynamic of that base too, different layers of height with the
Dati a loro, va.
open at all times. It definitely is a different experience. And one when you have these players who want to move straight away and farther from. Still, it seems like these 1v1s are finally not getting too heated, cooling down. Larger amount of players left alive. I'm not seeing the same names taken down in the field.
Voglio andare lo stesso, anche se
That means there's room for
non per qualcosa, per tenerti qualcosa di riserva, un diploma. Oh, cecchinato, cecchinato, attenzione. Non ti spoilerò niente, guardatelo. Non ti spoilerò niente.
Hanno cecchinato Mongra, ok.
They might continue to brawl.
Poi guarda cosa fa Mongra.
No, questo mi sa culo però.
Meanwhile, at Lazy Lake, it's Ellis and Crack who are fighting here. Benji fishing
gli ha
was
fatto.
part of it, although maybe now might
Non
opt
ci
to
credo
stay
che
here.
hanno
This is
tutta
what
sta
Benji's
mira,
really,
dai.
really good at, finding spots
No, c'è anche
to
del
fire
culo.
upon players. The RPG spray will be unprepared for, I think, in Illis and Crack. He might force them to fight all the way till the end, but Paper also looming. Opportunity might now be gone for Benji, and he makes a decision to back out.
C'è gente
I'm the
che ha
most
ancora
worried for
alzi
Illis here
punti.
because we've seen what happens when
Sì, c'è
Crack
uno
is
con
on the
5
back wall.
punti.
He always goes all in.
Eccolo, me ne fa
No
altri
regard for
5.
human decency or life, but he's gonna be caught in that process by Illis taking him out. He has his second elimination overall in the competition. And maybe this
Secondo me
time
o
he can
togli
go
le
for a
giamperine o
switch.
le puzzolini ti prendevi i scillini.
Sì, sì, sì.
Uno delle due devi togliere.
Paper in the background too.
Non lo so. Perché Giamperine, boh, dipende come se la vuole giocare.
In an update on everybody in the server
E
right now,
con
Buga
Buga si è
is
fatto
on
il
the
suo
outskirts
bel
of the map.
lot.
Rotating
Allo
on the
yacht. Allo
looks
yacht lo
like
sai
he
che
had very, very great success.
ci va sempre lui, non
The
ci
fight
va più
between
nessuno
Season
perché sanno che c'è già
Animal
lui.
underneath, they end up dueling again, and it
davvero?
will be
Te lo
Season
giuro, va
wins
sempre
against
allo
Animal,
yacht, sempre.
unfortunately.
In trio, in solo,
And Season
sempre
gets
allo
the
yacht.
grappler
E la
one
gente sa
more
che ci va, allora
time.
non
Hopefully
va
this time he doesn't
nessuno.
run into dubs as he
Va
makes the
solamente chi
rotation.
stream sniper
First zone
oppure
comes. This is where Buga
chi vuole
had his
proprio
struggles
sfidarlo.
again against Zexo and Clicks. He didn't really struggle too hard as he just went kind of around them, but there was a
Quindi
potential for something large to
lui
break out.
può minare un
roadblocks,
posto
basically.
e quindi dopo
And
la
you know this
gente se ne
man's
va.
so good
Bello,
at
mi
following a
piace.
game plan. As soon as the thing
Sembra
goes awry, I feel like that's the
ma
whole mental,
se
that's
vedi
the
i
whole
mondiali
turn
era
basically
così,
built, at least for a
Tutti
few
si
games
prendevano
until
il
he
loro
figures it out.
posto
Slazy though will be
e nessuno ci andava più se andava
promoting in
male.
from a different region entirely and
Madonna,
playing
ma i
really well
mondiali,
too with
ma che
51
schifo è
points in
questo?
total.
Non lo so,
That's above the
non
top
li
30,
conosco
somewhere
tutti.
in that top 30 zone, I believe 30th on the dot.
I cavoli secondo me sono la cosa.
15 cabbages, but I don't believe he's going to be supporting Savage in
Ci va a
this one. It's
vincere.
all him.
Buga è sopra di lui praticamente.
Man, that was something crazy
Grizzy ha
earlier on
avuto
in
un
the
po'
day.
di
The amount of support the Savage was getting. He almost pulled it off, but did still pull off something magnificent. Second place. This time, though, it's his counterpart in Benji Fishy who's pushing the pace for an A. Although, as we
Non
look
sto
at Mr.
neanche
Savage, things
streamando, Buga.
do look fairly nice
No,
for
non
him.
sta
He
più
moved
streamando
much
ultimamente.
earlier than Buga did, as he's already
Streama
passed
poco.
Zate Hill, and he's taking a
Ma
rotation
sei
path away
è il
from
compagno di
that area,
Benji, giusto? Sì.
more
Cosa?
towards the west of the map. So
Sì,
they end up
cioè, il
not
compagno di
engaging here.
Benji.
Zexo still at the orchard, still
In trio sì, fanno i trio insieme.
because he's more centered. He doesn't
Anche
have to
lui
move
ha 15 anni.
as early as everybody
Boh,
else. Something that
sono ricchi da
Bizzle has
piccoli.
always been
Veramente,
a
ma la cosa
prominent
che mi fa
supporter of is those center map drop
curiosità
spots.
che tutti
I
quelli
saw
che
Flipped
ci
in
sono
the
i
feed
bambini,
having some
porca
success
puttana.
again.
Oh, il primo in classifica è
He picks
morto.
up one and probably has that
Chi è?
shockwave launcher
Chi
shot.
è?
Quello dell'Arabia
Discussing
Saudita
in
che
the
aveva
break
102 punti.
how he has gotten it twice in a row.
Vabbè,
and
ma lo
we're
so
wondering
che-
how that's happening.
I mean, things are changing because before there weren't really any eliminations on the board until we saw him in the end game.
Ma cazzo, Clix era parco, ora che cazzo ci fa già qua? Minchia è volato.
Maybe it's somewhere near Lazy Lake, and maybe it was at his POI, but if someone is dropping caddy, you're going up against someone frisked, confident, first place in the semis. It's not an easy fight. You're desperate off another drop that's not working out. I'm predicting Aegis maybe is there in the next game.
Ecco, l'ha preso, è bianco.
Huge because that's more points for Frisk to collect earlier on before anyone else can.
Chiappi 90, cecchino dorato.
He's taking out all the shields, but his walls will not be able to be held all the way from across the ocean. And now Clix has a lot of momentum, 2 eliminations, full mats, and a wide array of shields.
Un'altra kill per Clix.
And taking out Stacey will mean Clix will be able to overtake him if he has a little bit more of a better game right here. Every single elim that you get ends up being somebody that
Secondo me sto gioco è anche tanta pazienza.
Sì.
A parte saper fightare deve avere pazienza.
Anche se vedi che si fa
That will slow things down, although they missed the target, so Savage continues
Savage,
on to
pusha
Trashy's
Savage,
box.
ancora lui.
Gotta be careful of the pre-fire. And the ping difference here.
Possesso
Savage,
palla,
there it is.
prende una
He gets
hit.
down all the way. No shield left, and Trashy will almost get another shot. So Savage now will have to pop these
Attenzione,
moves
perde
in
la
his
palla,
big
viene
box.
pushato, si fa... Cos'è quella roba che ha
Area,
mangiato?
spicy commandment, and
Non lo so,
even
comunque...
more
Ah,
on
il
the coast.
peperoncino, adesso un
So with the
uccellino.
pepper pop now, I think that might be
Un altro
Mr. Savage's
uccellino.
cue to back right out because
Un altro
this is
uccellino.
dangerous.
He's gonna have to use a lot of materials if he wants to do so.
Ricarica le armi,
Making sure his shields go all
droppandole.
the way up. Has he used too much though to leave? Is he invested in
Ecco, l'ha visto, lo pusha.
It seems as
Ancora
such.
Savage, ora il pallino del gioco. Rientra nel box, prende una hit brutta. Un'altra hit brutta. E lo uccide.
Ma perché lui troppo le armi?
Droppa le armi perché se le riprendi, se le droppi le riprendi si le trovi già ricaricate. Sì, lo fanno sempre ultimamente. Tipo magari ti stai curando, non hai tempo nemmeno per caricare. Fai l'uccellino, droppi, riprendi, ce l'hai già caricato.
Ah, quindi ti fai lo scuolino.
That's a big pickup because Trashy again is at the top or was at the top of the leaderboard, but falling there again early game means that other people will start
Secondo me
to
devono
overtake
toglierla
and
sta
other
roba.
big games will start to rise
Ah, mi
way
pare
up
sì, ma mi
into
sa
the
che è un
top 3.
It's a chance for basically everyone.
Porca
We saw
troia.
the things that are happening over at Caddy. There is indeed someone contesting immediately off
Ancora in
spawn.
77,
And
la
actually
6 si
giving Frisk a
stringe.
run for his money, making that fight last way too long than it's supposed to. So it could spell trouble, but right now he's looking all clear. Geltub, we saw the way he played yesterday. It was kind of all about the same game plan, just making sure he waits for his zone. He can really capitalize off of. This might be it because he hasn't had to rotate too far away from his early drop spot. 25 points. Is this the pedestal game to boost him all the way up towards the top? Since Bala mentioned, Trashy's gone, he's out. The other thing to consider too, Storm Surge, 5 people need to go down. Trashy's or Gelty's one of the players who's in a situation to land a little bit of damage. He gets some down on Carry, who is not covering his walls fast enough.
Oh,
This
no.
looks like a fast
Gelty l'ha
for
killato.
Gelty. Carry not actually there, I guess, mentally.
That was unfortunate. He still had pre-edits, or at least he had a pre-edit. I'm not sure why. But I think just when he was editing those down, unfortunately, Gelty was able to predict that that was coming. And he will unfortunately fall and make a blunder.
Mr.
Mr.
Savage.
Savage, though, spotted that happened, and he will get a little bit of
Minchia, c'ha
materials
7
out of that.
peperoncini.
Yes, Max is back out.
Li deve vendere, che cazzo è?
Good decision there, even gets the extra
Oh!
So all of a sudden, oh my goodness,
Porca
a free
troia.
Muslim,
Proprio scopare dei
5
peperoncini.
points and a free siphon
Chiaramente.
too. And is picking the litter in terms of weaponry and utility that he
Vabbè,
wants.
ma io col
Think
tattico non ho
about
mai
where we
fatto
are
così
right now with the
tanto
zone with the
comunque.
timing in the
No, va
game.
bene.
400 damage above Surge, yes, but everyone is not moving the zone. They're
Ah,
stopping here
solo a noi fa
fights,
22.
so they can up their own Surge and make sure
Non
their
so
agenda
come
for the game is safe.
possibile. Vabbè.
Savage might already be doomed. He has to go and move past the puzzle. That
Chi è
might
quello
be so
fuori
much more
safe?
difficult just based on the timing of the zone. Tyson and Bonus also right next to
Oh,
the
merda.
will be fighting
È
head to
vero, ma
head.
c'è uno fuori safe da
This
solo.
is builds at
Secondo me
actually
vince quello.
Cioè avrà 20
Running
medici
around, one into
tipo.
one. There's no way he survives this.
34
What a
pesci
risk
solo
and
per...
play. And it is Payson who finishes him off. At the same time, a big fight. Benji versus Aspect. Aspect, one of the
Secondo me lo
original,
ammazzano.
very strong young players coming out at NA East.
Immaginavo.
Benji will challenge now. I think he has the advantage, although backing up to his old build means that he might decide, hey, this is enough of this. I might have started with an advantage, but as time ticks, there's other people who will join the fight, and I don't want anything to do with that. Or possibly what he's doing is scouting for a minute to see if there's anybody joining the fight. Eventually, no. Clicks
Clix dietro di lui.
Not too far
E
away.
lui balla. Benji balla.
Bucky as well. There's the big Ronnie
Ma cos'è?
too.
Mi sa che vi dato
It's
e
interesting is at
quindi...
this point, right? There's not anybody super in the lead. There's not anybody really solidifying themselves up ahead of anybody. So I think that this game will be that opportunity for
Vai,
players like
Benji.
Benji.
Allora, butta la
But it's
modifica,
locked
butta
right
la
now. We're in
zamperina,
that kind of base
razzo,
mode where
e
everyone's just
poi
in
prendi il
boxes
pompo,
playing for
spara,
info.
AUG e
So whatever's
uccidi.
been done
Sì,
early
sì.
game, I guess Mongo has a slight advantage. People with 1 or 2 elims
Secondo
have
ci
got their
riesci.
game already rolling.
Tanto,
The rest
cazzo
will
c'è
have
da
to wait
perdere.
for that half and half to play.
Un po' di soldi, sai com'è.
Get their picks on rotations. Right now we have a little bit of I would
Non
say
mica li
flexing between
perde.
2 players, Benji
No.
and Aspect, looking for
E poi ha la possibilità di prendere di più, ma niente da perdere. Ho ancora quello nel cespuglio.
But Aspect will only have a pepper to play with, basically. I like the term flexing between them, but let's start
Questi
moving
sono i
around the
pro
map and
player
trying to
di
spot
oggi.
anything
Quello
else
sono
that's
io.
happening, because we
Nel
saw
cespuglio.
Booga in the background. I've mentioned clicks
figa,
already.
sei
DJ
arrivato
directly
Questo
under
balla
me
quello a
here.
fianco a lui. Vuole che balla
the two
insieme.
things I want to see is on the left side. Who exactly is over?
Oh my
And I
god,
think
è
that's
morto
retail.
qualcuno.
Might be Lazy
Buga,
Lake and then towards
attenzione.
the right side.
Mi sa che sta
Who
fightando.
has control of that big mountain?
Cazzo fa?
Gli ha fregato la kill però.
Alright, they're done. We stopped it.
I mean, there's a
Anche
reason to
qua
this, right? And I think
tryhardano.
there's a reason Aspect is the one using
Non
more
immagino
emotes
i
than Benji
mondiali,
here.
ma la
Walk with
musica.
me through emote analysis.
Minchia.
Look at his loadout. Just pepper,
Perdonami,
right?
gli si chiede
Benji's got
la
everything
frega.
for him. He's looking confident. Aspect's just trying to get maybe a reaction. A tell last time maybe there's a weapon switch you can see through the metal. What can he fight for?
Decidi di
He's looking
pusharlo,
for
attenzione.
anything. It's Benji who gets right in with that utility. We know Aspect doesn't have much. Jumps all around. He's taking
23.
it out.
Balla adesso, scemo.
Benji gets it.
Hey, he reads the weakness that Aspect was basically trying to signal.
Ah,
And
c'è
he
ancora
will end
Buga.
up falling from that.
Bugatti.
Because a little bit too many emotes. Benji was like, nah, man, I understand what's going on right now. You do not want to
Open
fight.
it, Tyler.
And Benji will take advantage of that. It's well played. Messaging received.
Ah, ma ha ucciso il
And I
povero
don't
scavare
play any of those games.
No,
Ah,
no,
no,
quello è
no,
Mr.
Crash pad
Savage.
for zone. Riftmole directly underneath, but he breaks the line of sight. And I think he might be slightly outside his zone.
Era Mr.
It's
Savage.
fine though. The combination of a pepper with a crash pad, it's basically like reaching the end of your half pad with a regular launch pad in an instant. Benji basically has to decide exactly where he wants to be based off first the metal already rolling in a double RPG onto Divine, and now everyone's on the same layer. One master of the ring. The scuff edit makes it so that Benji's actually late to the
Madonna,
party.
c'è un loot davanti a
Naze will make it
Benji.
so that the door is actually closed on the club.
Oh madonna, lo stanno
So Benji
laserando.
is taken down hard. Maybe a nade hit
Cheat.
combined with beams. Now Divine is actually
Poverino.
afraid too. Higher health than Benji. Might just sneak in a shot
Poverino
towards the build.
cheat.
Five
Mr.
match
Savage on
left.
the backside. I can't
Madonna,
believe that
questo
everybody
qui
is
è
ending up
difficult,
fighting
ma
on this.
lascialo
Benji
stare.
low, Mr. Savage low as well. Divine too. He's
Non
for
parlo
some
perché
reason,
stavo
some
finendo
way
la
escaped
missione. Ah, ok,
the
va
spray.
bene.
Mongrel down. It feels like all the EU players are getting targeted right now. And
Benji è
will end
morto.
up falling. Unfortunately, that means another player who had an opportunity to really rise the ranks
Ah,
is
vero?
not going to have that chance. Dubs, though, is
Alla
also
fine il
one.
karma è
Same with
venuto.
Rocks, as they both pick
È
up
morto anche
eliminations of their
Savage.
own, and there's the duo down.
Era lui, Savage.
Scariest thing would be those guys all the way up on the mountain, and it hasn't had to move, and the zone is near there. Divine though is looking to get back
Yeah,
into this
okay.
game with a pick on the slacks.
Savage.
Will he have the wall? Yes, he will, but it's a charge shot he has to answer to. And although he has a response for it,
Divina,
now there's so
Divina
many more
fa la
questions
mossa.
as to
Oh
where
my
he
God.
must go.
Oh
Low
my
HP,
God.
not too much
L'ha
utility.
ucciso.
and look at the obstacles in the way.
Porca ma che lotta
A
è?
mountain,
Scusa.
a bunch of strong players. And I think the fifth zone is going to be where the mountain is, and Dubs is sitting still in the center, directly in his cone. Comfortable as all. Same with Rocks. They've gotten the power position. They haven't had to have any struggles rotating. Although Dubs with an empty inventory slot means that he maybe has possibly already used all of his shield potions to get to where he is right now. But hey, it works. Because he's in top 50, starting to improve placement and also potentially moving towards the end game.
Let's delve into that top 10 just a little bit as these guys actually rotate. He's down 2.
He's so
Walkman, he's right beside Dubs up there. This is basically the top 10 at the tippity top spot of the map.
Boh, non vedo più
is looking to
buca.
beam all
Sai
the
che è
way up 2
morto.
on that leaderboard. Dubs though is
No,
in
no,
the
vive
position.
Ah, è vero, l'ho visto adesso.
Slightly influences it.
Però si capisce che posizione
These
sta.
are the 5 to 10 players controlling the entire map.
C'è uno che si chiama Blitz.
Blitzcrank.
Fine with a nice pepper rotate, he gets in, but again, the spray makes him waste so much. But he got a couple of elims on that backside the last time this happened, so he's still looking a-okay, although no shield. Zexter up in the game, he finds one. Booga's right above. I think possibly one of the most consistent players up to this point, but not quite reaching the status that he had in the consistency at the World Cup, which was top 5 in so many different games. Obviously, that first one's so memorable. Sixth zone goes up even further northwest, I think in flat ground as it comes down off of this mountain. Yes, that's over towards the bridge by retail, so things looking good. Who's on height? And
dai, com'è che cazzo.
What a shot from Dubs. That makes 2 or 3 elims now for him. As we tune in with Clicks, who has to take a med kit, and that's a lot of time right now, but he's got all of that because zone favors him.
È morto da scemo quello proprio.
Everyone's got to be scared. Dubs is online. I'm talking about 2 burst
Grab,
shots that are
Blitz
getting
grab.
fast eliminations on people who have more than 150
Manca solo
shields.
Morgana.
High positions too, right
Morgana,
now.
Garen.
He's not going to be in one completely, but he does have a launch pad to catch up to everyone else.
Amumu. Giampano tutti.
Launches out all
Tutti
around.
in aria
Zone
sono.
is starting to move.
Bravo, bella jump.
Get a slight miscalculation from Clicks, but he's already up in the air. Dubs with another elimination, a quick pickup. He is soaring up the leaderboard.
Ho visto adesso la jump.
Click suona
You gotta be
kill,
so
GG.
careful because Clicks just took out Rocks as well.
Che
Rocks
cazzo va di
goes up
Blitz?
to the top. Clicks might even start joining in the top 5 if he has a good game here, but scuffing a little bit, a couple of edits,
ma
floods,
fai più
multiple
kill.
times. Now Booga's still in this
È caduto
game
in un
too.
box di un altro. Rischia tanto e muore.
The edits are so quick from Clicks, but not quick enough.
Ciao Jerry.
As if he went the wrong way, it's Licour who will pick him up, and he also gets a ton of floppers out of this, but Dub's still up, and he's got 4. Booga close to height too, although still on
Cazzo di Dubs mica resistente.
I hear the glider gun though.
Sto ciccione di merda.
100% first place. How far can Dubs actually push it? You mentioned Zextro. This might be his game to win 2. Rarely does this man lose off of height. Divine has had such an experience getting to this point.
No, l'ho visto. L'ho visto, c'era ancora.
He was scuffed in shambles before, but 5 eliminations through all the turmoil. He has an entire game to play in front of him too. It's a pop-off moment. A lot of builds when he chooses to go straight to low. It's Cody who takes over Zextro on height. Divine still controlling things down on low. Riftmole, you saw him take out huge players. He's taking down on HP. Booga in Storm Flopper, and he might be the new height controller soon. Zextro, though, reigns supreme.
And here we go, Divine with 6 eliminations too. So 2 players who are absolutely popping off right now. It's him and Dubs, and they're face-to-face layer on layer. And Divine will switch that quickly. He doesn't want any of that because he's running out of materials right now, and he wasn't able to take a fight. It's Cody with the shockwave launcher, and he takes out Zextro. That potential gone. He's not going to be an end game off a height like you mentioned. There's still a couple though who could be a threat. Dubs and Booga still up in the top 15. That means Dubs for sure is rising way up, but can he actually completely capitalize? That's going to be the big question moving forward.
We're in retail row and it's looking like Fortnite.
Morto
For
Booga.
everyone down below, is hanging on by just 1 thread. Cody has 1 more shot of this shockwave launcher to use. It might have to be right on Dubs, but it must be perfect. Dubs is waiting patiently. Suddenly, no one shoots anymore. Absolute silence.
Ormai ultimamente penso solo alla figa. È fidanzato. Oh, perde l'Igram sto tizio. Ma lo riprende forse.
Cody's gonna go up
Sì, la
against the
riprende.
no-name players
Porca
down below.
troia.
There's the big shot. Yes, he's done.
Ho fatto un
And now we
198,
know
fra.
who the remaining threats are, but still 7 alive. Walkman takes out Divine, but gets traded by another no-name. Dubs and Cease, still big threats in this game, and Paper
Dubs è
too.
ancora vivo, cazzo. Mi sa che la vince qua.
Dubs è un mostro, non so.
Chase è ancora vivo.
Se fa 2 win di fila, no.
Dubs è morto. Manca Chase e un altro tizio. Ah no, sono 3. Ora Chase e l'altro tizio. Vince Chase. Non balla Chase.
What a game from Cease, who will make it work with the glider gun, but with that, that's game 3, and we'll be moving towards game 4 right after this.
Non ho colpi mitraglietta. Ci sto mettendo 2 ore a fare la sta missione di merda. Te li do io, vieni, dai. Te li do io. Tanto poi c'è la pausa. Arrivo subito,
Dreamhack Open featuring Fortnite. And of course you guys listen to a lot of our favorite Dreamhack music while it's going on, so I'm going to be rating a few of those songs.
Togliamo un po' di copyright qua.
What is this?
What is this? Copyright, ecco qua, what is this?
Is this some like YouTube royalty free music?
Che cazzo ridi? Prendi in giro la musica? Ok. Arrivo King, ti do io i colpi. King. Quelli coi colpi strani non erano mitraglietta, no, quegli altri strani non posso darteli. Io mica ne ho pochi, cioè quelli lì mica per crearli ci va una vita. Quali sono? Guarda, guarda te, dimmi quali sono. Questi qua non posso darteli che mica. Ogni volta ne usi 30 al colpo. Questi sono i mitraglieri, ne ho 6.000, possono darti un bel po', te ne posso dare. Quali ti servono? Yo. Aspetta che entro, dai, muoviti. Spiegate. Ah, dovresti essere entrato. Ci sei? Pronto? Sei nel gruppo? No, non sei entrato. Mi dà ben bene il gruppo, però non me lo dà. Ecco, adesso si è unito. Che colpi ti servono? Scrivimelo. Che colpi ti servono? Puoi dare 4 di quel materiale arancione. Ok, e poi cosa ti serve? Dimmi veloce, oltre a quello. Cosa arancione e rame? Oh, cazzurri.
Sto sudando come Gesù Cristo.
Stai zitto, sei in live, coglione.
Gesù Cristo ho detto.
Non mi interessa.
Perché faccio 900 di ping?
La malachite. Dai, dimmi cosa ti serve, io sono spawnato.
Come sei spawnato? Io sono nel lobby.
Come sei in lobby? Devi fare avvia, coglione. Muoviti. Coglione. Muoviti, coglione.
Ma...
Muoviti. Dai.
Che sta arrivando?
Dai. Minchia, ancora là sei. Oh, ma ti muovi.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Che gioco di merda.
Intanto.
Si aspetta.
Qua sono già partiti.
Caricamento.
Il P90 però serve a me e poi rimango senza mitraglietta.
Allora, fratello, prima cosa siamo alla tua base di merda.
Sì, è l'unica arma buona che ho. Tieni. Ah, mi hai detto cos'è che ti serve?
Aspetta, devo riguardare.
Minchia, la lista della spesa. Oh,
Oh.
cosa ti serve?
Come si... puoi dare 4 di... Così fa.
Spaccato una trappola, vai, dimmi.
Come si chiama il minerale di rame, quello là?
Il rame?
Sì.
Aspetta, faccio vedere, dimmi se è questo. Questo?
Sì, sì.
Prendilo. Prendi?
Pensavo che non lo facevi prendere.
No, t'ho messo per me. Poi?
No, basta.
Come basta? Colpi mitraglietta?
No.
Come no? Non li vuoi più. Va bene. Bella. No, ma normalmente c'è lo shop. Tra 40 minuti. Cazzo di mortaldi, nulla. Vedi quanto è faticoso fare 50 V-Buck. A te adesso da 400, ma a me danno 50 V-Buck. Vedi quanto è palloso e faticoso. Noi ridiamo e scherziamo, però è una rottura di cazzi. E perdita di tempo soprattutto. Poi ti chiede di regalare le cose. Io mi faccio il culo per farmi quei più pack ogni volta. Spada bam per Benjifish. Ah, qua siamo di replay delle kills, skills. Anch'io lo facevo, minchia. E io sto ancora facendo, tu almeno non hai smesso. Cioè, minchia. Ti scazzi. Venga, vengo. Io non. Non cosa. Io non H. Ecco, da quanto tempo?
Madonna. Sembra una vita.
Ma se mi comprassi un account con i server privati?
Ma non avrebbe senso.
Perché?
Ma spendi soldi per cosa?
Per farti pagare, c'è il codice creatore.
Quindi vuoi...
Hai messo i server?
Aspetta, devo mettere riempi. Tieni. Aspetta, ci ricontrollo. Sì. Metti. Ok. Aspetta, devo... Ma la skin che c'è la golfista
Mm.
è un po' una... Mi dissocio.
Ah, quella verde?
Sì. Ma perché non mi fa fare... Oh, porca troia, aspetta che cambio passo.
Secondo me ci sta
Metto-
come skin.
Zazzo. Ci sta, sì. È molto semplice. Zazzo. Zazzo, la carta.
Devo ancora ammazzare 3 predoni. No, 2 predoni.
Ok. Tre pedoni. Cioè?
La missione,
che
quelle
cadono-
giornaliere. Sì, quelli che cadono dal cielo.
Ok. Venga.
Vengo.
Venga.
Arrivo.
Venga.
Hai messo i server di creativa riempi?
Sì.
Ma cazzo, mai visto sta roba? Ma tu volendo puoi mettere la mappa normale che spawniamo solo io e te.
Sì.
Che figo. Cioè comandi il gioco. Metti tu la
Esatto.
mappa.
Quando vuoi fare? Build fight?
No,
Con il
build.
ah, oh, ok. O box
Anche se
fight,
sarebbe figo box con...
no, io ce l'ho la macchina se vuoi. Ok, vieni. Mi segua.
Ok, arriva, ti calmi.
Mi segua.
Prendo solo il P90.
Calmati, merda.
Però esiste nella realtà.
Sì, esiste. Tra l'altro.
Eccola. Possiamo andare.
Aspetta.
Ho preso quella leggendaria, ho preso.
Ah, proprio non ti fai mancare nulla.
Già. Puoi prendere la bianca? Se c'è bianca la prendiamo bianca.
No, la bianca non c'è.
Eccola là.
Solo va bene ora, dai. Andiamo ora.
Fammi lottare un attimo.
Che cazzo ci serve?
Oh, ma c'era una
Prendimi
jump. Prendiamo la jump. No, non c'era. Sto scherzando. Andiamo.
Allora, andiamo. Oh.
Eccola lì.
Eccole lì che sono cadute.
Allora, proviamo a fare questo. Sei un cancro, peggio del P90.
Oh!
Ah, t'ho missato malissimo. Quanto t'avevo fatto? Non l'ho visto.
Tipo 60.
Ah, ci avevo sperato un po'.
No! Spera di 90. No! Ah, porca miseria. Ti sembra il caso di fare che non te l'hanno?
Dillo in competitive, ti sembra il caso?
Oh no! 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 No!
Perché stava caricando?
Ma in competitive lo dico a Benji ed ogni...
Ah, ti dice sì, dai, solo perché sei tu. Una volta scendo giù. No, come ho missato. Oh, è partita, ultimo fight. Così devo pure fare la pasta. Ah, scusa.
Cosa?
Devo pure cucinare. ...44, carico al massimo, leggendario.
147 carico al minimo.
C'è il contrario, da ridere. Si è buggato sicuro. Ma! Avevo 8 di vita, dai.
Apri di fu. Madonna, che spavore. Oh.
Ah!
Io non morisco. No.
Sì!
Ti ho fatto 99.
Ho preso coraggio, quindi la rifaccio.
Ma ti ho fatto 99, quante vita avevi? Scusami. Uno?
Vabbè, hai scoperto il mio trucco. Dai. Tutti al volo.
Non mi spara, ok.
Basta. Ci vediamo live. Stiamo qua, tanto che è divertente. Dopo lo rifacciamo.
No, things
Bah.
are really changing. Bevy, I don't think he was landing here since the very beginning. Is
Okay.
in the spot of where Creo was before, and Creo is nowhere to be found. Clicks to.
Ora mi sento bene, sai perché? Perché?
He's landed at 10 different spots, and that pattern is continuing
Arrivo
in the
subito.
finals today.
Perché devi subito?
And that was due to Clix's drop being pretty much deleted the morning of on Saturday. As the water level rose, that small boat northwest of the Authority was Clix's drop spot leading up to this and playing through the Friday games. Still made it work, but yes, turmoil is the idea right now. He went back to Pleasant for a brief moment, but clearly not having success out of that. Although, to be honest, what I saw out of there was a lot of decent loot and a pretty decent plan of attack. But I guess he's just not happy with the rotation and the stuff that comes out of that. You saw him get stuck at Orchard multiple times.
Ci sta.
Grand Finals is a place where tendencies are also read and tracked by top players, and when you're going against people who are different every time, if you're rotating at different spots of the map, that becomes so much harder, and you're making that incline of the uphill battle that much larger.
Adesso so che soffrirà. Un bel po'.
Cody
ok.
looting, looking for anything left behind from the fight with Commandment and Frisk, but Frisk is long gone. Although, I say that, and he might be coming back right now. Maybe he was trying to clear the area so that he can maybe go for the vaults, and with Ronnie making some noise, he might even back up still. You have Cody sitting on top of the main building, the main structure, waiting. I'd love to see the status of that vault. But speaking of statuses, we got Bad Sniper and Dubs, and Bad Sniper might be setting a big trap for one of the top players right now, and things could get really, really bad for him. And for the tournament, really.
Yeah. Snipe shot
Alessandro,
that'll
ma tu
come to a bad result.
sei maschio?
I've said the
o
punt
femmina?
first. I don't have to when it happens. It's not going to be a sniper though. It's a charge shot, and Dubs is out.
F's in the chat. I was not expecting to see that at all. That
Okay,
wasn't
okay.
even something you could prepare for. I mean, it was. Dubs should be
Preso
more
sulla
careful.
banda.
We've already seen somebody fall in that specific bush. Edgy has been having trouble, but so has Nexty clearly. No points at all, and another fight breaking out. NAEast is getting more loose and more dramatic because, again, the tournament is broken wide open, and it's Dubs this time who falls. So many people have the opportunity to take back that top spot.
It's just loose in the way the fights are breaking down though. Still 86 players left alive, which is kind of the same as what we've been seeing game to game. Crash bad that I don't think Nexty wanted to throw down completely. They can use a few mats here. 37 still left though, dropped in the same box. Edgy on the backside. What does this mean though overall for Edgy when he gets taken out? Another game where he doesn't get to have too much of a say. 5 points up for Nexty now. His mentality gets so much stronger.
Edgy at 17 points. Falls in 86th. 61st, 39th. He's really only had one game where he's reached the placement threshold. Only has one elim on the day.
The players who are used to being near the top, once they start playing at these 17-point thresholds on the fourth game, if you end up with semifinals in fourth place like the Liamzo was, and suddenly you're on the back foot, you're not going to feel like you're at home. You're playing on the away court. Although Liamzo does get in the box, it's not going to be a fun time for him. He gets taken out. Silent was also so high, top 20, top 10 before. He's going to be at 10 points only.
During the semifinals performances and Heat's performances. I love that little strafe back and forth there to actually dodge the shots on the other side, or at least make them a lot weaker. That's something, an underrated skill to be sure. Booga seems to be expanding on the loop path towards where Mr. Savage was in the last game where we saw him. Remember, he was coming down towards the west side of the map, and Booga was always heading and hedging further east, but with the launch pad, I think he definitely won out at the yacht. Still no elim, so clearly those two are not fighting. And we also get a first look at where Trashy is landing. That's who was up in the picture-in-picture, the no name, but we saw it on the other side. There, again. But since that first game, Trashy has not really had an impact
Alessandro,
other than that.
Chi è scritto?
There's some players who only operate.
No, zitto, ho letto.
They'll have to milk it out as much
Mi
as they
dissocio
can.
e non
Trashy
voglio
might
leggere
be
sta roba in
in
live.
that position.
Grazie.
Maybe he just needs another zone to be able to perform like that once again. It's not like you can be like Cody or Benji and pop off box to box time and time again and again, but you might not need to do any of that. If you have a little bit of a hidey hole in a bush, Buga actually
tipo
doesn't
mi
do
fa
much
paura.
damage. Actually glad to see it.
Comunque
We're
qua
still a
abbiamo
little
un
bit of a
buga.
fight. I would say an
Ma
earned
io ti ho
elimination.
fatto una domanda, ma lei non mi ha ancora risposto. Comunque.
Chi?
We're
Alessandro,
mid-game
ho
fights, though. That's
chiesto,
kind of when he ends
Ma
up
non mi appare la tua
falling
domanda.
these, but he
no,
spends a
ho
lot.
chiesto se è
It's
maschio o
always been one
femmina,
of his
ma non mi ha ancora risposto.
weak sides as a player is the amount of materials he spends,
sa che è
the
un troll.
efficiency he has in these fights. And you remember game 2 of
So,
World Cup was
sì,
2
no, sicuro, sarà
mid-game
un
fight.
troll.
Usually he wins
Boh, non mi
very
interessa
imbalanced fights
sinceramente.
because he's so precise at
No,
taking them
perché,
and
scusa,
picking them.
chi cazzo è che
Definitely
vedi
imbalanced, less
che
shields,
il
more
vostro
mats
ragazzo
used.
vede
Crash
una
on his
live
back. Over.
Addio
Oh, barely
buga.
any damage dealt.
Addio
Buga also
buga.
taken out. That's 7th place.
Dubs down, Booga down. Finally, we see somebody who has
ci
a great
credo.
position at cease. Most likely has that glider gun if he's up at the
Sì.
top of authority, and he's just waiting and lurking to see
Daps primo,
if
Liquid
anybody else
Stretch secondo, terzo.
will try
Buga
to
era
challenge before he
settimo,
goes
adesso
and
scende di brutto.
opens up that vault.
Cicci decimo.
Stanno giocando bene, Buga.
Although I commend people like Muhammad who are staying at these spots and trying their best when you're at these 5 low point thresholds.
I'm celebrating right now because I see Muhammad, who boxed somebody like a fish and has 1 elimination. His first 5 points of Dreamhack Grand Finals over both EU and NA East. A couple of clap emotes from Muhammad as he fights all the pro players in this lobby right now. But look, as I transition this, look at how many people, look how many pro players are in this center of authority, the center of the map. That means we're going to be in a long game because everybody has a small distance to rotate from all the corners of the map, and also a stack game, as it's going to be harder and harder for people to fall as they already get good position.
To speed up the clock, though, there will be Storm Surge, which will make you not be able to slow down too much. You'll have to be taking peeks and moving from base to base to be able to find shots. We saw Trey get a nice snipe earlier on in this game.
I'm almost looking for another one. There's gonna be a player coming through. It's Charlie, and he will maybe get in the box. One more attempt. Come on, Muhammad. Yes. What happened? What happened? Box like fish. He gets Charlie in the back, and another one from Muhammad.
Che camper,
10
questo sono io.
eliminations. Or 10 points, 2 eliminations in this game. Muhammad is starting to work against the pro players. He loves to take out and post on Twitter. You know there's gonna be a few posts after this.
Ti consiglio di eliminare i messaggi.
I can feel that camera app being touched, his phone unlocked already.
Wow.
A posto.
Look at the distance that Frisk has covered all the way from Caddy Corner. Now in Salty Springs, he's gone to the
No, l'ho
opposite side of the
mutato, l'ho
map.
mutato.
Slight dead side, although
per
really there's
100
not going to be a
secondi, non so
dead side
quanti
on
minuti,
this
forse
circle just because it's so centered.
5.
One thing to note right now is how far Storm Surge strategies have come. As we see Animal get knocked down, you saw Stretch in a base way up high on a mountain in the center of the map. You see somebody even in Salty Springs building up. This is an evolution since Dreamhack, since players like Nanolite and Bizzle have done so well with Surge. At least in the North American side, EU has their different ideas on how to deal with Surge, and it's W King.
NA using a little bit more of their mouse, EU using that keyboard. Mongrel, though, will be on that key. On the spicy, this is going to be at the
Mongrel ha ancora 5 punti.
somewhere near it, actually. It's not. Both these
Ancora
players,
10.
I'm getting confused because they do land at authority a majority of
No,
the time.
no, perché è morto
But now they're still
prima
cut
delle top.
together, maybe somewhere near it, but at a bridge. 342 damage above Surge. Is that
Cosa
enough?
era reale,
The
fra.
will dwindle down hard as many players are looking for tags. Tasting gets taken out in the feed.
And that will activate as
Ciao,
the
Diego.
zone closes and people start to slow down on the limbs, although DGen gets another one too. So as time elapses, Dexro inside of a box set. Risky reels, he should be okay on Surge. Actually, everybody should be okay on Surge until that 5th zone, although with the aggressiveness of the lobby now, it's kind of changed how the structure goes. It's like everybody's so expecting Surge that they end up just slightly outpacing it.
Non so se è vero o no, però fra non voglio leggere queste cose nella chat.
I feel like the water might be one of the worst places to box near anywhere.
Se entra qualcuno, no, che cazzo pensa? Porca troia!
What was that? I was not expecting anything to just be fired off from Aspect. But Bully is deleted. A no-scope hunting rifle shot. We've got to see that again, and yes, we will. As the replay in the bottom left, I wish this was slightly bigger, but no. Look at this shot from Aspect. Blind fire. I can't believe what I just saw. That's reminding me of what Blake did yesterday against Mongrel. If you guys saw that clip in a box fight, A pre-fire hunting rifle headshot. This is a little bit more range, but my goodness. Reminded me of something like Kaizui hitting those crazy endgame no-scope bolt sniper shots. Wow.
I was not ready.
Intanto Benji Fish.
A little bit more quiet on the other side of the map is Benji. He seems to be taking a look at Kaz. There's a couple decoys that are running rampant. He's gonna know what's happening because that doesn't make any sense in a game of competitive Fortnite. So not gonna open up on some free shots. Could open up a snipe. As the player tries to throw some stinks on the backside, tries to catch Degen. Degen might be low if that player's hunting like that, but no, he's not as he comes into frame. I'm not sure why that player's chasing with stinks. Maybe he's also given up full.
Benji has a chance to jump up. I feel like if he was playing EU, that would never happen. He would not go for that opportunity, but so when you play so many games, you get to experiment a little bit. Go for shots like that. I'm just not used to the game being this quiet. There's always maybe one box fight, but everyone is super based.
Yeah, we're on the side of Weeping Woods where there are trees, right? Where there are people who are breaking line of sight. We've also got the mountain play, and Stretch has controlled it. Look how many people are on the mountain compared to the rest of the map. Obviously that makes some degree of sense just naturally, but still Stretch is pretty much by himself with some height as well. You'd expect a lot of people to try to get directly underneath him, but instead it's much more widespread.
Madonna.
Oh, that's the fourth reveal, and I'm pretty sure it's Stretch who controls all the space on that mountain. He'll be able to edge his way in and take the highest spot. Stacky will jump into the box with Perta and take him out as well. Now 81 points for Stacky, and still, I remind you guys, it's really not that far away for pretty much anybody. People like Benji are at 89. Yes, he's fallen a lot, but they're only like 50, 60 points. They're pretty much only one game within them and first place.
There might be one zone away though from completely getting removed from this game. There's 66 players left alive coming into the fourth zone. That'll be 16 different people that need to go down.
No, Benji.
When the
Non
next one
farmi
reveals the
questo,
half and
Benji.
half, the fifth. Benji already stopped near the back. Suzuki has an RPG behind him, a nice combo to actually drop his health.
Mica, ma 16.000 al mese quanti sono? 1.500, 1.200 forse.
He has to commit to this fight. Suzuki playing like he has full effective HP, but
Addio
he's
Benji.
slow. Benji actually can't react fast enough.
Sì.
Suzuki trades a little bit of damage, gets a few mats. That's a pickup.
That's a pickup, but also a storm fight that I think Benji was not expecting Zuki to continue playing on, and something that catches people by
Porca troia.
a snipe shot just like that, but also
Suzuki, oh, cosa ha fatto?
where you're not necessarily covering the angle. Zuki gets two in quick fashion.
Oh, ha eliminato.
But he still has a ways to go on the rotate.
I see why though. Once we tune in with him, 200 HP or 200 damage above Surge, you can see how everyone else like Kaiman are also just playing patiently, looking around. That's what you're used to. Suzuki going against the grain. Before the notifications even come up, he's tracked his damage. He's targeted someone on the edge side of the zone. Now, I think everyone knows that as European players playing, if you're on higher ping, sometimes you like to be on edge where you get to control things a bit more.
Sembra che hanno le hack, cazzo, prendono tutti i colpi.
Zuki guesses, he goes for the shots in, he commits, he finds one of those players, takes them out. It was Benji. Mongrel though, getting twice, I think for the second time. Coming as Sphinx, just mentioned it, he pops him over to Gabe.
Cazzo, gli ha levato tutta la vita. Guarda che l'ha ucciso con le cose scorreggianti. Morto. L'ha ammazzato, fidati. Adesso lo vedi.
Ma sì, ma ha le hack.
Somebody low, and then the stink will just confirm the fight. We'll switch off as we tune in with Mr. Savage. You got an Elim earlier on. 62 points from him.
C'è ancora Mongrel,
Basically 100
attenzione.
points off of where first place
Anche
is.
Savage.
Mongrel a little bit above him. It's a little fight. Savage possibly can find Elam. No way is there a shark who's... Okay, Savage got that. I thought he got yoinked by the shark. It kind of helped him there, breaking the bills unexpectedly, but he still has to deal with it. He has weapons. It looted pretty much everything for him now.
Neanche le top ho preso.
Unfortunate, and those sharks have so much HP. I would love to see them
Che sfiga.
make the HP of the shark slightly
Savage.
Mr. Savage, no time, because he had to deal with so much, is now dead.
Voleva jumpare ma è
As the
morto.
launchpad is placed, he almost had an opportunity to get through.
Liquid stretch c'è
But now
ancora.
he's gone, his story ended.
Ma c'è uno che si chiama Purser, grande, ma...
The chapters only get harder for everyone else who's basing up in zone. You'll notice when we swap between person to person, yes, Tragic takes out Kodal, but his AR is only going to be about, okay, never mind, 321. So there's an exception to the rule I was about to say. Because of Storm Surge and the fact that everyone has to keep beaming people, a lot of these players only just have one
Vado a
more
guardare la
magazine left,
pasta.
one more clip to be able to shoot.
Basta. Tu stai facendo...
I feel like we're in the chapter of the book
Chi
where
che si fa le pasta?
it's just tragedy. Everybody's starting to lose focus right now. I see elims that really should not be happening time and time again. I mean, I think back to the beginning of this game, it was Dubs falling to a player in a bush. It was bad sniper. And then after that, so many different big names falling directly after. I mean, we remember Booga falling in the build fight against Trashy. Although, still some big names to pay attention to, so maybe not all the stories are ended in tragedy. Frisk is up, and so is Paper. Those are two players that we've been keeping our eyes on as they rise up the standings. They're getting ever closer to that top spot.
To give you more of a synopsis, we have Walkman as well, who's near the top spot, second place. Nico, who I'm not sure who is in this game or not, going to be playing for Glory 2. Versa, who qualified for or at 100th place, he's looking good, jumping forward. Bad Sniper, who started Doom earlier on in the game, is also launching forward. Snazy looking good as he glides forward with that crash pad.
This looks like Season 8 with ballers just joining the game. So many people flying through the sky, except they're exposed. So maybe that patch where the ballers could be shot at has been implemented. Crash pads are fun to watch sometimes, but my goodness, there's so many people right now, and they do get the rotations that work. Snazy, who has played decently, at least in the first game, and has fallen a little earlier, he's still up in this game and making some headway.
I'm impressed by the builds on High Pink. Moving in, yes, it was just a few boxes, but he was being looked at from multiple sides. Good job of blocking them off. It'll be Riftmole, who came second in his heat all the way up on height, and as I say that, it'll be Frisk just knocking him right off.
At least he's still up. At least he's still alive. He's not in the zone by any means, so he can still react to that. Donnie will drop into a box with Paper. That might be the end of the story for Paper. No, a pickaxe, please don't tell me. Okay, thank you. Donnie will recover. Frisk is still bouncing way ahead with the shockwave launcher, but his problem has been running out of rockets as he gets through the game. He's got to find an impact if he wants to continue. Nice pickup from Snazy, looking straight back. A well-timed box, and he will find himself an elimination. Frisk is still on height, though, and there's still people that he can beat with the crash pads out.
This game's been so static, so slow at developing that there's still 18 people left alive. It's the 7th zone, so clustered, so claustrophobic, and people are just box to box right beside each other. You'll see all the low amounts of HP down below us because people are forced to storm. And Snazy will be the one to gatekeep them and just make them stay there, silent, completely suppressed. Aspect still near the backside.
No, non ancora.
Shots no longer being taken as people start to consider what to do next. Snazy running out of max, has to make decisions. Do we stay on this layer? It's Frisk up top looking strong. He has the launcher, we know that. It's above water, a recipe for victory.
And it's first Bucky and Trashy around the same spot in the leaderboard as Snazy continues his reign of terror now with 3 eliminations. But another big name who is in the top 3, it's Stretch, who's trying his best to get somewhere else. He's at the bottom, all the way on low ground. He's swimming, he's drowning, he's just treading water right now, but treading against Snazy. He's going to try to drop in his box, but a player from behind, it's Licour is almost sneaking in, but there's another flank. Stretch finally takes down the reign of terror of Snazy, the French player on Team Grizzy. Still on low ground now. I think he might decide to start elevating. I think Frisk still up, way up on high ground, but only 1 or 2 rockets remaining.
Lurking in the back, Trashy's trying to make his next appearance for first place. Known Aspect being taken out. Absorb Trashy once again onto Bucky. Huge shots that Owl picks up, but now it's Frisk 5 rockets saved, 1v1v1v1 situation, 4 different players, a water zone. It's his game. That one stink that Trashy had gets used, actually putting him into an abusive situation. Kind of firing back. He's still in Storm. He's waiting things out. I think he knows exactly who's alive up top.
Oh, Dio Stretch.
He's completely
1v1,
blocked.
attenzione.
Now a third party combo. Trashy takes out Owl, and it's a 1v1.
Frisk, who I've been calling out as somebody who has so much potential to win these games, because game after game he has that shockwave launcher. We'll try to actually put out Trashy in the zone, but only 0 builds left. And I think it's time for him to go flying. He's going to try to play the zone, but no HP is ticking. Time is not on his side. And he's trying to break him down. He drops them. It might be work, but no. Frisk will close it out with ice in his veins. 6 eliminations, and he puts himself to 196.
Fa più balletti possibili, guarda.
Textbook plays. We'll take some time to study that one. We'll be right back after this break.
Aggiorniamo la classifica.
What's up everybody, my name is Fallout.
202 Stretch. Stretch è un grande, però è troppo forte.
Fortnite, and today, however, as important as Fortnite is, we're going to be doing something way more important. We're going to be rating music, because you know how you get down here at Dreamhack.
Stretch è la bestia, farà sempre tra i primi. Buga 18esimo, si è salvato 18esimo, che culo.
Era 7º. Cacchio poi.
C'è 22esimo.
Ma secondo me se fosse arrivato anche secondo vinceva.
Benji è sceso 30esimo.
Ma Buga è più forte.
I get some very serious like 70s crime show vibes out of this one.
7,51.
If I'm at a club, I'm dancing.
Mongra al 68esimo.
Dancing to this for sure. 100% dancing to this. Let me give that.
Pezzo di merda. Vai.
Ok, mi sono incastrato. Ma che hai messo il muro? No?
Ah, mi sono rotto il cazzo di salire. Ah. No! C'era la testa di Deadpool, non ti ho visto. Che cazzo?
Vai. Mi ha sparato. 111? C'è 40.
A te se ti esce una skin che vuoi shoppare, vai su salva.
Sì, anche.
Però.
O se no uso di soldi.
Oppure compri il pack da 5.
Anche.
Dai, non prendo un colpo. Aspetta che c'è un mio amico. Dai, guarda dove sono caduto.
Sai.
Oi Ciccio. guardando la Dreamhack Cup. La Dreamhack Cup.
Che cos'è?
No, sono caduto.
Diciamo facciamo arena così posso fare competitive.
Adesso sto guardando una roba, fra. Infatti ogni tanto faccio creativo quando ci sono le pause. È tipo un torneo. Pieno di però. Oh, ma...
Oh, quindi non giochi?
Faccio creativo ogni tanto e poi mi fermo a guardare quello. Se vuoi puoi farlo con Pingu e lui se vuoi.
No, ma adesso io vado, sono già alle 2.
Ah, guardi lo shop e stacchi?
No, vabbè. Aspetto che la pausa termini, poi me ne vado.
Ah, ok. Vai. Che è successo? Find a new...
Questo volante.
Oh, shit. Ah, come ti ho missato. Volete fightare voi due? Che cazzo fa? Ciccio vola.
No, guarda.
Vai. Tanto sto a guardare la pasta io. Bastardo.
Ma come ti ha preso?
È forte lui. Dai, faccio l'ultimo e poi guardo la pasta, intanto fate voi due.
Ok.
Ah, ma gioco da mouse e tastiera.
E del PC, sì.
Oh, no, stai trapassando di cose.
Oh, mi hai fatto cadere. Finiamo con la vita così. Dai, devo riuscire a killarti, cazzo.
Vai.
Se non lo killi tu già non riesco io.
Ma va. Ma da dove? Ma arrivano hit a caso.
Già ti devi far uccidere che devo togliere il coso del volo.
Dai, vieni. Vuoi prendere il pompa ricarica?
No, non mi piace.
Oh, prendete le armi che volete.
Vale. Ah, dobbiamo terminare la mitraglietta, aspetta.
Mi prendo, io lo butto più avanti, lo posso creare queste cose.
Oh, Pingo, facci bene che sono scarso.
Anch'io sono scarso ancora. Ma dove che... Ah, ok.
Cazzo è troppo forte sto pompa. No, fra ti giuro, ho detto minchia la scala ora si mette verso di lui. Oh, Pingo, mi insegni come si usa sto pompa a aspetta, non sto fumando 2 secondi, quando lo spento.
Ok.
Come si usa il pompa questo qua a carica?
Ok, non è ancora cotta. Fanculo. Vai, ci siete? Voglio guardarmi. Sono qua vicino a voi, eh.
Ah, ma sei sopra di me? Cazzo, non l'avevo visto.
No, ho sbagliato.
Che cazzo di suono ha fatto?
Ho preso l'altezza, ma che cazzo è? Oh,
Benji sarà.
66 in testa, fra.
Non riesco.
Quanta vita hai?
Sapessi.
Troppo poco, immagino.
Sì.
C'è la mia roba sopra, aspetta che te la spacco.
Non so se l'hai sentito.
Sì. Oddio.
Che troia, più in alto non potete?
No, 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 no.
Piovono pesci, pesci di acqua.
Ma?
È risalito? Sì, è risalito.
Cazzo, però si sono invertite le parti. Mi sto cagando troppo.
Io sono qua, non ti confondere con me. Oh, ma pezzo di... Dove sei?
Non mi stare.
Vediamo se ti arriva il colpo. Dove sei?
No.
No, non ci arriva, non ha preso manco le mura. Ti levo la mia roba, C.
Madonna, ma tu non sai neanche quanta vita ho. Smithy, sono morto. Come fai sia l'arma? Ma non è. Ma che cazzo?
GG.
Aspetta quando rispondono i ragazzi un attimo. Chi è che spara come uno spammone?
Ok, partita la partita.
Missing a few shots, so
Arrivo subito.
an overall beam that never actually follows through. Moody here had an effect on, I believe, Mongrel and a few other people in the first game. Not really seen afterwards. Versa, I'll continue to push the fact that he did come in 100th place. That's not going to stop him from getting straight into the box, but once again, another 50-50 in a house.
I like that one though. I like that one slightly more because what Moody did had put himself, acted like he was behind the stairs. Acted like he was behind the stairs to be able to bait that player to join in.
Fra, le costruzioni, ora spari a me queste cose, pavimento. Fanculo, andiamo in merda.
Dubs looks to be getting pressured from builds right now. And is he opening the chest through the floor in the vault? I think that's what just was happening. I'm pretty sure those were vault chests. But okay. Zexro will take out Iamzo. A little bit of ingenuity, I guess, from Dubs. He's the architect now.
I mean, we've got fast reloads. We've got key cards to vaults we can't see, apparently. Those got Paper, who's in the top 5 next to Stretch, who's right beside him.
And Stretch has been landing at Misty Meadows pretty much since the FNCS Invitationals. Pretty much since that, he has had, since he got his first taste of success, he's been continuing forward with it. Paper has gotten Benji Fishy in a little bit of a pinch besides Gabe, and he might actually be able to find 2 Elims right here, throwing the crash pad at Gabe to get him outside the box. Well played, but the shield is good enough. There's a shark looming too. He's gonna fire back. That's not enough. Gabe's still low HP. Finally, Paper takes him out, but he's gonna follow up on Benji. While the time has elapsed, Benji was healing up, so he's back up shield-wise. I think he had a mini and a big pot still. Gets the wall on the side. Benji down below. Nothing really to respond with the HP, but he gets knocked away with the shark. And there's the crash pad up in the sky. You gotta be careful, Benji. With the low HP, that's an easy tag to finish things off. And there it is. One wall in, but there's God Nades too. It could get 3 potential elims in the span of a couple minutes. Benji has now escaped. There's a boat in the mix as well. Those rockets slightly weaker, won't get the damage, but Spike now on top of boat, and then Benji leaving. Dubs also in a fight still against Builds, who started pressuring him earlier, and he has the vault key. But little did he know, Dubs has yoinked it. Dubs has pulled an Ocean 11.
Ma perché ogni volta ti devo fare 62, 32?
Doesn't have Ocean's loot though. So maybe that's why he's still here waiting around.
Questo si chiama Fortnite.
Voglio cambiare il pompa carica.
Try to see a sequel to the movie. He can just take the health bar away from Builds, and he does.
La pompa carica.
C'è anche oro, verde.
That's a 12. That's a useless card too. I don't think he even needs that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I've heard of the ability to be able to do that in certain cases, but there might still be like the The supply drop is probably still there. And I think there's more than 2 chests, so I don't know. Meanwhile, Creo got taken out by Vevi, who's also switched his drop multiple times. So Creo not having the best of days.
On the third-party fight too, I believe there was an individual who was landing on authority. The name suddenly escapes my mind. Who was there with those nades? So people on all sides of the map switching things up completely. With Spike HD, who's been in so many fights against Feast, losing out against Mongrel sometimes too.
Yeah, he was landing on the outskirts of everything. Speaking of outskirts, Chaotic, that's almost 6 shots landing with the AR. He will get back up to max HP right as a snipe shot comes in too and misses the crash pad, unfortunately. It will pop. He gets the spray going just as the edit was coming out from the other side, the counter edit to try to get some return damage, return fire to slow Chaotic down, but instead Chaotic will spray right through and finish off the low HP opponent.
And although the broadcast or the replay might be able to hide that name, I need to know exactly who that was if we can get a checkup on it. Because we are near the authority and some people are trying to run away.
He didn't have the loot, so I highly doubt that that's somebody super consequential at the authority. Meanwhile, another player gets beamed off the mountain. It's Aviv. And he dives into the small agency outpost on the side of Weeping Woods. Down in the basement, he can farm a little bit, but it's all metal, so really nothing here. There's 4 people on top of this house right now. And again, when we look at the pace of games, we're down to 76, so lose this game yet for everybody in the lobby.
I feel like I know why this is happening. It's because I saw this entire little base, but don't see a name associated with it on the screen. Bizzle usually is the watchman of these grounds, of the gorge, of the henchman spot, controlling people moving in and out. It gives people the option when he's not qualified for a grand final to be able to move in, take a spot, move through the center of the map, get these third-party fights active. Maybe it's the lack of some of the top players in these games making these third parties, making these chaotic fights possible.
For the first time, we see Booga and Mr. Savage in a little bit of a tussle. And both players look even. Spicy will make things different for Booga, though. He makes the edit, counters it. Mr. Savage on the backside, he's pinching, and Booga's quick, though, with the stair flip. And he's gotten out of that situation. Savage slows it down to try to heal. Everybody takes a little bit of a break to drink what they have and heal. Spicy will drop in and take Booga for the 2nd time through the mid-game, and that might be it for Booga. And a hope and dream that he had to get back up to that first top spot. Unfortunately, a mid-game fight again. This time, one with Mr. Savage will get third party. Next, he's gonna drop in with Aviv and follow up on the shots that I assume it was him who caught him off the side of the mountain. Drops in the basement with no sound.
This game's definitely going by faster. Divine's already working on his base. I don't think first zone's closed in. Illis also playing a little bit of season 3. Really playing season 3.
But he does something that I haven't seen people who really complain about the Sharks do. He kind of just moved away. Gets a little higher. I think it's still chasing him though, so maybe I'll just eat my words. Right next to Mohamed. Let's see what Mohamed can do fighting against the pro player. He's gonna run away this time. What happened, Mohamed? A new box. A crash pad opportunity. A Shark also joining the fray. Here we go. Crash pad in the box. Yes, he gets in. Mohamed, now what happened? What happened? Box like fish. He will get away though. Where did he go? I think Illis even lost track of him. I'm surprised to see Mohamed not pull out the SMG and get right in. He will get back up another box again, but again, high ping for Mohamed, low ping for Illis. And he even pops the mini, so he gets the time, he gets the space, he's making it work, but he has to now return against Illis.
He's making this really hard for Illis to get. Now there's nades coming in. Expanded this fight so much that it's a beacon. more so than Authority usually is, and he's still healing up.
No.
Was on his wall.
È schifo, Giamo, devi morire male. Uccidi,
So for anybody who doesn't know that story behind it, by the way, it's definitely some of the, I guess, it's some good content on his Twitter feed. I'd recommend go checking him out. He posts so many clips
morto
of
di nuovo.
fights and has a lot of fun catchphrases that the community has been rallying around.
Dopo fra... Io
I
devo
won't
fare,
explain
devo
further,
guardare
I'll just
questo in
let you
live.
discover.
Minchia, tutti i giorni in cui potevi venire proprio oggi.
I think Illis
Oggi mi
definitely knows
pare-
about it. Definitely a follower. Doesn't let it happen.
Va bene, dai. Io vi abbandono, ragazzi.
Stacchi. Bella amore.
Thumbs again was number one
Ciao a tutti.
at one point on the leaderboard
Ciao, ciao.
during these 8 games. This is the 5th one we're watching right now. At the moment, he's dropped down significantly to 6th.
No, già, sono bloccato acqua, man, sono fortissimo.
It's not too significant.
Yeah, I
He
thought
still
it
has
was
room
gonna
to
be
play. Yeah.
Io lo sei.
I
Guarda,
get what
guarda
I'm
com'è la
saying,
Dreamhack, fra.
you fall into it right there. It's
Bravo,
like
che
people are
cazzo
not
mi
really
guarda a fare? Non ci
pushing
arriverò
way
mai in
above. I mean, the
Ah,
pace
quello
is
là.
actually pretty similar
Ah,
at the
fa
top
culo.
for how it was in
No,
EU.
io non
We
ci
ended
arriverò
right,
mai,
probably
capito?
what, 340
Perché?
points for first place. Actually, I can just open it up if I want to. But still, like that pace,
Boh, io sto facendo la live su questo.
that
quindi.
showing essentially.
No,
Every
fra,
time I
stasera
look at the
quanto dura?
leaderboard, it feels like it
finisce
should
alle
be
4 di
higher, but
mattina.
maybe I'm just
Va bene,
maybe I'm
già,
just
io
being
ti
stupid.
saluto.
It was 373
Ah,
that
sei
ended
serio?
for first place. Stretch is going to be on pace
Ah,
for that.
guardalo con me.
Ma stai scherzando? Io mi collego per giocare, mi devo
I feel just the way
guardare...
the first 2 games
Va
went,
bene.
with the winners kind of dwindling off
Dai, un
afterwards.
fight di te
Letting everyone else
velocissimo.
catch up against people closer. and
Devo
then
tornare alla
Dubs missing
creativa.
a few
aspetta.
games.
Vabbè,
There's
dai,
such a high
esco io,
spotlight
vabbè,
on
ho
Frisk
gabbo
on
madonna.
Stretch that even I forgot exactly where he started getting
Cazzo, c'è Lori online, fra, sta
he
giocando
didn't
con
get any
uno
points in the
forte,
last
fai i
one, taking out
terzetti
an
con lui.
89th. We saw what happened there.
E i terzetti voglio farlo con te perché tu hai le tue dote da camper che sono bellissime.
Io sono scarso. Se fightiamo non ti devi...
Ellis will get a
Non
couple
devi...
games on the Spicy. Spicy was the player who took out Booga in
2 o
Pleasant
3
Park,
volte l'ho ucciso.
got into his
cosa,
box, and Illis
Ah, minchia, da PC, già
stuck on the
dalla
crash
season non so
pad.
quando.
He goes up, but he's got the P90.
Sai cos'è? Che è
Can freeze it if he
bravo a
wants. He has the
prendere
crash pad. He's in the
minchia,
box.
fra, te lo giuro, tutti i muri mi
Slight
prendevano, sta
distance, and
impazzendo.
Mr. Savage
Sì,
was here
sì.
earlier. We'll try to join in on the fray. He gets in the box, but that might not be it. It's Illis. We'll put him right down. Mr. Savage takes a gamble on the HP of Illis. But he got the cipher right
E
back up.
balla.
Actually, he didn't even really
E mi mette
trade
il
any
copy,
damage
sto
on that first
coglione.
fight. And that will be
Buga è morto di nuovo,
fantastic
fra,
stuff for Illis.
sicuro.
95 points right now. He can start to work
Ma chi
back
c'è
up,
in live
catch up
oltre a
to the
King?
200 points that he needs. It's
Chi è
about
che
2
c'è?
games,
Diego?
good games worth of points.
His gameplay kind of reminds me of Llama
Sei
yesterday.
entrato?
The way this
Ah,
game's kind of
aspetta,
dwindling
mi
down
ha
in
dato
stack
errore,
size,
scusa.
64 players left alive, and the fact that
Ah,
sitting
perché questo è
fast
server
prelims,
privato, dobbiamo
stopping
uscire.
third parties in mere seconds. If you guys missed that game, it was basically a player who was nowhere near the top slots, but because of the aggressiveness and the fact that he was wrapping up fights over and over again in a W key lobby, he moved so close to qualifying almost towards the top 100, off by a few points. Bully,
Che scemo.
I mean, I guess your box can get hot sometimes, but that's the worst time to crack a window open.
Guardatelo, fra, vedi vero tryharding.
That was 200 to 0 from Al.
Basta guardare me mentre gioco.
Completely unaware. Full AR spray.
C'è lo shop. Sì, c'è lo shop,
That's
lo
so
guardo dopo, non mi
People
spoilerare.
ending up getting ended before they can even get started.
C'è... Ah,
I
ma
mean,
te
it
lo
was the
spoilerare
worst
le
in the game
notizie.
before. He got no scope by Aspect or by Animal.
Oh yeah.
Or
Oh
by Aspect.
no.
One of the
Two in a row. Games
Yeah.
like that will certainly tilt you. Man, what a grind it's been for everybody playing Dreamhack. This is probably one of the
In
most
attesa che l'Immortal
grueling
Game
tournaments,
sia
especially if you
pronto.
didn't make it through on day 1 in Heat 1, having to play another 3 hours. And today, it's 5 hours essentially of the most difficult games.
Now Mongrel's finding new ways to get eliminations.
Props to
Before
Mongo
that-
though. He's gone from
Mongrel fa la kill.
All the way now up to 47, starting to get a little bit, which is basically the same story you had on EU. Ended very much middle of the pack, top 50-ish somewhere.
Attenzione, Mongrel si sta rischiando tanto. E muore! Muore Mongrel da una cecchinata headshottata.
The Storm was in 5-2, even then, I don't think he had enough HP to run all the way back through. Make it in time. Everyone has their bases. I think Divine is still in the same jaw spot he started at, that little henchman base beside Weeping.
Cioè, i pro dell'anno scorso stanno facendo cagare in sto torneo.
Is Rift just going straight for trick shots? Trying to.
At least take it. Charlie with, I believe, Agers. No, it's Agers down below. Remember, Agers getting sniped by Mongrel. That's how his streak of points started. Straw Hat Charlie was at the top after game 2. Now is only at 96 points. Has not really risen since.
Comunque c'è un torneo che non possiamo farlo, quello che c'è tutti i giorni, perché è da console.
Io posso allora.
No, nel senso di avere la stessa console con i tuoi compagni.
I was about to say he's out of mats, waiting for that bounce back to come through, but he's completely taken out the pressure from Polarized, who I think started off the tournament with one really bad play, taking him out immediately from the game. I think a rush that didn't go according to plan. Tasting 2 taking out mid-game a lot, and Clicks obviously having that identity crisis peel. Only made it through.
Ma ci hai fatto caso che appena prendono la costruzione è tipo già editata?
Pretty decent every time. Surprised to see him even trying to change things. Maybe just deciding he doesn't have the kit.
Non è che è già editata, la fanno velocissimo.
Sì, nel senso che la fanno così tanto veloce che sembra che già di sempre editata come vogliono editarla.
Sì, sì. Sono i pro questi, fra. Cioè praticamente il mondiale è questo. Queste persone qua. Buga è già morto 2 volte di fila. Subito. Clix è un altro grande. Ecco Clix. Lo finisce. Qui c'è un altro forte che stretch, ma non so se è ancora vivo o morto. C'è ancora. Ecco, c'è ancora stretch. Troppo forte per quello.
Quando si inizia questo torneo? Come si chiama questo torneo?
Non lo so. Alle 4 c'è scritto.
Dreamhack, giusto? Dreamhack.
Sì.
Anche, scusa.
Dreamhack, sì.
Il primo vince 16.000.
Sì.
Oh, quello che arriva ultimo vince $300.
Questa è la finale, sì.
Ma sti gran cazzi.
Per 3 giorni che lo giocano sto coso. Cioè ti fai un anno di stipendio se vinci. Benji, Fishmonger e Savage già hanno fatto prima quello europeo e hanno vinto soldi, e adesso vincono altri soldi. Oh mio Dio, ma che cazzo di kill ha fatto?
By the way, no shockwave grenade launcher for Frisk, so I believe it will be in the hands of Cody, who I saw making his way in the side of the map.
Sanno a memoria tutte le costruzioni, porca puttana. Sanno a memoria tutti gli edit, cioè ci vanno di memoria muscolare.
Sì. Memoria d'Italia.
A solo player who dominated so hard during the World Cup, set the meta on how to play box to box, going for walls, keying towards these end games. I would say kind of a redemption arc overall for him.
Oh, la safe è piccola, sono tutti vicinissimi.
Sono in 45.
For Dreamhack Anaheim, so to be in the grand finals right now, this is a moment for him to really shine and break the bad feelings you had after not qualifying.
Jumpano tutti insieme jumpano.
Start to turn up a little bit with the shots that he's made. It's a launch pad across the zone. And he will land relatively high up.
Guarda la
Still
minata,
no shockwave launcher in sight, but I'm sure it's somewhere lurking.
Sì, sembrano
Benji
formiche.
Fishy's still up in this game. Dubs too. He's here and he's going to be fighting. Clicks against Jarrow. Oh, another player drops in the box. It's Trashy. This is a big fight. Clicks will start things off really well, and then the stairs. I think Trashy might edit out of that box, but we have to hold our breath.
Clicks
Yes,
fa un'altra kill.
perfect play. As the stairs flip, Trashy tried to get the jump on him, but Clicks knows best.
Minchia, Dubs è ancora vivo, no. Voglio che perde Dubs.
Yup, since Trashy's down, that's third place taken out. Dubs is hippity hopping all the way past every build. Next to boxes though, can't really control the builds when he's in the air. But once again, stopping, looking back, textbook play that we always see every single season from players who are so good playing endgame degen, cannot handle the pressure, and now Dubs is up high in the sky. Clicks is ready though to drop straight down.
Clicks è morto, ha fatto un'altra kill. Vedete?
Che mira quel Dubs?
Fra, c'hanno tutti una mira della Madonna, fidati. Dici come cazzo fanno? È presente quando ti laserano in volo, in barca? Ecco. Dici ma come cazzo fanno? No, Stretch, no.
And eclipse them. I still don't see him going down in the zone, but that's such a big elim.
È fuori safe, Stretch, no.
Clicks right now, even going through his builds, he gets up and over. Finally, Dubs finds
Se
another
la vicino
Stretch too.
Clicks.
There's a siphon for him. He's back in the game.
And now it's Dubs, Stretch and Clicks side by side. Cody controlling everything from up top. They're so close to each other, and we know what happens when these guys run out of builds. They go straight for each other's throats. Charges on tax.
Clicks un'altra kill, bastardo.
Pushing forward, but Cody is taking things slow, waiting for these guys to fight each other first.
Va fuori safe,
Has
Clicks.
that grappler. He's still in this too. He's getting ahead of zone. We're down to 10. Clicks
Quanto
is still
cazzo tu
firing
hai
up, but
safe?
no Max, and he
Clicks
will
è
be
morto.
taken out. Cody now trying to fire upon Dubs. Stretch still in this too. These are a couple people who make things work. Cody again with the shockwave and the mythic.
C'è ancora Stretch,
Last
Dubs
time he was here in this situation, he popped
e
right out,
Cece
but
ha
he's
vinto lo
also in
scorso
this,
game.
Getting one elim of his own. It's now top 6.
Everyone has their divine spots. Cody is the one with control. Tasty
Ciao, Andrei.
finally finding his way into an end game. Kaiman, we saw how influential he could be when he finds shots. Finally, the zone moves.
Attenzione, Cece rischia col rampino.
Cody is not missing a single beam. Dubs is stopping Tayson from safety. Stretches right behind and finds a way to go
Ma l'ha
underground.
lasciato in
But
volo.
is this
Sì.
the team he's looking for? Cease is the one being focused.
Hanno
He's
tolto
the
lo
only
shield.
person building next to the actual zone. Stretches all the way at the back. A sliver of HP. Dubs is shown
Stretch
all
è
the way towards
morto.
the back.
Aia.
Stretch taken out. It's a three-way, one-box scenario. Dubs is looking for the shot. There it is. The third one.
Dubs
connects.
è
No!
morto,
Cody has
1v1.
the clapback again. It's Cody versus Cease.
1v1.
Can he get it for the second try? Cease will be up top. Cody with lesser health. He goes all the way around. Ring around the rosy. Cease up top looking for the spray. Cody's running out of mats. The final shot it hits. Cease is now the one in trouble. Cody looking for the next one. He has builds. Cease is locked behind doors. Cody
Oh,
with a
Cece
3-6
secondo.
shot to wrap out the game.
Vince sto Cody, non so chi
158
sia.
soaring to the top of the leaderboard.
Caddy Corners is back,
Oh,
and
ma tu
Cody
immagini
with the
per un
second
punto
attempt
arrivi
against Cease
secondo
will win
e il
this
punto te l'ha
time. We
fottuto di
got 3
prima.
more games,
Di
and game
fine.
5
Ti
is
incazzi.
coming right after this.
Cazzo se ti
Ma tipo
incazzi.
che spacchi tutte cose.
Spacchi il controllo. Guardiamo la classifica. Stretch è primo, lo sapevo che andava primo sto bastardo. Prende sempre le top 5. Dubs secondo.
Oh, ma buca, ma c'è anche cosa che fio.
No, non lo sta facendo, forse non è riuscito a passare. No, TFU sta facendo, ho sentito che c'è un torneo di COD, si sta concentrando su COD. Gioca solo a COD ultimamente.
Ha tradito Fortnite.
188, Bugosh sarà sceso di brutto perché è morto 2 volte prima. Clicks 19esimo. Ma c'è quant'è? Ah, 8. Buga 26esimo. È fermo a 118 punti. Ok, ma Benji Fish? Non lo trovo più Benji. Savage 60esimo. Buono. Oh, c'è un italiano, cazzo. Stats World. 99esimo l'italiano.
Tu ridi e scherzi, fra. Se si sta portando a casa, aspetta, lo dico subito.
200. Lo so già.
Quanti?
$200.
400.
No, no, 200.
Ah no no, 300, 300. Wow, qua c'è scritto 300.
Qua c'è scritto 200.
Si chiama Online di Dreamhack finale.
Perché qua c'è scritto
Migliori 100, 300. Migliori 75, 400.
300? Perché di là c'è scritto 200? Non lo so.
C'è
Vabbè,
scritto qua
guardo lo shop.
300.
Dobbiamo prenderla questa, cazzo. Sirena. Adesso Lori non c'ha scudo.
Sirena. Ah, sirena.
Bellissimo sto ballo, fra.
Scottante o... Ah, danzable.
Sì.
Col dance.
Con la
Che
musichetta.
schifo.
A me piace un sacco. Scottante. Slurp. Colpo di frusta. Non mi piace. Questo neanche. Ufficiale tattico neanche.
Mi piace ombra ammantata. È bellissima.
Kenji anche ci sta.
Potevo prenderlo, però ho preferito Giada Ross.
Arc. Chi è ombra ammantata? No, non mi piace. Oh, King, ce la shoppiamo questa, sirena. Black Manta. Ma vaffanculo. Non lo compro neanche se lo danno gratis. No vabbè, se è gratis sì.
No, fra, non è così brutto Black Manta.
No, non mi piace un cazzo.
Reattivo, tipo se salti si fa.
Malcore, che brutto. Minchia, Sirena è bella, fra. Però secondo Sirena mi piace con quel rossetto tutto sbavato.
Come non ti piace Malcore?
Chi è Malcore? Ah no, non mi piace. Pingo non risponde più, io ho detto di shopparla, non risponde più Pingo. Oh ma la chat si è buggata a me, che cazzo non mi dà il messaggio? Ah no, ci sono. Dai, facciamo una coppia veloce nel mentre che ci sta partendo. Mm.
Io ho messo pronto.
E pure io.
Perché mi dà ricerca aggiornamenti, Dio bambino?
Prendi family, mi raccomando.
Aspetta, se tu metti Deadpool metto acqua.
Vai, i supereroi facciamo. Se è buggata la... Aspetta, cambiamo lobby che prima non aveva messo i server, aspetta. Vai.
Ma dopo questa vado.
Va bene. Ma anche io sono solo... Cioè, mi dà 6 spettatori, nessuno parla.
No, anche me da 6 spettatori. Oh, ma nel computer per installare Fortnite come si fa? Cioè devi scaricarti...
Niente, devi scaricare lì Epic Games. E poi devi fare l'installazione da Epic Games di Fortnite.
Ti giuro, se avessi la possibilità, se mi regalassero un PC da gaming, starei notte e giorno per allenarmi da...
Ma tu lavori, vai ancora a scuola?
tipo in una settimana lavoro 2 giorni, poi per il resto vado
Minchia,
a
mettiti i soldi da parte però.
Sì, quando le pagate il tuo?
890.
890?
Mhm.
Io se lavoro mi metto i soldi da parte per la macchina.
Ma li trovi quelli lì che li scontano 500, che sono buoni. Minchia, sto laggando però.
Dove andiamo? Decidi tu veloce. Non borgo.
Borgo. Lago. Quanto laggo, cazzo.
Oh, un gioco con nome da un bellissimo.
Cos'è?
Un gioco con la skin Omen. Da un bordello. Oh, scendiamo insieme proprio.
Minchia, che palla.
Andiamo a fare.
Guarda come si vede in live, si vede malissimo.
No, lo stendo perché se no mi sale il film allo storia. Occhio.
Aspetta che devo alzarti il volume. C'è qualcuno là?
Qua sotto.
Ocio. Spariti. Ah, è sotto dove c'è il garage.
No, me l'hai fottuta, non ci voglio giocare.
C'è un altro, c'è un altro.
Vai, te il tattico, vai tra.
E dammi l'altro almeno. Io non c'ho un pompa.
Non lo trovo, fra.
Sai che è scappato.
Dio di puttana.
C'hai colpi pump.
Ne ho 2.
Minchia. Me ne ho uno io. Siamo messi bene. Oh, ne ho trovate un po'. Aspetta, aspettaci. Vieni con me, vieni con me.
No, fra, uno l'ho lasciato con poca vita.
Pinga, pinga, butta le granate. Sono mie, sono mie. Ah, per il finocchio.
Per i finocchi.
C'è uno dietro.
Ne fosse solo uno fra. Sarei salito di giù.
Bianco.
Servono colpi pampa fra.
Occhio, arriva l'altro.
È pochissima vita qua, t'ho visto.
Morto.
Fra, mi sa del culo fra. Non ho colpi fra.
C'è un altro. Morto.
Fra, non ho colpi, aiutami.
Tanto sono finiti.
No, ho sbagliato.
Minchia, c'ho una bella mira solo quando fumo, cazzo.
E fra fuma sempre, mi servono colpi, hai?
Sì, come uccidermi? Cosa ti serve di colpi?
Pump.
Ok, dividi, eccoli. Poi c'è un tattico verde.
Oh, grazie, amore mio.
Che abbiamo devastato.
Ma il nostro... Il nostro è qua.
Il?
È il nostro lago. E c'è altra gente.
No, penso sia nostra.
Comunque in tutti questi fight non ho costruito manco un muro.
Io avrò fatto una scala. Il tuo che minchia ti sta per uccidere, che ha fatto un salto, pom, morto.
Fra, vieni qua, ho 3 scudini.
Nice.
Vabbè, te li porto. Te lo porto. Te ne manca una a te, giusto? Sì.
Mhm.
C'è che lancia. Ah, ma tu hai imparato a usare il pompa a carica.
Più o meno, diciamo che lo sto imparando. Voglio fare la combo pompa e mitraglietta. Se trovi infatti in P90 minchia la distruggo.
Qua c'è blu. Comunque io prima lo stavo imparando. Cioè, quando c'era il pompa del nonno l'avevo imparato. Ora che sto usando il tattico.
Infatti ti consiglio di imparare questo, è troppo forte però.
Già blu ti fa 200 se non erro, 2 qualcosa.
Mm?
Oh, te ne ho pingato uno blu, l'hai visto? Ah, ho 49 colpi pompa, li vuoi?
No, sono a posto però, ho trovato uno scar. Porti i medikit? Anzi me lo
Ha
faccio.
trovato il pompa viola, tieni, tieni.
Nice! Aspetta, faccio medikit.
Sì, sì, me lo faccio anch'io, mi sto a fare la pozza grande e mi faccio il medikit.
C'è un altro medikit.
Riesci a lanciarmelo e portarmelo?
Ormai sono andato via. Dov'è il
Benissimo.
coso viola? Bella. Te lo vado a lanciare.
Non trovo la cassa, fra.
È sopra, nel tetto.
Nel tetto?
L'hai presa quella nel tetto?
No. Ah, sì, sì.
Ha cecchinato, fra. Li vedi? Faccio 2 shield, resisti.
Fra, mi stanno spaccando, fra.
Sto arrivando, arrivando. Ho fatto i shieldini, arrivo. Stai su, fra, non spara.
Fra, hanno aimbot, te lo giuro, mi ha fatto 3 headshot. Uno pure senza scudo.
Cosa?
Ti ho fatto headshot sicuro, fra. Vedi, te l'ho detto, sono troppo forti questi.
Oh, io rispetto, fra. Donazioni, fra, non donation.
Oh, li hanno attirato il compagno, God.
Lo so, morti.
Li
Fanculo.
hanno sciolti. Tu stai andando a guardarti la live, giusto?
Sì, è partita la partita. Stanno aspettando Buga, Buga è incazzatissimo, infatti fa una kill. 5 punti per lui. Fa capire che lo yacht è suo. Ce n'è un altro allo yacht però.
Options in the yacht. So Mr. Savage might be able to recognize that and realize there's probably no opportunity for me to
Guarda,
fully fight this out. And yes, I think
guarda.
as he sees the loot has been taken, the builds, as he starts to track like a huntsman, he realizes Booga has left. He's up at the north side, so Mr. Savage will also start to disengage.
Someone who's hit a big roadblock so far has been Commandment. Looking so good in the heats right now. Another spawn fight where he's struggling. It's against Stat. Has one charge shot he really needs to hit. That was dirty. Stat's going straight down.
And when you land in this bottom left spot, I think Stats even landed even further down at the shack, so only having a burst rifle is what it seemed, and possibly a pistol. Commandment will have the weaponry to back, even back against the wall, fight back into it, and he even has a lot of space, a lot of control down at the bottom of this building, which the player now on top of him did not recognize. So Commandment falls back to it, charges the shotgun, possibly pre-fires on Nani. Launch pad, but it works.
Fanno jumpare così
Edgy
bene,
fires a
cazzo.
couple, so does the other player, but I don't think he's gonna chase. Nani goes towards Edgy actually. Dub's moving very early. Has some good loot, has a launch pad. Not taking any risks, but beamed in the back.
Kind of a conga line of people looking, waiting to third party. He's getting pushed straight up by Redux, who's been a person who's getting a lot of early eliminations. I think right before or during the first 20 of the game, Redux always has at least one or two. Pushing Dubs once again to continue that pattern. It's going to be a wide base here for Dubs, so he's going to have a lot of options on moving around, but Redux is slowly claiming a bunch of walls, limiting those, but a big shot. Forced out from Dubs, it connects. Now Redux is on the back wall, only wood builds for him. He gets dropped down in the same box. Dubs is trying to break that stair as many times as he can. This could be a reversal shot.
Bella King. L'hai fatta finire la missione.
Doesn't matter though, but he was at 13 HP at the last moment of that fight.
Doesn't even care. I don't know where that snipe came from. I don't know if it actually hit, or if it was a trade from the player who was pushing him. Regardless, Dubs wins the fight. It was a scary fight as he pushes him off the water. Bronos was lurking. No, sorry, not Bronos. Builds was lurking in the
Fra è
background.
palloso salva il mondo, te l'ho
Potentially could have
detto.
pushed in onto
È
that fight as well,
stancante,
but
la
Dubs
gente chiede mi
gets
regali
away
questo,
scot-free.
tanto c'hai salvo. Ma il cazzo.
And with Frisk down,
Minchia, non sanno che fatica fai
Dubs
per
has
fare
cleaned up
50
his
wobback
errors.
al giorno.
potentially could overtake anybody at the top right now. Vevi will continue to fight and continue to win in situations like this. 20 points from him. It's not the semifinals performance that he was hoping for, but of course playing on EU ping with the 100 best rather than the 500 best just changed things drastically.
And the people suffering from these decisions
La nuova missione la faccio
players like
domani.
Creo,
Da 4 ore che gioco, no, stacca.
who got taken out earlier on. These guys are
Ci
so
sei,
used
dopo
to
facciamo
practicing
terzetti,
exactly
però
what they
dopo
do
le 4 devo
and
finire
emulating
qua.
that in these grand finals. But how do you practice against a player that's not even on your region?
È
that
come
has
lavorare.
learn from a completely different place. It's very difficult. Illis here once again though.
Minchia, veramente.
On a fight, his game plan is always the same. He's facing people who keep using crash pads so early. He's had so much experience so far, first against Muhammad, then after that in the mid game against 2 different players. He's
Bella
on
Said.
Granny's back, not letting off at all. No shields left. It turns into a big build fight. Rams to block things off, but Grandma is not interested in furthering any layers of height. Illis is chasing hard and fast.
Love the use of the cone through the window to keep trying to
Sta
chase
scappando
Grandma, but
come un
finally
ratto.
he's got Grandma against the wall inside the kitchen of the restaurant. Gas station, still not finding it, but Grandma must be running out of mats and running out of age. Illis certainly is. This fight is taking forever.
That's one thing. You can literally just break the obstacles that Grandma's using to be able
Infatti
to
devi donare a uno che ha PayPal, non che ha la carta, fra.
Now pressuring that, Grandma has to make an unorthodox move that's not circular.
Devi mettere
Illis will
PayPal.
find the right
Aspetta, faccio
angle in the
vedere.
situation.
Tipo
Look
io
for the
voglio
next
donare a
shot.
me
Quick
stesso.
double-headed there by
Devo
Grandma to
aprire
stop
prima
himself.
la live, sta.
Illis controls the cone. He's there for the spray too, a nice pickup, but a fight that definitely he did not plan to have this long.
Couple nice tactics in the middle of that fight. Obviously the cone through the window
Non so
almost
come fa
ended
Jerry a
the
giocare
fight, but
così
just barely
tanto, lo
missing
so.
the gap. Booker rotating through Pleasant Park.
Vabbè,
We obviously
facciamo
saw
finta che hai
him
fatto il
win
login.
early against B Weiss. Or Blyce, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but
Niente, devi mettere i soldi. Mettiamo 2 euro ad esempio, 2 centesimi.
stuck in Pleasant Park though, and there's still so many people sitting in the top of these houses.
Non
He's
puoi
gotta
donare
be
te
careful.
stesso, vabbè.
If he rotates in
Io non posso
through and
farlo a me
expects to find
stesso.
extra loot, there could be somebody sitting in a roof or underneath the stairs. I think
Comunque
that's
dovresti
exactly the
mettere
trap
che
that this
tu
player
paghi con
played.
PayPal, non con altro.
Doesn't matter if you lay the trap, if it doesn't
Madonna
spring,
buga.
Buga is a personification of damage.
Balla.
That always does more than
Col suo
traps,
ballo
gets
preferito.
straight down, a dance to celebrate.
Fra vado a
That
fare
was
una doccia e vengo,
Such a quick
ok.
reaction from Booga. And also a reason why you always want to be moving through these places where there can be traps with your shotgun out, because he was prepared and ready.
Usa il tattico stavolta, buga.
I will transition past the early game into the portion where you got to pick your spot for the base where you have all your tags. You build for Storm Surge.
Ma tu se c'hai PayPal puoi pagare con quello, fra.
Gabe will be on that quest too. This game's a lot more
Io non so
dynamic
cosa
than
ti
most
chiede,
weapons.
mandami uno
Honestly, we're
screen,
already based off,
qualcosa.
especially, I highlighted it on that big map there, the draw board, that center portion, but going towards the circle because it is pulling
Lui
up and
intanto
way past
mangia.
the authority
Ciccio
this
sei
time.
ancora
We're
vivo?
not going to be playing
Sì,
towards
sì,
the
sto
south,
guardando la
in
partita di
between all those
Pine, non si
mountains.
sta finendo.
Ah. Ok, Jerry.
Playing in the north though has its own kind of trials, tribulations. You'll see a little bit of that effect here with Gabe and Diggy. Water is that much more abundant, and you see the effects Fresh has on height. Controlling people in the water is that much easier. Obviously, he's not in this game, but Edgy could do the same here. Gabe though escapes authority.
Still coming at him, and I think, yes, he knows that Gabe is right there, but he chooses to take the fight instead. Ooh, great edits from Diggy. He gets them right close. He's going to get through this swap to the SMG, but Gabe responds right back with builds of his own, blocks him in the box. And that's a wrap for Diggy, who got a little too over aggressive right there just because he was in his path and not letting him go through. Al also finds somebody in his path, boxing up right next to him. There were stinks involved, and he knew there was low HP. He's spraying through the floor. He will grab that one quick.
He could get a second here, though. Aspect is very low. Benji's going to be the one trying to chase and finish it out. It stinks that are getting people immediately evicted out of white HP. Benji, I think, eating a little bit of his own. Aspect finally going down in that box through a combination of both the stench and the shots. Al doesn't want to have any of it. He's just waiting for all these fights to pass over.
Al with 154 points. Actually, not too far away from the top 10 because of at least a couple of top 30 finishes and a bunch of elims. We've seen it. I like the name, but clearly not in effect right now. Not in these grand finals. You gotta have attack. It's changed. I think perception at the beginning of the season was SMGs are so strong at the time, but a few changes, and then once you get to the the most stacked of stacked games, you realize that players don't play like they play at Arena. Players aren't gonna resort to the I lost the fight, I'm gonna SMG you down. Instead, they're gonna continue to try and get out of sticky situations that you put them in. I mean, we saw that fight with Grandma over on the west side of the map. That was running away, trying to take the edit peaks, all these different things. Eventually Illis will take the win in that one, but that's the difference, right? It's not just let's 50-50 with the SMG. It's much, much different. By the way, I like this new approach that players are taking against Marauders in these stacked games.
Questo
Nice
minchia.
shot from Rocks.
Questo voleva prendere i punti esperienza. Non ci è riuscito perché c'erano i predoni che gli sparavano. Si è trovato un tipo, c'è chi non ha fatto una kill.
I know that is very obvious. We see people all the time in the middle of defending against a third party by Marauders and just get beamed out from somewhere else, and then they go to Twitter and complain about them. Obviously such a frustrating experience no matter what, but so far a lot of people have shown the way
hai
here
provato la
in the grand
nuova
finals.
modalità fuori magazzino. Ci sono è una battaglia reale normale. Ci sono tutte le armi dalla season 1 ad adesso, tranne quelle di adesso.
C'è il pompa del nonno.
C'è il pompa del nonno. C'è tutto. Il combat.
Lo Scar no?
Lo Scar no, però ci sono altri tipi di assalti eccetera.
That's something we actually don't usually end up seeing. Saw the effect of a few people who were low on points towards the end.
Ok, Jerry, tranquillo.
Start to get so loose that they go for fights you'd never
Poi
expect.
cosa c'è? C'è pure il rift fra. Spacchi il rift e te il tuo compagno e mica spawnate dall'alto.
Il Rift cos'è? È tipo il coso che ti teletrasporta?
Sì, esatto. Ti fa rispawnare. Sì, esatto.
Spike, who have a sub 50 point threshold overall in the tournament, randomly go for a box fight. Oh no, it's up against Dubs somehow.
Poi c'è tipo una bottiglia che se tipo sei fuori safe non prendi danni da safe.
E se sei in safe ti fa la tempesta.
Sì, è troppo figa.
I thought it was another elim, but that was the first fight he had rotating out of Fortilla against Redux. This has gone all the way up to Pleasant Park. It should be central for Booga if he stayed at that house that we saw earlier. Dubs is also based up slightly inside of Pleasant Park. If I'm not mistaken, nice shot from Rig. Picks off one as he hears the shield crack sound.
Yeah, that's like a prime example right there. That highlight from Dubs. Redux is in 80th place. That's edgy actually taken out. Is the shockwave launcher just left in limbo in that box? It's going to go to someone completely random who I don't think has any business even having it in their inventory.
A gift from the nades. Edgy down, polarized is going to get eaten by a shark from behind. We all heard it coming.
Wait a minute. There's a possibility, if there's a shark in play, of the shockwave launcher being completely eaten and not even in this game.
That's not that far, but it was so far inland.
Che lo squalo fa più kill di alcune persone.
Great response from Polarize. When you get pressured, you will go for
Oh,
it.
fra, mi sto
He does
vedendo,
have some
sono
shiny
2
loot
contro
in
1.
there.
Ma ci credi che questo qua
my
li sta
goodness.
scassando il
And he
team?
made his way really far on
Ma in Battle Royale.
There's potential. You might be right. That shockwave launcher might have been eaten up. We will never know, I guess, until we see it in towards endgame or not.
I've seen Sharks that play, but I mean, we've all seen the caddy launcher, but the combination of both might be a little bit too overwhelming for my eyes. He's gone.
Imagine that Polarize realizes what just happened. Takes out the shark. I don't know. Anyways, we're harping too much. We have no clue, and we won't be shown, I don't think. All right. Well, if Polarize had the knowledge, then all that knowledge is gone. But the shark could come back. It's so low. Koda will pounce on the loot. Almost takes out the player. So much loot available. Floppers. But the shark is gone well into the distance in zone. Hopefully with the caddy launcher.
It's back. I want to run away from this too, but it's not stopping. Kotal finally dodges it. Alright, 56 people left in this zone. Here's a replay from Booga on Savage.
It was Savage who was trying to set up the trap for Booga. But he will win. I mean, we saw it. But just that added aspect of finding out that it's Mr. Savage adds a little bit of drama.
Booga ha
to that
mangiato
one.
Mr. Savage, fra.
Falling to Booga is a big and interesting play. Although I have to give it to Savage. The fact that he's still playing right here, right now in the grand finals after 5 hours of EU, grinding to get his way back to second place, and then now playing NA. It's ridiculous. Stamina.
Oh, ha vinto questo qua da solo.
Ma quelli che ci hanno uccisi sono morti.
Ma voglio, questo qua è fortissimo.
Minchia.
Still hit your shots. You could have used that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, but it is off to the side and he has his own launch.
Andiamo, io vado.
Just opt to do that instead. He did.
Bella ciccia, buonanotte.
Is losing out completely on an opportunity that he was probably banking on. You can see he was running in that direction. Yes, it works out. 5-head play from Booga. Takes out the launch pad instead of going over to take it because he knows there's a player who is gonna have to rotate through the open. Completely not free rotate, and now he drops down. And it's a player directly underneath him now. Who boxes him up? Yes, Booga is putting on a clinic right now, but on the side of zone. It's still fighting though. He will take him out, gets the siphon back, but now has to go through towards zone without having the HP. Chug Splash is back up. Very important as you glide through the air. If somebody hears you crack, everybody will start firing at you. Stretch still up in the game and in the lead. And probably after this, if no one stops him, he will be safely up in first place.
There is one player who is slightly above him in height, who has the potential. It's Dubs, who I think is controlling a lot of people in the vicinity of this big base. Mongol's actually on the same layer, actually a little bit above him. Booga somehow has gotten right in. I'm noticing a lot of names here that usually end up out of the running in early games, surviving towards the very end, or at least getting to see the half in, half out circle. Although we saw Benji in one, I think in the past two, he hasn't been that active. Finally has another chance. Feast is here again. Zextro, Bucky, Clarity. There's no mountains in this game either, at least currently, for this last zone. It'll be a zone you can manipulate. Oh my god, stretch. Big shots coming through on rotation. That's the best type of elimination you can see. And now you'll notice not even water being a factor. It's just a few trees in the way. Primarily, people's builds, their brains are now gonna have to be active. Neurons firing, all cylinders. Moving forward, Dubs is going to have the first shot at seeing where he wants to go.
And he will be dueling up against Stretch. That is the target for him. That is the person he needs to overtake. And it has to be in this game where he catches up and puts him within striking distance, because 3 games left. Let's see what Dubs
No,
can
con
do. He
PayPal
has
farà
14
solo la
loops,
main, non
actually
serve
played
il
with a
conto di
launch pad
ban.
and a couple of crash pads. A perfect short launch. Gets right above that wall and gets the distance that he needs. Looks back, and that's an elimination. Yes, Dubs connects. Walkman in this game too. So that's another name that we need to be careful of and cautious of.
Dubs still has those crash pads that just end up changing the game for so many different people. Starts to use them. Kind of caught between 2. Has to be in a better position to use the next one. Who controls height though? It's kind of volatile right now. A single player doesn't want it just yet.
He almost got that box in. There's a player behind him. Dubs solo HP 22 is what he's left at. Cabbages will bring him back up pretty quick, but he's not Mr. Savage, so it's not gonna help him. They're not. Back up to 42 HP right now. He also gets the mini off too. Now has to rotate. Still a lot of players next to him, so this is a very difficult situation. Next he finds what I believe is Pieces loot. If I'm not mistaken, Tayson might be the player on heights. I'm not sure if there's anybody really contesting against him.
Remember the mystery we had before that was unsolved? The shockwave launcher has found new hands, and it might be whoever is on height, because they were moving in ways I haven't seen. Yes, I think I saw an impulse right there. It might be Benji who has the shockwave launcher. Zextra was ahead of his own. Stretch is caught all the way in the back. He can go down at any moment, and Dubs is sitting very comfortably. This might be the spot where he takes over. Benji shoots another, causing chaos. Bucky going down to Clarity. Clarity trying to look and cover all angles. Up top though, Benji's disappeared. Stretch is still surviving. Carry goes down to the storm. Clarity's still trying to hold on by a threat. Stretch is out. It's Dubs who has the chance to take the lead.
322 points was what Stretch was left with as he fell. Zextra still in this too. Divine, who's been popping off, had an 8 elim game earlier, might make that even better, but he misses on Kodo. Benji up on Heidi, shockwaves Zextra, but he doesn't go out of zone. Everybody now on alert. Everybody knows they have to block if they need to. Kodo still with a lot of mats. He can make this tunnel all the way forward. There's crash pad. Dubs is down.
He goes
we're
out.
still seeing. There it is. Benji's still on height. Kodo still tunneling forward.
It's Benji versus Nex. Nexy's all the way near the back. Benji has the tools of destruction. Nexy is the wild card here. Zextra's wall to walls. That Divine finally goes down. So the top 5 is basically out. The top 10, no one in contention in this endgame. It could be anyone to catch up as long as they have the elims and the win. Benji controls things. 1 crash pad left. No more rockets, but he has the aim. The brains to follow up. 3 alive. The grapple launcher. Can he track it? No. Zextro takes him out. The Storm King is now risen once again, but taken off his throne. Nexy is the one winning that game by surprise. 136 points. 2 more games left. He could have a comeback.
I thought that was his extra clutch for the ages like usually. He got shocked way out of zone, but he comes from behind, and he might be coming from behind to rise up in the final 2 games. We've got 2 more to go. Please stay with us.
Fra People è come avere una carta invisibile, cioè una carta virtuale. Capito, Fra? Vuoi comprare roba online? Nei negozi non penso proprio. Stretch sempre in testa. Stavolta supera di 40 punti. Buga. Benji 17esimo. Buga non lo vedo più, raga. No, è impossibile che così basta, non ci credo. Buga. Sì, eccola, 25esimo. Perché? Si è fermato. Non sto mangiando, sì, sto mangiando, Fra. Sto mangiando pelato. Pelato. Sto mangiando la pasta con tonno e parmigiano. Oh, secondo te sta skin me la shop oppure no? Io voglio somparmela fra. King, ce la shoppiamo questa, dai cazzo. Sì, è bella. Fra, vai sul pacchetto da 1500 V-Bucks. Anche Ken. Non c'è più. Hanno tolto. Non c'è più il pacchetto da 2005. No, no, non mi piglio quelle skin, fra. Mica una skin su tre sono belle.
If Stretch has another good game, and a good game, right, where he extends this lead, it might be over and done with before we even get to game 8.
Buga manco dai primi 20, raga. Che delusione. Sì, c'è ancora, l'hanno messa qua. Ma è più bella questa, fra Sirena non c'è storia. Che cazzo di backpack è questo? Una spada? Si dice ieri, non lieri, senza la GL. specialista ricognitore, la recon experta rocca, quella, la chiamo io. Me la son presa, raga, ho deciso. Quanto cazzo è figa, oh. La mia tipa. La userò solo per i tornei questa. Only tournament. Eccola là. Ah, la mia tipa, mi piace la mia tipa, la mia ragazza. Ah, qua è lucida proprio. Però non mi piace il rossetto qua, raga. Più bella questa. Cazzo, sei bella. No, la Recon Expert D. Quanto è figa anche questa, dai. Che stile. Solo stile, Jules. No, raga, non rimborso niente, perché il faro secondo me l'ho presa non perché mi piacesse, l'ho presa perché secondo me diventerà una skin rara, perché non la prende nessuno e non la rimetteranno nello shop, a meno che... Cioè, la possono ancora rimettere finché è estate, però appena finisce l'estate non la metteranno più, perché ovviamente quella è una skin estiva, quindi... Secondo me diventerà una skin rara, se riesce nello shop forse la rimborso. Zitto King, stai muto.
The Dreamhack open.
Dai, muovetevi, cazzo. In realtà stanno già giocando, solo che... Fanculo, non so perché non fanno vedere.
Like, if I had shield, I could push manga right now. And these fucking two dumbasses that are fighting.
Did I loot top chest, boys? Boys, did I loot the top chest? I don't think I did, right? No, I didn't.
Eccola la mia tipa, raga.
I've used up my RNG, boys. This is not good.
No, non la faccio vedere, porta sfiga.
Perfect.
Quanto odio sta canzone, oh. Vabbè, io non so cosa dire, intanto la testiamo la nuova skin. Testiamo la nuova skin e poi rimettiamo il Deadpoolozzo. Guarda quanto sono sexy, guarda. Vai sulla skin da 1500. Ken. Questa è più bella del maschio, raga. Facciamo terzetti, dopo il torneo facciamo terzetti. Mancano 40 minuti alla fine. Sì, la tipa è molto meglio del maschio. Il maschio è enorme, mica non si può vedere. Mi inviti? Se parli sì. Però io non gioco, ti ho detto, faccio una partita così quando ci sono le pause. E poi gioco. Dai, stai muto, coglione. Vediamo come balla. E la madonna, guarda come balla la mia tipa. Ok King, però io non gioco, l'ho detto, faccio solo una partita quando sono le pause e basta. Al massimo dopo invitiamo anche Pingu. Quello vero, perché quello falso. Sto laggando a merda. Faccio creativa da solo, ok. Cento di ping, 70, 80, 80, 70, 80, 99, 100, 111, 105, 106, 127, 103, 116, 121, 101. Dai, che palle. Nice, siamo subito morti, raga. Volevo solo un pompa, mi ha mandato tutte ste cose, oh. Quanto cazzo è tryharder, raga, fa paura. Bello. Volevi farmare. Che kill gli ho fatto, raga? E che vista c'ho? Pure laggando l'ho visto, cazzo. Oh, c'è un'altra. Cazzo. Ok, un bel pompa. Ok. Capisco perché Mon è così forte. Ah, sto albero di merda. Ah, vieni giù, pezzo di merda. Non c'ho un mazza. Non c'ho un mazza. Oh, è partita. Dai. Ok.
And contending for the top spot, but there is a lot on the line regardless, because like I said, you never give up. A 50-50 for Vevi, no materials. He will make it through though, but Aperta will fight back.
could be anyone from Creo to Dubs even altering his drop to get a little bit closer to the main source of where loot is at for Tia. Past that appeal, I haven't seen too much. Some updates of the middle of the ladder between him with Wrigley way back when he was standing a chance. Somewhere near the top, he was doing his fights. Very unique ways over here towards the yacht. Uniqueness continues between Savage and Buga. There's not really a clear winner in this fight for me just yet, especially right off spawn. They're very good at avoiding each other. This time, instead of waiting for Buga to come to him, Savage will bring the party straight to the basement of the boat.
Buga still has a very big chance of placing well within the prizing, by the way. Potentially even encroaching in this top 10 in these final two games. 147 points is about 40 points away from where he would need to be to break that threshold.
Che vuoi? Sei tu come invitato.
So winning off spawn against Mr. Savage is very, very crucial. Well, Savage has a lot less skin in the game.
Vuoi vederlo cosa voglio?
Still is a roadblock that's very hard to cross. This POI, if you ever get bunkered down, your whole rotation just gets super scuffed. Too many people start to own places that you want to claim past that. A few houses at Pleasant Park.
Which is big. It's Divine against Tayson. Divine gets a big tag to even the fight. It's a 50 with the tack. Inside of the box, Tayson a little too slow on the edit. Divine will take him out with good accuracy from the tack.
That's even better for Stretch and Dubs because every time Tayson is in the game, he's the one dealing damage, controlling mid-ground, not letting, as you said, Stretch get all the way ahead, keeping him at that blue line.
But at the same time, if Divine gets rolling, he's the one who's gotten the high elimination games time after time. And if he gets rolling, he could catch up. He's in third right now with 253. It's very, very much a far ask for him, but another 8 elimination game with some end game action, he could all of a sudden be staring down the barrel at Stretch.
All the blanks haven't been filled in yet, though I want to know exactly where Frist is, how things are looking over at Caddy, because last time it was a big jump scare. Edgy came out of nowhere, taking him out, not giving him a voice at all, and he might have found some confidence going down to a sniper rifle shot last time. If the drop is working, he might just stick to it over and over again.
Zexro did get an elim. You saw that in the replay just then, but still another player contesting on the wall. It's Silent. A good start from Zexro, and he's definitely riding the momentum. A big 2-shot win easily. Silent took a little bit, chewed a little bit more than he could actually take because as soon as he approached, Zexro went out. One big shot, and all of a sudden Silent's like, wait. No, I did not want this at all.
I wish Zexro was slightly warmer and playing like this when the entire day first started for the grand finals in NA East, because the first fights we saw were kind of prolonged. Granted, though, it was against Clicks and a lot more high profile players. Buga also fast rotating, not dealing this much with Savage near Pleasant Park, but he's going to be absent from the bottom side of the map. Savage is going to be keeping him here. These guys are still playing, I don't know, cat and mouse.
There's evidence, there's traces of Mr. Savage in this position, and Buga is not taking any chances, looking through the window. Here's Stretch playing in Misty Meadows. I thought I saw an arrow right above him for a second, but no. A pepper to rotate down towards the direction of Caddy rather than the opposite side, which he's tried many times, and you talked about there's danger. Frist is chasing down Commandment, potentially because Commandment has what Frist needs. Yes, it's another shockwave out, but he loses track. He's down below the water line, below the mountain line. I don't think he has any more shockwaves. Commandment is done for.
Una
AR. Please, no! What is going on, Frist? Please, do not let this happen. What? Just finish him. Okay, thank you. Being a little safe. Commandment literally looks like he's knocked in the water right now. Please, a teammate, come. Otherwise, he's done for. He's even giving up right now. He's like, okay, let me just beam.
How?
Just finish him.
Way too long.
There we go. Inconsequential. The timing is inconsequential. Look at the map. We're overreacting, that's for sure, but this is what Frist needed, and he chases him all the way down to the edge of the map. A pepper to pop, and he gets the vault key. You know there's going to be people lurking at Caddy Corner, which could buy him. Oh, Stretch is going in this direction. There's Stretch.
So much room made. So much room. Cody is here too. He's claimed the whole POI. He has every corner cleared.
Non lo so, Fra, se ti piace prendila, se non ti piace non la prendere.
Commandment has led Frist
Io mi
all the
terrei
way off the map,
V-Buck
all the way off course
perché
for
prima
this game.
guardo se mi danno altre missioni con V-Buck, se no non lascio perdere.
Is this a risk
Tanto esce di nuovo, si
that will
rende.
cost Stretch? There's a player on the mountain. Is that Mongrel? I couldn't quite see. It looked like an F at the start of the name. Cody is in the cone. I'm not quick enough to spot that name. No, it's Nani. Okay, nothing even close to what I thought it was. He's gonna build towards. This is center zone, so maybe he's not even thinking about Frist at all. Meanwhile, Frist is really not the biggest threat to Stretch, but if he's able to take Frist out, inconsequential about the leaderboard, but he gets the Shockwave launcher, and that will be 100% a win for Stretch. I don't see him, if he gets the Shockwave launcher in his hands, I do not see him losing this tournament.
The only weakness is where you place yourself, the nades coming down. We saw Polarize do that before to Edgy, but the way Stretch has kind of been placing himself in all these builds around different players, it's not really in power positions. He's playing way for that late game. Doesn't even bother that much for these mid-game picks unless they come to him. Here's the other player though, Dubs, who could interrupt things. He's also making his way closer towards Caddy Corner, albeit very far compared to where Stretch is.
Sì, è tardi. Tanto qua dura fino alle 4.
Oh, did he just throw a crash pad off in the distance to bait this guy to come towards him? Yes, he did. A really nice play from Clicks. It works. He launches him in the sky and hits him with a charge, but it's not quick enough. It's not charged enough. It's still in the box. He has a couple more crash pads if he wants to work his magic.
Basically playing whack-a-mole, but you get to decide when that gopher actually pops open. Out of crash pads though, now it's going to be classic work for Clicks. Metal walls though, so it'll be a little bit tough getting in through that left side. Vertical approach might be a little bit better. While this goes down though, the rest of the server stays absolutely silent. Benji Fishy, all these guys are in very similar positions at this 150 point mark. They could be moving up that leaderboard. Booga Savage as well.
Nice.
He's phased through. Good technique from Clicks. And then also just that movement that he has, dodging the shots even when there's a right shoulder peek. Peanut butter edit opened. Clicks is king. Trashy moving not too far away. I think we've lost him in terms of leaderboard status. He's in 8th place with 192. Definitely a little too far out, but still fighting for at least the top 5. Would love an update on the Stretch situation with him in the middle of Cody, Nani, and potentially Frist too. Something to note too is the fact that this is center zone is going to be that there's going to be more people around Caddy, so maybe it pushes Frist to not even go for that vault just because of the sheer amount of people that are going to be in that area by the time he makes it to that. So maybe in the end timing did matter for him against Commandment, but a lot of speculation, a lot of conjecture.
Saw the way Cody cleared out that POI. Good shot there from Rift, absolutely. The way Cody cleared out that POI, it kind of seemed like the vault was in a very open spot with not that much surveillance, especially if Frist comes out the backside from where he fought Commandment. Still yet to be seen exactly where he is. Spike and Spicy once again in brand new spots. Actually, Spike's back home at the Authority. It's kind of reminded me of the Dam. He's fighting Moody, who hasn't been seeing much success past game number 1. Big shots back to back, box to box. Mats are slightly lower, I think, for both parties here. Moody's on the final run though to get straight in.
Oh shit.
Nice shot. These two players or anyone in this position, these guys will be the wild cards that influence people like Stretch, like Paper, like people in the top 15. They don't have much in the say of the top 50, but they can still eliminate players in the game.
Such a big power position now in wood, surprisingly, but you've seen him do this. He abandons the idea. Look at the congestion already on top of Caddy Corners, even on just this hill that stretches on. Zaxro's with him. So is Zuki. And I did see Frisk close to the vault, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to open that up. I'm sure instantly if that was the case, there would be nades flying. Benji on 174 could also break through into the top 10. He placed 7th on the EU, which in my mind is his best major tournament performance to date.
He's finally broken that curse. Going from the semis to the grand finals.
Actually the top 15 curse for Benji. One of the best players in the world, but no major tournament victory to, or at least even a top placement in major tournaments. Finally, 7th place. I'd say that's improvement for sure. Out of his hands for NA East, and also obviously it's kind of out of the realm of possibility in the first place. Benji has placed very highly on NA East, but in the grand finals, that would be something insane. And what he's doing today is still insane. I can't understate that enough. All the EU players playing today, ridiculous if they're even able to pull off pretty much anything on NA. Also, some props to Riffmo. We saw him a little earlier. He was at 174. That is a breakout performance for Riffmo. Somebody who played very, very well in the semis, getting top 10, and then transferring that to grand finals. I think that's a success in and of itself, considering where he came from. Clawing his way over and over into the practice server, into the high-level scrims. Now here and performing in grand finals, nobody can question anything else.
Is going to be slightly unorthodox. We haven't had a bottom right ending the southeastern hemisphere for the last few games here on NA East. These mountains were in play, but weren't directly pulled all the way down. We already know the kings of that spot, or at least the new king of it. It's Stretch, who's in one of the top mountains. Frisk kind of usurped on the throne. He has to climb back.
Ooh. What a shot from Clarity on somebody elevated way above him. What an angle.
Sono one-shoteri, sono scoperti.
We'll push that as well. The zone continues to stretch. That center zone really paying off.
The one man who did it last game is still here, though. We have Polarized. He has nades in hand that can still be possible. One thing I'm noticing about Benji is the pattern of holding stinks, and they've been so monumental not only on his opponents, but the fact that he uses them in half in, half out, in fourth zone when people are finally boxed together. He affects 4 to 5 people. That's 5 points of placement for the rest of the server when those guys end up going down.
This game has tightened. This game has tightened a lot. And it makes sense given that it's the last 2 games, but we get back to Storm Surge, which we haven't seen for 3 games in the second zone or in the third zone. It wasn't a big one. It wasn't a major one that really people had to do much about, but it did affect obviously some people, and the game is more stacked and more difficult. The big Elim in the feed, Mr. Savage on to clicks. Benji again taking the opportunity, the possibility of holding stats down below the mountain is too good to give up. Unfortunately, he doesn't get surprised. Stats is paying attention, and we'll have the jump and able to block against Benji. Oh no, the same thing happening right back to Benji, but this time from the safety of a box. He has to go for the stink on stats. This is so important. One more will do it. He needs to get the siphon, but he won't be able to do it. The stink is not fast enough, and Skittles won't be able to find that one.
I was about to say, he's making a lot of noise with that burst AR. Buga's the one who ends up noticing. First is all the way at the bottom, Trashy next to him, so side by side there, the 2 fallen gods of the top side of the leaderboard, now top 5 and I believe top 8 respectively. Nice try, Buga. Was almost there. Still getting pressured so hard, taking one more tag next to spawn line. Wow, it's over just like that.
Yeah, no mats, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Mr. Savage and them were fighting for so long. First has somebody right beside him, and that charged shotgun will not Never not finish that one in one shot. Spicy tries to get in on Kaz, and we're getting close right now to Frist also diving into that box if he so desires. That's a refresh. That's so good for Frist right now.
The Chuck splashes with max minis, and I'm looking at the AR count, especially the way he went about this game. I feel like he must have hit the vault, if not gotten, I'm not going to say lucky, but smart lucky, if I could abbreviate it, of finding a good rotation and getting the ammo he needs.
Yeah, he was close to there in the second zone when we saw him from Stretch's POV. He was right next to the vault, so I have to assume he opened it up. Got the launch pad. He has that in his inventory right now, so I think you're right. Obviously doesn't have the key anymore, so somewhere there must have been loot for him to pick up, if not at the vault. But regardless, doesn't matter now, because all I see is a good position for him. Does have to move a little bit, but not too much. Already with 3 eliminations, by the way. And potential for more. That will be what he needs to get back into contention right now, but a big threat still looming, Stretch still alive, and if he gets another top 5, that could be it for this entire tournament.
He's beside Bucky, he's beside Walkman, 7th place and 4th place. People who are hungry for his spot. Right now, if anyone's in the top 15, all they care about is winning the Dreamhack Open. To do that, this game Stretch has to fall. He cannot survive, I would say, past even the top 40, the top 30, once that zone starts to move. So half and half is where he has to get barred out. I believe that he has a center point in this zone, so he's going to be fairly safe, but will have to move. Slack's the one getting targeted, but Rehan's the player that goes down. Skittles once again taken out by Nico.
We enter the stage in the game where really we need to know who is all alive, who has a say on this.
No.
Before we get there, as 4th zone closes and 5th zone reveal, if anybody doubts Stretch, let me just...
He could have either gone in water or just broken down and tanked with choke splashes.
No.
That was a big choke.
Who's gonna win the game?
Actually, so hyped for when the keyboard like ships and getting all the tweets and shit. That's gonna be insane. I think I don't think I need to get checked out. I feel like I deadass feel like it's fun.
This guy doesn't even hear it. Aviv, hello?
No mats? Is that even boxed up on top? He was like hiding behind the cone, hoping nobody would see him. Easy Elam for Trey. Aviv is out of the game. One more chance for him. There's Stretch. He's already made it pretty much halfway. Possibly with some bounce pads. Trey lands in front, gets a big tag, but now has to give up that Elam. Oh, Shade gets knocked down. He's going to chase this, but this isn't even the frag that he was looking for. Still low HP, though, and he could still get it.
The effect of this, though, for Walkman and Stretch, he's making so many bills that both of those guys will have to climb over. Trey here, that is. He's looking to finish off this fight. He's dragging a lot of attention from the rest of the server, though. Letting those people move. So close, we're taking a lot of damage. This is the overall perspective on the left as to what's going on. It's going to be a mountainous zone. Frist will be one of the climbers. He has the best tool, the highest grade pickaxe in the term of shockwave launcher.
Ma stavo facendo ancora
Anybody else
terzetti.
doesn't enjoy that. I do, at least, Shia.
Lori.
But 4 shockwaves is all Frist has. That's, in my mind, not enough. So he's going to have, in my opinion, what he should do is play the mid-ground, try to find an impact, and then take height. And taking height is easy, obviously. We all know that with the shockwave launcher. Very simple to do.
You stay play mid-ground, though. This is a mountain. This is where when you're on mid-ground, you have to make big decisions. If he makes even one wrong one, that's one shockwave gone.
Siamo andati a bordo. Io mi sono fatto un team perché
And the potential to fire it way down the hill, way down the mountain. That could happen. I've seen it.
Ma io ho perso 1000 punti.
The potential for self blunders too on the side
That's
of the
what I'm
mountain.
saying.
Yeah, exactly. Si arriva a 4000 punti. Io sono a 3000.
Nico's still in this. Mohammed's still in this. He's made it to an endgame. Okay. I don't see Zexro. I see Bucky, the player you're rooting for. Walkman is here too. Walkman, 4th place, 227. An outside chance, but it has to be huge. Never mind.
Lion is also here. They're the top side. Walkman taken out. There's Dub though. He's used 2 shockwaves. He's coned off. Frisk, is this it? Oh my god, it's Rockshark who gets clipped completely. Frisk is now surviving, has a refresh on Mats. Are the rockets there in the inventory? I can't tell that part, but if there are, he has a whole game ahead of him.
Dubs picks up one. That means all 3 players right now are pushing towards it. Zexer on the backside. His zone is running for that launch pad. He gets it, so he will survive as well. Stretch on the backside though by himself. That's gonna rotate towards him. A lot of players in the sky right now, and there's no room for landing as this zone continues down the mountain. There is no space at all. Stretch is not on the launch pad though. He's got himself a crash pad down. And he has to crash course continuing down the mountain. No, nothing left except a pad, but it's gonna be short. Oh, he's gliding for so long. This is so risky. Rip mode as well. Needs to get an Elam to get the siphon back up. Is it over? No, Stretch still alive. Zexo finds one too. Rip mode follows it up in the box. And he gets up to 4, another one through the box. Stretch is still gliding. Nobody has shot him. This is it for Stretch. Top 19 already.
Guarda la safe come è
He is
messa qua.
barely surviving all the way down towards the bottom, but Ripple has broken 200 points. He can also strive for the top 5 here in this game. He gets another 211. He's catching up to Frice, to Walkman, to Divine, who also launched pad. And this could be Ripmo's game all the way towards 2nd place. Then the win possibly afterward, but look how far Stretch is ahead. 363 points, still taking shots. Day, a careful shot needs to be taken. A Perta takes that one out. Zextro is alive in this game, down below in the depths, lurking, waiting for his chance to strike, hissing.
Stretch una bestia, fra.
Completely poached. Stretch has the elimination.
Giocava con Buca, faceva terzetti con Buca tanto tempo fa, quando c'era il terzetti vecchio.
One glider gun will bring him all the way up. Now, last builds remaining. Bully's on the backside. He's very low. Stretch could actually take him out and get another siphon. Well timed. Chaotic still in this too. But HP.
Anonymous si chiama.
Chi?
Uno che giocava con Tifu. No, che gioca anche adesso in terzetto.
Che gioca con uno che si chiama Scoped e l'altro si chiama Innocent.
Sì, quello.
To take him out, still room to work with. This is ridiculous from Stretch.
Every shot he takes, he makes with colorful strides and results. He has 3 eliminations so far, pushing it for more, but it's Price, Divine back to back with so many others. Ripple actually trying to go all the way towards the top spot. Nico controls everything. Stretch almost out of builds now, just one left. Divine getting smacked all the way down.
Ora in top 6, cazzo.
Placement is still coming in. Dubs is active. The whole top 5 is here.
Oh, è morto.
Shockwave launcher Stretch is taken out.
Quinto, dai.
It's the smacked. Dubs is still on height. Nico has gotten 2 in the zone, I believe. Dubs is all the way up top. Yes. So all he has to do is pressure down because the zone is bringing him out. Although I think he might even be off healing. There's still so many. No, it's only 3 players. That overview is way wrong. Dubs falls all the way down, and this zone is gonna bring it up. He has to bring them down. Get a siphon on there. Apparently they both fall. I think Dubs, no.
Come cazzo l'ho ucciso?
Who ends up taking both of them in the final moments with the tactical shotgun. What a game for Smacked. But what a game for Stretch. Those shots back to back, and Dubs also surviving. So we still might have a tournament. We'll find out what the conclusion is after this break.
Ok, c'è l'ultimo game e chiudiamo la live, facciamo il terzetto. Stretch è sempre primo, 382 punti. Buga, vediamo quanto è Buga. Il secondo è Dubs, questo qua che è morto secondo.
E dei fades.
Chi?
Dei fades.
Sì. Dov'è Buga? Buga 33esimo, che merda. Ma secondo me non si sta impegnando, Frami, che sta facendo cagare.
Così.
Facciamo una prova.
No, secondo me si sta impegnando, però ci sono tanti ragazzini che sono forti, che sono lì.
Fuori magazzino.
Perché nella World Cup c'erano quelli forti.
No, Fra, non si sta impegnando. Secondo me non si sta impegnando. Non va a fightare senza mazz, Buga, fidati. Minchia, è andato a fightare senza mazz e è morto. Lo stava anche uccidendo, poi l'hanno laserato da lontano e però l'ha ucciso quello.
Tanto.
Ma sì, tanto Fra. Sì, infatti. Io voglio vederlo, fa lo World Cup col cazzo che fa così. Benji si sta
Vabbè, la
impegnando.
World Cup vinci 3 milioni, fra.
Benji si sta impegnando, però c'ha sfiga. Poi 100 di ping. Minchia, Benji ha preso soldi in quello europeo, adesso ha preso soldi in questo.
Il prossimo dov'è? In Oceania?
Minchia, di mattina c'è il torneo in Oceania, voglio guardarmelo. Però non so se l'hanno fatto quelli che guardo.
Ma laggeranno tutti.
Ma lui sta laggando, infatti, Benji. Se non fosse per la
se
sua
vai
connessione.
Oceania fa 300 di ping.
Voglio proprio. Aspetta, mi è incuriosito. Fammi vedere se quanto fa di ping Benji, che è il live.
Ma anche con 100 di ping ci puoi giocare.
Non c'è scritto. Non è in partita.
Ma se vai nella sua live sì.
No, non è in partita, non lo scrive. Tipo io faccio adesso 300.000 di ping. Hai già fatto sta modalità?
Sì, sì. Cosa più bella è fanteria.
Anche il pompa del nonno, cazzo, si fa male. Però è difficilissimo perché ti trovi tutti quelli lì che sanno già a memoria le armi come si usano, come sono forti.
La fanteria è troppo forte. Conosci fanteria?
Sì, il finto AK-47.
No, è meglio della K.
Fa 40, quanto fa?
In Neckshot 70.
Minchia. Quello verde.
Cazzo.
Piccona.
No, quello verde, quello leggendario.
Ecco l'amico, picchiamo anche lui.
Doppio 22 gli ho fatto.
Morti.
Che nabbi. Ho finito di darmi piede.
Me li perquisisco.
Ah, c'è la tattica.
Io non c'ho armi. Tu c'hai armi?
Cosa sono questo? Sono impulso.
Occhio, mi sta facendo il giro, fra.
No, ma c'è il compagno. C'è lo Scar, fra. No, lo Scar, c'è.
Dai, io non sento i passi laggando però.
È venuto anche il suo compagno. Siamo 2v squad. Cazzo balli. Adesso balla questo, guarda. No, scherzo.
Cazzo, c'ho il no.
Atomica. Poi guarda cosa hanno anche. Come si chiama? I portafoglio. Conosci?
La fortezza lì.
Sì. Però è troppo P in endgame. Quando facevo i tornei con i portafoglio.
Ma hai 2v squad?
Sì.
Ma che palle.
Che cazzo stanno facendo questi? Stanno lasciando tutte le armi. È morto.
Ma?
C'ho un lama dietro di lui. L'ho visto. Proprio di fianco lui fa. Vabbè. What?
C'erano armi illegali c'erano, fra.
Ma lo so, fra. Poi c'erano troppe utilities, quelle cose no. Tutte le bombe, quelle lì c'erano troppe, fra.
L'impulso.
Tutte le granate, quelle cose lì che non sono armi. C'erano un botto di quelle cose.
Sì, lo so. Tipo la cosa della safe.
Poi le ballerine, Frank.
Bellissime. E poi c'era il coso che ti faceva. Tipo glielo lanci, gli cade addosso una roba e gli fa 100.
Ah sì. Io e Pingu abbiamo fatto questa modalità, ci siamo suicidati con quel coso. Poi c'è anche questo cecchino, vero? No. C'è il cecchino che se miri ti fa vedere la safe in basso.
Sì, ho visto. Quello lì termico forse.
Sì. Non so se c'è il pompa, quello là, il pompa tattico tipo. No, il pompa tattico cosa dici? Come si chiama? Quello è il pompa che spamma più di tutti.
Il combat.
No, è molto peggiore del combat.
Quello lì.
Fa 12 di danno, è in testa 30, però spara tipo ogni un secondo neanche. No, un secondo, cazzo di... Spari
Boh.
e subito un altro sparo. Peggio del combat, più veloce.
Andiamo a sta casa stavolta.
Non ci arrivi. Vado qui sotto io.
Vai, tanto c'è poca gente. No,
C'è
scherzo.
una slurp.
2 team ci sono.
Dammi fanteria, please. Un cecchino, dai, che palle.
Io c'ho lo sparabende.
C'ho le appiccicose io. Bravo, non stare perché... C'è gente, dimmi.
Ma c'è chinato uno, dai, questo qui aveva 2 di vita.
Aspetta, Fra,
Un
non
altro
posso
mi sta
pushare senza-
finendo.
Non posso pushare perché c'è un cecchino. Ma sotto di me c'è un punto. Secondo me la rimettono alla slurp.
Boh. Aspetta che si carica, ti deve dare 75, cazzo.
No, 50.
No, mi ha detto Pingu 75.
Adesso vediamo. Chi ti ha cecchinato?
Non lo so. Comunque mi sa che stanno fightando. Oh, uno l'ho ucciso. Non so come è morto. Mi è arrivata la kill.
Il cecchino la 3.
C'è a terra più che altro. Bello.
Fra?
Lancialo là, lancialo là. Ok, l'hanno finito il mio. Ho una kill.
Palle.
Lancia la musica.
Ma distrugge tutto. What?
Ti sparano.
Che one hit.
Però devi imparare a fare cecchinata e AR.
Palle sto coso.
Non mi dare.
C'è 300 di fino. Come R uso il combo, guarda. Guarda.
Aspetta che lo restano, lascialo lì.
Cazzo fa questo qua? È troppo forte il combat, però.
Oh mio dio. Oh shit. Fatti uno shield.
C'è spuglio.
Questo è un
Sai che c'è
salvavita,
spuglio?
farà.
Il primo colpo di cecchino non te lo dà.
Lo so. Di cecchino, di tutto mi sa.
No, di R sì.
Restami.
Il rampino quando c'era 10 colpi.
Cecchinato.
3, 2, 1. Questa R qua fa schifo da vicino.
Però io la Tommy Gun anche da Battle Royale normale la uso come mitraglietta. Perché fa solo 12 di colpo però spamma un casino. Io prendo la pompa del nonno, però sono troppo bravo.
C'è un rampino.
Prendo il cecchino.
Pompa del nonno.
La
Ormai
balestra.
non so più usare.
La balestra lascio stare. Mi dai dei colpi?
Pompa.
Colpi AR,
Vieni.
pompa e qualcosa di cecchino se c'è.
Ah, ma questa è una tipo mitraglietta.
Oh, là c'era il mio loot. Prendo lo
Tieni,
sparabende.
qui è tutto. No, andiamo a farci il camion. Dammi un colpo di sopravvende qui non sto cercando. La tattica, fra. Tira atomica.
No, non la voglio la tattica.
L'atomica per io.
Ma se ce l'ho blu. Minchia, mi hai dato solo 30 colpi di Tommy.
Ah, ma la tattica è più forte dell'atomica, fra.
Dici?
Sì, fra.
Dai, prendo la tattica. E dov'è? L'hai
Ce
presa?
l'ho io.
Affanculo.
Cioè, tipo la tattica epico leggendaria fortissima. La blu anche, però...
Secondo me,
Vai.
sai che c'è il primo coso lì? La prima missione lì delle sfide. Delle sfide. Vittoria in singolo, vittoria... Dai! Sei un coglione, che palle.
Pensavo che
Guarda se c'è
sei
Slurp
salva il
sotto.
mondo, che se pigli il pallino ti dà 75. Pensavo che ti dava
Sì, tu devi smettere,
75.
non so salvare il mondo. Boh, non ho trovato un cazzo. Grazie
Se
King.
manca. Dai, che palle!
C'è Slurp là.
Questa è mia la cesta. Devo spaccare questo conto veramente? No, non c'è niente, devo ancora aprire la cesta. Cosa ho trovato? Fatti questo.
Pezzo di merda, ma lo sprechiamo, cazzo.
E anche queste.
Non c'ho spazio, non devo lasciare il
La
cecchino.
prendo io. Tieni la tattica. Io c'ho lanciamissili quadruplo. No, ma non usare il cecchino.
Non lo uso, prendo... Sì, lo uso.
Tanto tempo fa non si portavano le cure. Per quante cose c'erano.
Lascio la Tommy Gun blu. Ma se pushiamo un po'... No, non c'è un mazzo, scherzo. Faccio un po' di mazzo.
Facciamo come buga. Senza mazzo, no.
Voglio fare vittoria reale qua, voglio provare queste modalità qua. Le venne contate
No,
nelle schede ponti.
Siccome non la dà. Può essere, perché io non ho mai vinto in America.
Anch'io, voglio provare infatti.
Mi manca una modalità forse.
Perché ci pensi siamo due di squad, non ce la faremo mai. Però col pompa del nonno sono troppo forte, l'ho provato l'altro giorno con un coso. Minchia, sono shottato un casino.
Quando c'era facevi schifo però.
Ma era diverso da questo, fra, non è lo stesso.
Come?
No, questo è diverso.
Anch'io ero fortissimo, adesso
C'è
non
un
so
Chuck
usare.
Jug, puoi portarlo?
No.
Porto lo sparabende o Chuck Jug?
Possiamo fare anche una squad con le granate che ho io.
Fra, Chuck Jug o sparabende?
Chuck Jug, che cazzo dici spara bene?
Vabbè, allora c'è uno spazio in più adesso. Mi serve un assalto, tipo
Le
infanteria.
ballerine ti do queste, come si chiamano? Fonditure rottame.
Troppo forti le ballerine.
Ma troppo belle anche.
Ma quanto durano? 5 secondi?
Questo pompa è pompa che mi piace.
A Pingo, sì.
A Pingo. A pinguino. Oh, fanteria, sì.
Dalla a me.
Intanto ho trovato due. No. Se vuoi questo. Questo però servono i colpi piccoli.
Dammi. Quello fa anche d'assalto, ci sta. Oh no.
Fanteria troppo.
Fa d'assalto o no?
Quello leggendario epico. No, d'assalto anche.
Allora prendo quello e lascio quello che mi hai dato. Porto un altro chug io.
Ce ne sono due lì. Ma? Ah.
Ero io che lo provavo.
Pompa del nonno qua.
Ce l'ho blu. Hanno riftato. Dove?
Ma c'è lo spasso? No, non c'è lo spasso.
Eccolo.
No, quello non è lo spasso.
Madonna, lo sto per prendere in volo, fra.
Ma dov'è, scusa?
È là. Non mi fa pingare.
No, frati cecchino quello. No, ma quelli stanno solo cecchino, guarda.
Cazzo, m'ha preso.
34 shield io ho fatto. La fanteria è troppo forte, fra. Dove lo rimetto? Se lo rimetto è la mia arma preferita.
Boh, devo sprecare una chug. C'è un altro. Cazzo.
C'è un'altra lì di chug. Come ho fatto a pingare quel pompo? What?
Non riesco a prenderla.
C'è un altro lì di chug.
Mi hanno provato a cecchinare dalla...
Mi sta cecchinando a me quello, dai. Andiamo via da qua che ci sono le finestrelle che mi rompono il cazzo. Andiamo incontra quello che è da solo. Guarda come è camperato in acqua che prova a cecchinarci.
Pingalo? Non lo vedo io.
Ah no, se...
Non è, era una pietra.
Qui.
Vicino? Aspetta che lo cecchino.
Per cecchina? Quando cecchini faccio di...
Ah, l'ho missato.
Doppio 35 shield.
85 whiteissimo, fra.
No, sono coglione.
Vai, vai, non deve ricaricarsi. Occhio!
No, ma...
Lo devo ammazzare, sta.
No, fra, vieni da me. C'ho il combat, mamma.
Ma va, fra, non posso rassarti, cazzo.
Sopra.
Dai, sto combat di merda.
Sono morta come un coglione. Ma?
Ti ho detto, è quella cosa che fa spawnare le cose nel cielo. Boh,
Lo
vado
so,
a fare.
fra, però non pensavo che arrivavamo subito.
Ma neanch'io. Vado a finire la partita,
Sto
là, così
guardando
chiudo
un
la live.
video rosso. Ma tu sei in lobby?
Mm?
Sei in lobby?
Ma tu fumi?
Io? Cazzo dici?
Minchia, ho sentito un rumore tipo accendino.
Boh.
About the 1v1s at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, there's a fight for first, but first is
Buca
basically
FPS.
neck to neck with Divine, who is just a mere 13 points ahead of him. So getting a crucial elimination right now could just tighten that gap. And then after that, endgame becomes that much closer.
Niente.
I see the feed commandment is down, but a third foe enters. A new enemy has joined the fray. It's growing DW. The big Ronnie and Frisk finishes his fight as Bucky cleans up aggro.
Il
Paying
cavaliere
attention a lot to the feed
rosso.
because there's so much happening. Look at the uncontested
Deve
spawn
avere
in
più di
Misty
200
Meadows.
livelli.
Somebody has pushed them out. There's only 2 players here in
Sì, quello rosso.
Get
Quello nero devi completare la sfida, poi rosso devi fare i livelli.
Ci sono 3, uno dorato, uno grigio e uno nero.
Aspetta un attimo.
No, fra, devi fare le settimane, l'ho già letto.
No, fra, ma sotto. Ci sono i due tipi lì sotto. Livello super, sì o no?
Aspetta, che qua nell'armadietto.
Ronnie did take down
Sì.
Versa. Oh no, sorry. Frisk took down Versa and Ronnie took down Commandments. It's still a fight here and attack.
Qui c'è lo stile, sotto c'è
Frisk does, which
il
is
coso.
missing the first shot, but it doesn't matter. A couple of ARs and a charge shotgun shot
Tipo metti il
later.
cavaliere
Frisk is out of
nero,
here, still has to deal with
cavaliere,
so much,
boh,
still not going for the
cavaliere
vault, just in case.
eterno,
Because there's a player lurking over the hill. This might be it for Frisk, but no, gets
quello
down
nero
below
lì,
the mountain.
e poi
And I
sotto
think he's out of dodge.
metti
I
il
think
livello
he's to
super,
safety as he
sì.
pops the big pops.
Non mi dà un cazzo.
Needs to live here. He's already made up the difference between him and Divine. He's 2
Mi
points
devi
ahead.
completare la sfida
This is
settimana 9.
unorthodox of Nani. It takes a long time usually to be able to third party this POI. But he's sensed all the conflict. He's seen
Fra,
all the shots
sotto
being
ci sono
fired.
altri due stili lì sotto.
Livello super.
Metti il livello super, sì, e c'è il cavaliere rosso.
All the way away from the vault. Yes, there's potential for
Per
him to quickly
averlo
get back into this, especially if there's a
arrivare al
pepper. Oh,
livello.
but Frisk will take the fight
No, c'è
instead.
scritto completa sfida settimana 9.
117 up the sky.
Quello per avere il cavaliere
Almost
nero.
play on Anani. There's
Se vuoi completarlo
another
rosso, tu
connect.
dici.
He's completely even the odds,
sì,
and then he hits the wall
se
too.
no.
Right shoulder peak, sprays him through, almost gets him down.
160,
Almost gets the
quant'è?
shot. One more will do.
Impossibile
But same
160.
thing for Frisk,
Io ho
only
letto
50,
160,
63
cioè
HP.
Pingo l'ha detto.
Nani with the chug splashes at least gets back up a little bit.
Quello,
I was
vabbè,
saying,
quello
go right
d'oro
back to
fa
the vault.
schifo.
Another shot, but still doesn't finish him. He chases. This is so risky. 6 HP
Sai che è
now.
anche bello
One
questo?
more shot on either side will do it. And
Col
the
super
charge is
sì, però.
completely unnecessary. The tack might have the
Non
upper
è
hand
così
here.
bello
Although
come
Frisk knows
pensavo,
the HP
certo.
situation. 0 max now. I think for both. Another shockwave.
Guardi la partita.
Sì, tanto è l'ultima partita questa.
So
Cioè, è
close,
l'ultimo game.
Frisk is done. 302 is where he lands. And that's
Ma
only
questo qua
2
c'ha...
points ahead of Divine.
Ah,
That is
pensavo che era
only
l'endgame.
an elimination
No, non appena
or
iniziato.
48th place for Divine to
Mi stavo
do
dicendo questo
to
qua
get
ancora la
that
scheda del
extra
gatto.
prizing, to get that extra placement and the end top 3.
For Frisk, it was all about speeding up. Nani slowed him down.
Boh, in area non tengo più la R io.
Who has to move fast.
Ma neanch'io.
First time I think he doesn't go
Mitraglietta,
into a
pompa,
big early
cecchino.
game fight. It was Redux who was
La R
attacking
tanto lo
him game
portano
after
tutti
game. He
loro
got
poi in
taken out
game.
way early. I think switching over to
Però se trovo uno
completely
scarroso anche
4T,
come mitraglietta lo
Dubs
metto al
closer to
posto
Weeping Woods,
della
but
mitraglietta.
you'll notice there's no
Però se
trees,
trovo
no
un
protection
P90
for
no,
him.
no.
Everything's out on the line for Dubs. He's got the
No, la mitraglietta non la uso più perché non riesco più a switchare con il pompa ricarica.
Infatti l'ho messa al primo posto perché mi veniva sempre il vizio di premere il primo posto. Quando tiravo col pompa.
And the zone favorite is there, stretched with the boat rotate across the way. This is how he's center zone every single time. Already on the edge of the map, but look, Stretch and Dubs are pretty much by themselves in all directions, in all places. Dubs by himself in the water in the southwest, but on the other side of the map, call it a two-corner challenge right now. Stretch in the northeast. They are so far from engaging.
Ma i materiali raccolti c'erano 386.000.
No, io di più.
Ma perché Fortnite date a me? Oppure uccido la gente. Perché io non ho voglia di far male.
Hai notato che non ci sono i predoni in questa modalità?
Guarda. Ah, è perché è vecchio. Sarebbe figo se
sai quanti materiali raccolti c'ho? 545.000, mezzo milione. E devi fare 1 milione l'ultimo coso.
Sarebbe figo se questa modalità sì, non so parlare. Mettono una vecchia mappa con 6 armi.
Infatti si dice mettessero. Sì, infatti dovevano metterla perché però era un bordello.
Se no giocano solo a questa.
Minchia.
Le squadre non si giocano più, se no.
Però minchia mi dà fastidio che si trovano più Chuck che Slurp, cioè non ha senso.
Ma i shieldini non ci sono neanche shieldini.
Ma prima c'erano. Ah no, perché quelli lì che ci sono nella modalità di adesso non ci sono.
Diversi. Come mettono lo Slurp perché hanno messo... come si chiama?
No other player has the resilience of our boy Dubs. All the way back to
Immagini lo scillino mitico. Lo scillino mitico.
Still performs. Comes back stronger.
C'è già il Jug mitico.
Even back as far as last
sarebbe figo se dà più di vita.
Più di 200
Se
quanto
no
più.
normale. Facciamo prima metterlo normale.
Cosa?
Il Jug.
Cosa ti deve dare più di 200 di vita?
Fra mitico deve essere altra cosa.
Mohamed, attenzione, subisce una hit. Questo è mio padre si chiama Mohamed. No dai, non morire.
Poi come scappa?
Si deve shieldare.
Come si fa a shieldare?
Oh! L'ha fottuto. No. L'ha fregato. Sì, che culo, poi ti guarda dopo.
Da tipo 4 action di mitraglietta. Ma questo qua è un bullo, si chiama Bully.
Savage fa una kill.
La sua prima kill. Poi si vede Sonabbo che si boxa.
Si boxa fuori safe.
Ma sai che tipo c'era uno che faceva il torneo. In endgame toglieva la minimappa.
Perché?
In endgame non serve a niente, poi c'ha più visibilità. Anche se è piccola però.
Secondo me non ha senso.
Boh, tanto ci mettiamo un secondo.
Questo è morto fuori safe.
Ma che cazzo fa questo?
C'era un falò là vicino,
after
dai.
8 games, unfortunately, will fall and
Ma questo
stay
qua
at
non è quello che ha
19th,
vinto.
probably fall a little farther.
Sì, ha vinto un round.
I'm sure disappointed
Ma
for him, but still, Rox is not a player you expect to be in these positions. He's made it to grand finals time and time again, but
tempo fa
a
c'era un
top 20
torneo di
finish,
Power, c'era uno
at
che era
least
full
before
safety,
that,
non so come.
is still
Uguale a
impressive to
questo.
say the least.
Che aveva vinto una volta, poi full
That's what
safety.
solos is about in this meta. Regardless of if you're winning this competition, if you're in the grand finals, you're placing in the top 30, top 20, you gain respect.
Cazzo, farmi il legno che sei full. Ah, ok, ho capito perché si vuole boxare e si riprende il legno che si è rifarmato.
Vabbè, come te.
Rox did it, many others did too.
Oh, vivo, il bug è ancora vivo. Dai, una partita decente la fai. Una.
Ah, perché era quello forte questo.
Chi?
Quello che hai detto, prendo il legno, cosa ti serve il legno che ce l'hai già, che sei già finito.
No, perché si è boxato e si è ripreso il legno.
Chi è continuo? Si chiama TSM. What?
Boh.
In Buga, down below this hill,
Ah, ma buga lì
there's a
sotto.
craggy cliffs type ending.
Dubs farma
I
per
was
il
scared for a
6.
second because just like Rox,
Sto qua
Dubs
sta
is in zone, but a
campionato.
much
Ci
better
sto usando la
position for
stessa
him, and
skin
he'll
di
be able to
Buga.
rotate off the side of this.
Calciatrice
Way up
troppo
north,
tragliata.
even coming off the yacht where nobody stands. If we talk about edge zone rotates, this is
Ma la
one that
metteranno tipo
I have
quando
not
saranno gli
seen be more
europei.
successful. Stretch doing his
Pure non lo
own
so.
impression of this, edging his way ever closer. But still, they're working from the outside in, and I think a shot
Brutto
just
lo
was fired
yacht.
at Dubs, a risk that he's now
Secondo me lo fanno apposta a mettere le zone messe così nei
questioning.
tornei.
Here's a boat though, they'll be able to make quick work
No,
of this, but also
random.
attract more attention than just one shot. Even maxing out on metal though, every little bit of material counts.
2 match short, hopefully that doesn't matter all the way in the late game. Get tracking a map utility.
Ma qualche volta si bugga, boh, si vede che lag.
Non so perché, è il
Although the
server,
bottom
non
right
so
side
perché.
was a zone that's very hard to play. This is very unique because it offers more options to the player when you're on the northern side, when you're near Craggy, on what to do. If you're on high
Se muori devi aspettare che muoiono tutti e poi rigiocare, lo sai?
Ma hai visto quello
When
come
you're
l'hanno
talking about that height
sciolto?
though, you're talking about
No.
basically that research station on top of craggy cliffs.
Quando stanno
Think
facendo
about the
vedere tutti
positioning of where
questi
Dubs
qua,
is and where Stretch is. He came in on the east
c'era quello che
side,
camminava,
more
c'era
central,
uno nel box e gli ha
and
fatto
you know
tipo
Stretch is
sovverso.
gonna push up that mountain and take that position. Meanwhile, Dubs has absolutely no
Fra,
chance
questi hanno una
to
mira
scale that
micidiale.
mountain. He does not have the tools, he does not have the equipment, and he does not come for the right road.
But how good will height be when you don't control the
Se nel
shockwave
game,
launcher when you
se
start with it?
uno
It's
vede i
the
nomi di
first
tutti i
thing
player,
that gets disrupted when someone
impazzisce.
is going for the top spot. You know Ronnie has it.
Spike.
We've seen in games
Sembra il
2
nome di
and
un
3
cane.
how dominant he can be when he's on height. He holds it for multiple different zones.
Ma chi è che ho visto che c'ha 58 punti o 68?
Un camper sarà.
Anyone that faces off against
Beh,
him usually does
non è
not
vero,
survive.
È uno che
First
push e
opponent
muore,
Ronnie to face basically is going to be Stretch.
perché se camperi hai più punti.
Bastardo, gli ha rubato la kill. Quello è one shot.
Tanto
He's been
bastardo.
doing all game, really
Ecco,
getting
2 kill.
super involved, and finally
Era
it works
58.
out for him with 2 eliminations.
Ma quanto ruba le kill
Dubs makes
questo
me eat
qua?
my words immediately. There's a road for him. There's a path. He's already halfway up that mountain.
Un altro
I don't see where
defeat.
Stretch is. I do see Trashy at the top, who has fallen out of the top 10.
Il prossimo anno vedrai
Actually
anche
fallen
me,
out of the
Face
top
Immortal.
21. That's where he's at right now.
I think it's a bit of a
Fade
stretch,
fake.
no pun intended, to be able to go all the way on the right side of the map and kind of clinch your way into the top of this mountain. I don't think there was enough speed for Stretch to actually reach
Non ho mai
that.
visto
Plus,
fare
combined players like Nexty in the way, taking shots, working for Surge. He must be
mettere
somewhere closer to the south side of the map.
la piramide
but that's where
sotto e
things are
editarla
so
così.
congested. Take a mental
No,
note
io l'ho già
of how
visto.
far away each player is right
Ci
now
sta
from
un
each other.
botto perché ti
Between
copri
Nexty,
tutto.
Dubs, Codal, Skittles, all these bases. Once
Ti
we
copri anche
flip
se ti
over
entrano
to
in
the
box.
south side, you'll see people just barely reaching into the zone, instantly boxing up, not wanting to waste any material.
Poi la safe è sempre messa nelle montagne.
Sì.
4th zone revealed. And we're ever closer to
Questi
endgame.
tipi
We're
dove
ever
sono?
closer to moving zones.
Sono scogliere.
The zones that will determine everything.
Questo qua si muove e muore.
Huge shout, by the
Io lo
way,
so.
to the EU players competing today, the ones who double
Senti i
qualified
passi,
for grand
fa
finals.
paura.
Savage, Benji, everybody who's had an impact and affected our enjoyment of these greatly. Just seeing that international competition, even though not necessarily the most balanced across the water, still fun to see. Duels between Mr. Savage and Booga and things like that are rare.
Savage Farba,
So thank
ce l'ha
you
vicino.
for putting on a show.
Stretch.
Che è questo?
Here's Stretch.
Quello primo in
He's in zone.
classifica.
He actually has the opportunity to maybe even block out Dubs.
Questo
But
come ha
below
già
these two
vinto.
guys, there's still a few
Sì,
smaller
fra, è una
stories
bestia,
developing.
riesce a arrivare
I
sempre
believe
nel
Steve's
game.
still alive in this game. We were on Nico's POV for a hot minute too.
Intanto non ho preso
Both
neanche una
these
top.
players are side by side tied for 223 points each.
Questi qua sono ancora in 51.
Pre-show, your placement points will not matter while you guys
Nessuno
are
l'ha
both
preso, solo chi ha
existing
fatto kill
in
ha
this
preso
final
punti.
game. They will have to get elimination points.
Ok,
They will have to
50.
be unique to basically further themselves on that leaderboard.
Un punto.
Minchia, fra se camperavo tutte le partite, minchia avrei già almeno fatto le semifinali.
Placement after placement after
Sono
placement,
arrivato a
not
50
ever
player, è
losing
morto
concentration on
Savage
the
però.
goal for him, the major tournament win. It's in his grasp.
Come è morto? Perché non hanno fatto
It
vedere.
is firmly in his grasp. He just has to not let
Allora, ho
it
visto in
slip.
alto dove ci sono i 50 player, ho visto.
Ah, che ci compaiono i morti.
Go rising up the hill. He will
Sì.
get in the zone with that. Very important. Where is Cease in this game
Questo
too?
qua, ancora qua.
Kaz and Krim's former duo partners directly next to
ci
each
va una
other, and they're also
pazienza, però.
fighting for a top spot in this as well.
Beh, Stretch si
We're gonna talk about
prende
the
un
what
caffè.
if, the slight elephant in the room of Stretch going down. What does Dubs have to do to catch up? It's a 28-point difference between these two players. Neither
Però
of them
nessuno
have an
stream
elimination just yet.
sì.
There
Nessuno
will be a
stream
little bit of
sniper.
work to do. I don't think placements will get there. It'll have to
No,
be
fra,
Dubs
perché in
performing
realtà hanno già
way
finito.
later on in those final zones.
Sono le 4:20, loro sono in ritardo appunto. Hanno fatto la live in ritardo per non, così non succede sta cosa dello stream
Is what
sniper.
Dubs has to do above Stretch. The
Chi ha
rotate is
Dubs?
on for him very quickly, and there's already a couple of people
Sì, però
firing
uno-
upon him, but thankfully it stops. He gets all the way through with nothing left.
Un tipo che è qua può vedere la live dell'altro.
How? How did he
Qua?
get this for free? He went beside and in front of
No, perché
everyone's
se
sidelines
se
and
è
finds one of the
su
highest
live
points
su
to be at.
Twitch o YouTube
Stretch is
può
now the first to
vedere.
play catch up. He had position
Sì, se
before.
vai nella sua live sì, però se vai qua non puoi
You're
vedere,
right,
tipo Clicks. Ora se vado su Clicks ha già finito, vedi?
Lo so. Però sì, stream sniper è andare su un player
Chi
e
ha vinto
basta.
di Quick Strange, me l'hai fatto
Extends the lead to
spoilerare,
33
vaffanculo.
as both players still alive. The placement points that they've earned have canceled out. By the way, can we get a check on whether Divine is still
Devi
up?
proprio andare
Because
nella
if
live
he
del
is,
giocatore per
he
vedere.
has just
Infatti tanta
overtaken
gente non fa le live su
for
sti
third
tornei che
place,
costano
and
tanto.
we'll hang on to that almost certainly.
Oh, tanto. Oh.
He is.
Bucky has a chance.
Dopo mi guardo per due
He has
twins,
a chance too.
minchia
Divine
troppo
is up,
forte.
third place. 100% confirmed for now.
Ieri ha vinto Fresh,
But many other players still survive.
un
We're
altro
fighting for
troppo
a spot for
forte.
that top 10. Passing by Divine's box. Stretch now.
In Oceania,
Has a leg
Australia,
on
quelle parti là.
Walkman above him. Booga beside him every
Ma c'è
single
ancora
event.
Pingu, voglio fare
Whether it's
terzetti
not the
dopo.
leaderboards, they find each other.
Secondo me non c'è
Game
più.
taken out by
No,
Aston.
c'è ancora, è in creativa.
But they started this thing off and they'll end it the same way.
Coso amico.
What a moment here, Stretch. Right in the
Maxi scarso
semifinals,
quello.
stayed right next to Booga. And here they are again. They
Boh, ma
cannot get away from each other.
scarsissimo no,
Spiritually
però
linked is what
scambio.
Stretch said on Twitter, and I think that might be the case. Obviously, so much influence upon each other, playing through all
Non
the
è
team
forte.
modes up to this point. And who knows, even in Trio FNCS in Season 4, we might get them back. That would be wonderful to see. Of course, both sides are doing well in their trios. That's irrelevant right now. Solo gameplay is
Stretch
underway,
cammina
and Stretch,
indisturbato,
all
non
the way
spara
on foot this
nessuno.
entire time, has made a perfect rotation. Still max HP.
Full match 2 almost. That was absolutely free. Everyone's still left behind in the dust.
Adesso
Booga
si
Divine in
vedono
the same
tutti.
boxes.
Adesso che si muove la safe, raga, è la fine, Muoiono un bel po' di
Now, the
cristiani.
real game starts.
Sono in 43, vediamo all'arrivo dell'altra safe quanti restano.
Trying to further the lead. Dubs is
Vediamo all'arrivo
alive
dell'altra
somewhere.
safe quanti ne
He
restano.
doesn't have any
A uno
mobility, so it'll
con
have to be
granate già in
his
safe.
smarts and any recycling he can do around the right side of this zone. Stretch is moving.
Mamma mia, paracaduti.
Still nobody firing
Cioè,
upon him.
noi
No
li
damage taken for
sottovalutavamo.
so long now.
Senza
Where is
paracaduti.
Dubs? There he is. He's in this too, but only 100 HP. Still has crash pads and launch pads to work with though, so even though he doesn't have the HP, at least he has other resources to bring him forward, which Stretch does not have. Playing the low ground, finally a
Sì, solo
shot has been
paracaduti.
fired upon him, but it only scratches him for just a bit. He's still up with 37 people alive, so much work still left to be done.
Ma sono quelli avvantaggiati, quelli che sono più indietro alla safe.
Ok, la safe è arrivata, vediamo quanti morti. 36. 36.
Ma farà...
Una decina di morti, vediamo l'altra safe, quanti rimangono.
Sono tutti tunnel.
Eh sì.
Poi se ti prendi le ground non muori da una caduta, perché sotto hai i tunnel degli altri. Hai visto quelli nel ground come ha pushato uno?
No. Sto guardando Stretch.
Stretch is finally fully healed up. This is his POV of stopping aspects. Can he find the shot over? He's blocked by zone, a huge chaos, and who fishy
Che
goes
cazzo, ma
down.
cosa sta facendo?
Ha ucciso Benji Fish.
At Stretch though, he can stop things right here.
Benji Fish.
Così si chiama.
Come ucciso?
By the way, if Stretch stays up all the way with Dubs, it'll have
Oh
to be a
mio Dio,
7
poca
elimination
vita.
game for Dubs to
Boh, le
overtake
guardo
with
per
35
ritardo
points.
di
That
te.
would be now very low HP. Stinks in play too. It could take both of them down. Oh my goodness.
Mamma mia,
5 HP now for
puzzolette.
Dubs. He has to layer down. Stretch still in though.
11
Did not take
HP
damage from
Stretch.
that. He's above Dubs. They will fall on top of each other as they run
No,
out of
Dubs,
minutes.
non
Down this
Stretch.
mountain right here. A couple beams on the Master.
C'ha la stessa skin allora.
Huge. It's so important on the Owl. No match remaining.
Oh
down there.
merda.
Player disbarred.
Guarda.
It's Snazy. 2 eliminations.
Buga morto.
Snazy.
Ah, ma è Stretch in high ground.
Dicesimo buco.
Male.
Ma?
Stretch in high ground, non ne so manco accorto. Come ci è arrivato?
Quello di Fizz è stato ucciso da uno là.
Sì, è jumpato nel suo box. No, non mi dire che fa vittoria reale Stretch, raga. Se lo fai un pazzo.
Dai. Preso dai ground. Ciliegina sulla torta se vince. Che neanche ha paura di cadere.
Si abbassa un po', sa di essere troppo alto.
Stretch has control of all aspects of this game. Reverse ramps down to be able to connect faster.
Quanti mazza?
Each player doing as much as they can to move past
17.
builds. A
Oh,
goes
merda.
up, the shockwave launcher shots falls down, cannot
Devo
take
solo
any fall
pushare.
damage or even go near the zone.
Ora li ha
He's getting
finiti.
chaotic,
Non
lots
può
of
più
self
buildare.
damage done by the zone. Stretch
Oh,
is
pusha
now
uno,
back
si
in
prende
his
il
own
mazzo e va nei
habitat.
ground.
That blue line.
Ah no, ho
Last
trovato dei
possibly.
mazzi.
A wooden cone down.
Oh, fa una kill, attenzione. Non ci credo.
1v1 carry goes
Morto.
down. Stretch is
Ha
on
fatto
a
un'altra
tear.
kill.
A Perda can't stop him. The shockwave can't stop him. Dubs is gone.
Ma sa dove sono gli altri giocatori?
Ha sciolto quello in Agram, fra.
Healthy looking spry. 3 eliminations. Turn it over to
Ma sa
5-year
tutto.
stretch.
No, è
Heavy
stato
blow, he
buttato
gets
fuori
pushed all the way
safe.
back. Isn't enough to stop this man, this monster. Almost there
Vabbè.
still. Heavy pushed back, but Stretch is the ultimate winner.
Mamma.
Perda
Ha finto
winning that
aperta.
final game. This was NA East. Welcome to the first showing of the Dreamhack Open.
Ma quello con lanciagranate quanto ha vinto quello con lanciagranate quanto ha vinto fuori safe.
Ma ti dà la kill se la fai.
Fuori safe sì.
Ah. E il vincitore, signore e signori, è... Liquid Stretch. Dubs. Come?
Impossibile, fra.
Quello là me ne aveva 400. Ah, ma forse si deve aggiornare.
Sono pari.
Non sono pari. Ah, ecco. Liquid Stretch, frate. Ha vinto $10.000. Non erano 16.000, scusa. Ah no, questo è buggato sto coso. Boh,
Quando
bella.
ha distaccato di 50 punti. Chiamiamo il pinguino.
Vai, invita, invita. Io mi prendo una pausa di 5 minutes.
E se entra
Vediamo
qualcuno.
Buga quanto ha vinto, Buga.
Ma è live buio?
No.
Per fortuna. Si deve vergognare.
Mi è deluso. Bugo ha vinto $800.
Ormai 3 milioni, quindi i tornei li fa come nel singolo normale.
Se muore dice ma sì. Oh bella
Tanto mi
raga,
danno lo sto.
chiudo la